explanatory work is the disposition, right? So like, okay, so you might appeal to, okay,
give me an example.
You might say like the reason that the laws of gravity are the way they are, right, is because of God's intentions, right? So they're explained by an intention, right? Whereas I'm saying no, they're explained by just a disposition that the material stuff has, right? So the material stuff has this disposition, and it's in virtue of that these descriptions are true, right? Whereas you're saying it's in virtue of the intentions of God that the descriptions are true.
Right. So okay. So I think one is through a mind, the other is not through a mind. Okay, and it's just on the basis of some sort of disposition. So something. Are you kind of like? I just want to.
I'm saying that, like, okay, so you can think about it this way: like, whatever you could explain by appeal to an intentional explanation, I could explain by appeal to a dispositional explanation.
So how are you using disposition? Maybe that's what's throwing me off.
Yeah, so I mean, I can give you like examples of dispositions, or like what's kind of meant by a disposition. It's basically. I
feel like you're using it as something disposed to something, and then something reactionary from that.
Yeah, I mean, in some sense you can say like, okay, salt is disposed to dissolve in water. Glasses are like disposed to break. Their fragility is like a disposition. The fact that, like, let's say inertia, right? So, like, let's take, like, Newton's laws, let's say that they were right. An object in motion stays in motion, has a disposition to stay in motion unless acted upon by an outside force, something like that.
Right, but in order for...
So, like, if you were to say, like, okay, if you were to say, like, I drop a wine glass, right, and it shatters, you say, like, well, why did it shatter? It's like, well, the way that object is constituted, it has a fragile disposition.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Break when.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think I know where you're going now. Okay. So explaining. Okay, I see what you're saying. So it seems to me explaining the process of why, like the glass falling from my hand, then therefore the glass falling down, hitting the ground shattering the glass breaks into it. Okay, so I understand what you're saying in terms of explaining that, but it doesn't actually justify what's happening behind the scenes in order for that to happen. So in other words,
if you want to get
all that assumes is all of that, like to even be able to explain that, okay, or justify it, because that assumes the law of gravity is true, which is universal. That assumes the laws of logic are true because you have to be able to explain that. And
sure, but look, what I'm saying is that those things are descriptive, right? So they're just like, so yeah, you can say there's this like mathematical equation that we have that we call like the law of gravitation or something, right? Maybe it's Einstein's field equations or something, yeah. And then you have some like logical rules that govern the descriptions and what say how you can and can't describe things and so forth, right? And then the point is, yeah, those descriptions are true, but what is it in virtue of, right? And what I'm saying is it's in virtue of the dispositions of material, and you're saying it's in virtue of God's intentions. And I'd say that like prima facie, those are kind of on par until you start considering like other data. But so I wanted to say one other thing, but I kind of lost it.
So I would say that irrespective of the process, okay. So I don't want to articulate this. I don't want to frame this. I would say that the laws of logic, the fact that they're immaterial, the fact that there are no persons irrespective of human persons being able to, in fact, do logic itself is still transcendent and exists. The fact that we do it, though, we've discovered it. We didn't create it. It's something that's discovered, and therefore we're able to communicate to one another.
What do you mean to say that? What do you think it means to say that they exist?
To say that they exist means that they are. It's real. It's reality. Yeah, it's a part of reality.
Well, okay, but what's the okay? Like, let's say something. Okay.
In other words,
I want to say that if you told me like A equals A or something, right? So like everything is identical to itself, right? And let's say I grant you that. I think that's true, that everything is identical to itself. Okay. And then so my statement of that exists, my thought of that exists, but what does it mean to say that like, the law of identity just exists out there somewhere?
That is a figure of the actual world. Why are we? I think we were playing with.
What do you mean a figure? What do you mean a figure?
Know what we mean.
Okay. I would agree with
Do
you.
you understand that? Like, is it like a Platonist
answer it.
sense, or is it like?
No, I'm not talking about like in a Platonist sense. I'm not talking about like an abstract form. Like that's not what I'm talking about.
So you think it's a concrete entity, or
what?
The law of identity?
Entity.
Like either like take like the law of identity or like the law of non-contradiction.
Yeah.
One of
Those are immaterial. Those are abstract, conceptual. But so something can be real and yet still be conceptual.
No. Look, I mean, yeah, maybe if you're like you're like divine conceptualist or like Platonist or like what's the mode of existence that you have in mind here for these things? It sounded like you just don't have abstract that.
He would most likely be a divine conceptualist, by the way he's talking.
Yeah, like what do you mean by divine conceptualist? Like, can you just
It means like
things actually exist in the mind of God. That's why they're true.
Oh yeah, I would definitely.
So
I have no problem saying that.
If you're familiar with like Platonism, they think things like maybe numbers, propositions, universals, laws of logic, blah blah blah. Those kinds of things are abstract objects, and they exist as abstract objects in like a sort of abstract realm, if you like. Whereas like a divine conceptualist will say something very similar, right? But instead of being abstract, they are actually the concrete mental states of God, or like
I would just predicate those things back on God rather than on a single on a single mind. I'll just put it like that, because in my estimation, if you were to take like abstract concepts in themselves to such a degree that you would have uniformity amongst those abstract concepts, I don't think that necessarily could be the case without a divine mind to be able to put all those particular things in motion.
Sure. So basically, it sounds like you're kind of doing the James Anderson thing, where he are the Lord of non-contradiction. He's a divine conceptualist, and so on. His argument relies really strongly on treating these things as existent objects. But basically, like I'm like a nominalist, So like I'm going to deny the existence of abstract objects. I obviously don't believe in God, so I don't think that they are concepts in the mind of God either. And also, there's some objections to this argument. Like, I don't know if you know who Alex Malpass is, but he has a decent objection to it relating to the content versus the thought. And so basically, like, when I think about the law of non-contradiction, the content of my thought is the divine thought. But then what's the content of the divine thought?
Yeah, and just to be clear, there's a video game for the Nintendo. It's called A Boy and His Blob. That's about Sully. I just wanted everybody to know that.
You're a blob.
Oh man. Hey, save the ad hominem.
Well, that's not about Sully. The game would be named just The Blob. I only have had mom and
Bob, that was killer.
Wait, Andrew, have you ever heard of Gump?
Hey Andrew, I gotta get going here. Sorry that I don't want to head out so soon in the middle of the conversation, but I would definitely like to engage in the future. And I got a friend of mine, so I'm not super philosophically inclined. I think I know my material pretty well, but I got a buddy of mine who would probably be able to help in answering some of these questions.
Dude, Exegete.
Yeah, bring more Pokemon for Andrew.
Yeah, bring more Pokemon. No, but bring any like philosophy guys that that are theologically.
Not just you guys.
Dude, please, bro, bring them in here. We need that, brother. We need that.
Yep. Look out there.
Exegete, God bless you, buddy. Thanks for coming in.
All right, Lord bless. Yep. Take care.
Yeah.
Hey, Andrew, have you heard of Gump?
Yeah, bring them. Ethan is basically holding up theism on his own shoulders, like Atlas.
People you've never heard of Bob.
Who?
Uncle MJ.
Get out of here.
MJ at least MJ at least knows what gun.
Yeah, well, I'm writing it down, and MJ also.
Christianity.
MJ.
Andrew, I only respect the non-Christian theists, or like the non-religious theists.
I don't blame you, Bob. But keep it. You got
The religious theists are all ridiculous.
You got to keep as far away from Christianity. Hey,
I 90% agree with you.
yeah, if you really want to get away from Christianity, Bob, here's what you can do. Just say,
Andrew, Val inference down there so we can have some argument.
I know, I love
No.
that.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
But hold on, Bob.
No. Let's not do that. No. Let's not do
Valid
that.
inference is Clark and
Bob, I know.
Let's not do that.
Let me be. Oh, I think you said Andrew, be Andricus, because I know he is.
I said Andricus, but cut me off a little bit.
No, gotcha. Amphibian off. But no, what I'm just gonna say, Bob, is that like, look, I mean, it just if you want to really get away from Christianity, just do what that other guy did. Just say Jesus didn't exist, man. That's the way to go. Just go get
That's not the way to get out of Christianity.
yeah. Just go, well, it's
The way to get out of Christianity is to read the Bible.
yeah. He's like Jill, you got hitch slapped. Yeah, that
You're like, all right, okay, I'm ready to read this profound book sent by the Almighty. All right, let's go. Okay, so I'm supposed to pay how many shekels because my oxen fell into this dirt pile?
You know what I find really
And then you just close it.
It's like, you know this fine-tuning stuff that Sasha was bringing?
yeah.
So like, it's kind of, what I find disheartening is that I want to do the strong argument that like reverses the direction of the evidence, you know, and you've heard me talk about that where it's like, I want to say the fine-tuning date is actually evidence for naturalism. But like, the unfortunate thing is like, so many of the people in the literature who write about it, like if they're, like obviously you have the proponents of the argument, you know what they say, right? And it seems like all the people that challenge it, like they're just happy to leave it at a draw. Like that's what they're aiming for is like a draw kind of thing, where it's like, it doesn't favor either view,
Right.
you know? And there's very few people who want to go further and say like, actually, you know,
At least
like it's evidence for
I'll
naturalism.
leave that up to Bob should co-author like some paper on it or something, because you both are like, yes, this is anti-theism.
I mean, well, I think there is a good reason why. Yeah, I mean the basic intuition to something like this. So God being all powerful, He could miraculously create life, biological life, even very similar to us, even in all these like physical universes that have. So like because He's omnipotent, like the physical laws of a physical object, right, cannot stop Him from like doing whatever He wants, basically, right? And so basically, you know, if you were to wake up in a universe and you're like, wow, I am a biological organism, let me go and check what the physical constants are, right? The idea is like, okay, well, if we say, well, if naturalism were true, then I guess I would expect to observe constants that fall within this narrow range, right? And if theism were true, I mean, I guess it could be anything, right? Because God would be able to create life in any physical universe, given He's omnipotent, you know? And so then we go and check what the constants are, and it's like, ooh, looks like they fall within this narrow range, right? And so then that's supposed to be evidence for naturalism. And then there's this analogy that I give, which is like, and this is, by the way, like a way of framing the issue, right? So I'm not trying to say, like, obviously, fine-tuning proponents try to frame this a completely different way and stuff. But the analogy for what I'm saying is, like, suppose you had two buckets, okay? Bucket A, bucket B. Bucket A has balls, say, 1 to 10, right? Each ball has a number on it. It's 1 to 10. The balls represent, like, the possible constants you could observe, right? Under bucket A being naturalism, so it's a small number of constants you could observe on naturalism, right? And then bucket B on theism is a much bigger bucket. It also has balls number 1 through 10, but it has balls numbered 11 through 1,000 too, let's say, right? And then I blindfold you, and so you don't know which bucket you're drawing from, right? And then you take a ball, you walk away, you look at the ball, and the ball says like 6, right? So it's one of the balls that was then the idea is like, which bucket were you most likely drawing from? And this actually just has a mathematical answer. You know, it's not
Yeah.
a trick question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And the answer is bucket A.
Ask a few questions. when you-
sure. Yeah, that makes sense. It would be bucket A because of how many different possibilities there are. There's only a narrow range, and you've got the smaller bucket. Most likely.
Right. And so that's kind of like an illustration of the sort of idea I have in mind where, you know, the fact that we observe the constants falling in this narrow range, that's actually evidence for nothing.
Yeah, I think I'd frame it different. I think I'd frame it predicted on naturalism. You wouldn't expect to have this a lot. You know,
Right. That's
unintended.
conditionalizing differently, and I that's how they usually set it up, which is to say, you know, let's just only say naturalism is true, and then we're going to flip a coin. We're going to roll a big die to see which universe gets created, and it's very much likely that it's not one that permits life, right? But the point is that what I'm talking about is conditionalizing on the fact that life exists. We already know that's true, right? And so we shouldn't even consider theories where that's not true. And in fact, like, there's no way for us to observe those other universes if naturalism is true and life can't exist at them. They wouldn't be observed, like, we wouldn't be able to observe constants of that kind. Unless God exists. Unless God exists, if we did observe those kind of constants, then we could be, oh, well, I guess God must exist, right?
Yeah.
But naturalism hinges on the idea of chance, and the whole point of the fine-tuning argument is that without chance has a possibility. I mean, without chance, naturalism doesn't even have a foundation anymore.
Well, I don't know what that means.
So you know
Same thing.
the podcast by Skydive. You know the podcast by Skydive Phil, right? And with what's in Dan on it and the other and Alex, right? Like they interviewed a guy. They had an interview with a guy about like the fine tuning argument. Like he's a philosopher who talks about it from the atheist side, and I think he made an argument very similar to what you did. The only difference was that he kind of like spread out his hypothesis class further to include all sorts of metaphysical, variations, right? Like say idealism. Yeah, I made the same argument. But also,
Yeah, there's so
I wanna
many
ask
ways to set it up.
Yeah, but I want to ask a question. Like whenever like discussions about fine tuning come up, right? Like I feel like pointing out right at the outset, right, that even if the fine tuning argument, like if it goes through, I think the only thing it can get you to is like the only thing that's necessary is an explanation of complexity, right? Because I feel like everything else kind of follows. Like what I mean is like if it's the case that the range of like possible parameters for like some physical constants, right? Like include like a large set of universes where there's like absolutely nothing, like there's just like a singularity, right? With no structure, no features, right? And there's only like one narrow subset for which you have like the kind of complexity that creates, that allows for life, right? And the only puzzle is why does it fall in that range, right? Like there's no further explanation needed for why like life or consciousness is allowed, because I think under like a plausible view of naturalism, like complexity can give rise, right, to like structures that have like mental states and so on.
Yeah.
And then there's sometimes this brought in about Boltzmann rings and stuff, which I always find a bit like there's a lot of different stuff that's brought to bear in the analysis of the fine tuning argument, and I think that a lot of times, like obviously the way that I just said it up, right? I immediately expect people to go, yeah, but I don't agree that that's the right framing, right? And I'm expecting that, so obviously I'm like kind of, okay, I'm not committed to the idea this is like the only way to frame the issue,
Yeah.
But for some reason, if I say that to them on their setup, they're like, no, this is like the absolutely correct way to frame the issue.
Yeah. Cloud, can you invite up Disha down at the bottom? Disha?
My only argument is the fact that,
You should be aware of
as we know, evolution depends on random events, happening and taking place. Like, so
Evolution is
it's
random
kind of
events.
natural.
Random mutations with non-random selection. Right?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, random.
Yeah,
Random
mutations with non-random selection. Right?
Well, that's just the evolution of biology. I'm saying even when you talk about things in general, it's based on random events happening
I didn't say anything about a multiverse. Like that's not what I was talking.
I'm just saying naturalism as a philosophical concept. They rely on just random events taking place.
No, that's not true. That's not true. It doesn't fall directly out of naturalism. Now, a lot of naturalists will agree that there is like true random. No, but I don't know what the fuck. Listen, you can be a naturalist and you can think that like there's no true randomness. Like everything is completely like deterministic. You know. Even necessitarianism is open to a naturalist. Yeah, you could be a necessitarian too, but it's actually, you don't have to be a necessitarian to think determinism is true, to be clear.
Real quick, Deepak, are you there?
Yeah.
We don't get to see you nearly enough, so I just wanted to ask you real quick, can you go ahead and tell me your nonsensical response to the psychophysical harmony argument? And then depending on what that valid, this good-looking young man down here, Clark, he can respond to that because he's very strong on theism and understands the psychophysical harmony argument very well, and he will counter any nonsense that you say, which you inevitably will.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, I haven't studied the psychophysical harmony argument too deeply. My understanding is it's now the hot thing, right? But what I remember is that I actually think the psychophysical harmony is the argument is a pretty good argument if you're not a physicalist, right? And if you're a physicalist and you just think that mental states and physical states is an identity, right? Like if I remember the paper kind of tries to address that by saying, well, look, you might think that it's an identity, but even that should be surprising to you. Like they use this argument based on analogy with the morning star, evening star, right? Like if you've always observed the morning star in the sky, and then the evening you observe the evening star, you start noticing some similarities, and then you invent astronomy and you discover the reason they're similar is because they're actually exactly the same object, right? And you're like, oh, that explains that, I'm done, right? Well, the paper says, no, you shouldn't stop there. There's actually, you need to actually explain that identity, because that's surprising given your prior epistemic state, I think I'm not sure that's the way they put it, but that's what I gather they're claiming. And they have some really complicated example with 100 stars and stuff, and I stopped reading at that point. And I don't really understand. Yeah, so if you want to, I'm curious to see if there's someone who can say that.
Well, the way that Sebastian made that a little more clear is that, you can talk about synthetic identities between water and H2O, but they don't have this oh wow, that's so fortuitous that those are identical. So the idea is that if phenomenal states that have a sort of positive feel to them, like say you feel pleasure when you do things that promote fitness, or so basically the brain state that promotes fitness also happens to be identical to the phenomenal state of pleasure, right? That seems to be a fortuitous synthetic identity, and that's what makes it sort of different from the cases like the Morningstar and evening star.
Well, are you saying these concepts that we use to refer to our own experiences solely are going to be conceptually isolated from other concepts that we have? So there's no a priori connection between those concepts and non-phenomenal concepts?
Well, yeah, I mean we're talking about identity theory, but it's a synthetic identity. Right? And the idea is that you can't derive that they're identical just from the concept.
Yeah, isn't that called type B physical?
Yeah, sometimes. I think there's also type C physicalism that would allow for that too, but that's like David Chalmers' kind of taxonomy of physicalism. It's also important for the phenomenal concept strategy stuff
reveals that the accent of the
varies
hijacker
for
matches,
Yeah.
and it's really
I heard Arianis arguing against both type A and type B physicalist accounts because if you say on the type B account that there's something in the world that makes the mental property co-refer with the physical property, it you're not giving an explanation of what the property is or an explanation of the referent. That makes sense. You just want to explain what makes them co-refer.
Yeah, I mean that gets into all kinds of stuff, though, like property realism.
Because like phenomenal concepts are concepts about experience, so they have some aboutness, and those would exist even on the physicalist model. So even like sensations, like if I have a bare sensation of like spicy food, and I like categorize it as being hot, then that would be a phenomenal concept as well. But I guess the question is like also ontological, like what would the physicalists take those concepts to be? Like obviously it would be physical. What would they take them to be conceptually? Like what do they mean by the concept?
You mean a concept like object? Or?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it'd be a brain state. Basically, you have to get into whether or not so you're considering the concept as a mental object rather than the content it has, right? So like if I have a concept of a bridge, my concept of a bridge is like a mental item, right? But it's not itself a bridge. Like I can't cross a river with my concept of a bridge. Yeah. So the content is bridges or bridge, Yeah, I mean, I had that whole conversation with Arianis, and then there's other people that want to say that like type B physicalism gets you to like property dualism, right? But then there's this whole like argument about whether we should even be realists about properties in the first place. Like how, the reason I'll give for why I'm not a property dualist is because I'm not a realist about properties. I don't even think there are properties.
Oh, that's interesting. So there are no modal properties, and then that claim would be necessary. It wouldn't even be possible that there are no modal properties. That's crazy.
There can be modal truths.
Well, that would be a property of the modal proposition.
No. I mean, and to make it even more complicated, right? Like I'm totally fine with using property talk as long as it's not reified, right? What I'm denying is like that properties exist as, whether they exist as like concrete or abstract objects at all. Right? I don't think they do. We can talk about them. We can talk about them as heuristic.
They're like useful functions.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so let's break it down a little bit here, so,
Tell me what song you hear. Tell me what song you hear.
So, your uncle Andricus says that Christianity is false because God is all good and he conceives of evil because he must be the originator of evil for agents to be able to do evil. What do you think of that?
I don't see how he's the originator of evil. I don't understand that.
Well, Andricus doesn't understand it either, but that's his claim. Andricus, go ahead, my brother.
I'm enjoying a nice breakfast right now.
I know.
We've done this a lot, but we'll do it a little later.
I knew you would say that.
Yeah, just let him enjoy his breakfast, Andrew. But yeah, God, on my view, is just one fundamental property of absolute necessity, and it has infinite attributes. So that's basically my view. And it's like the most theoretically virtuous view.
Okay. What do you think of atheism, Ballard?
I think we need to look at what we would expect under the hypothesis being true. Just make a probability inference there.
Yes. Expect.
Oh, sorry?
What would you expect if atheism were true?
You would expect that all moral propositions are false because they collapse into error in our judgment of the moral predicate.
Good. Bob, you
Okay, can you repeat what I just said, Andrew, and demonstrate you have a coherent understanding? Yeah, I'll kiss you on your mouth.
I'll kiss you on your mouth.
You cutie.
Bob, do you want to respond to that?
Why are you picking on Bob?
I don't pick on him. I just think Bob thinks, well, Bob was opposed to you coming up here, Ballard.
Andrew, yeah, I know. I don't know why he doesn't like me. I've never really talked to him.
Well, because he thinks.
No, I like you.
Oh,
I'm a fan of
I
Bob's
think you're
work.
funny.
oh. Well, you don't think he's.
Bob's hilarious.
But he's a serious actor, though, too.
Can
Right?
you please stop? Can you guys please stop saying my legal name? It is Clark.
Yeah, he is. He is a
Oh,
serious.
my bad.
He's a serious.
Valid
thinker.
inference.
Bob, he's a serious thinker, right?
When he wants to be, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I actually am, Andrew. Right now, I'm reading The World as Will and Representation, Volume 3 by Arthur Schopenhauer.
Huh.
You should read it. Also, Andrew, real quick, do you think that God has counterfactual knowledge?
Yes.
So you think he has propositional knowledge then?
Yes.
So what would you say about, do you know Josie on Discord? I don't know if he's on Clubhouse.
I'm over here though.
He's very similar, like Sully and Albedo. Very, very similar, like eerily. But the point is, he made this good argument that
Solely?
if God is propositional knowledge, yes, Sully.
Holy.
Sully.
Sully?
Sully.
Sully. Silly.
But anyway, if God is propositional knowledge, Andrew, then the idea is like prior to creation, propositions about creation, God obviously knew them. But like, what are they referring to if nothing's created yet? So he says that like it would have to commit to like a semantic internalist thesis. What do you think about that, Andrew?
I don't like that last part you said there, but I'm just gonna say if you're saying that there's something wrong with Molinism, you're wrong. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, I one thing, one thing, like my wife is a big fan of the world as will and representation. In fact, as far as she's concerned, every hour is shopping.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I think Schopenhauer completed the system of German idealism for sure.
That's what she said.
Yeah, Kant couldn't do it, Fichte couldn't do it, Schelling couldn't do it, and Hegel couldn't do it. Schopenhauer did it. What do you think about that, Andrew?
I think it's beautiful.
What do you think about antinomies of pure reason?
I think that's great.
Well, you haven't finished the world as well as representation, right? You haven't gotten to the plot twist at the end. So I'm not going to. So if you haven't the world as will and representation, like you haven't gotten to the plot twist at the end.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
I read like half of the third volume. I'm halfway through, just about. But then I went back and read the Fourfold Root, the Principle of Sufficient Reason.
So you haven't gotten to the part. You haven't gotten to the part where they find out who the murderer is.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Do you want a testosterone boost, Valley?
Andrew, look at my PTR.
Why would I want that? I take estrogen.
Okay, well, there's a guy named that's a beautiful PTR. If you want a testosterone boost, that testosterone is here, and he's got a lot to say.
I don't like testosterone. It's all men till it's no men.
Okay. Can black people be racist, Valley?
No.
Okay. I probably should boo you, but I'll keep you.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice, Andrew?
Pro-life.
Interesting. I'm actually personally an evictionist, but I hold to like a causal responsibility objection and a counterfactual account of.
That all makes sense. That sounds perfect.
You should run flow. Have you heard that argument?
No, how's it go?
Future like ours. So we're just going to say it's prima facie wrong to deprive a being of a property that would constitute it as having future value or future valuable experiences. And then we just apply that reasoning to the fetus post-composition, which is like conception. That's when it achieves like mereological composition.
Sorry, what's the response to the SDQ there?
To the what?
The special composition was Peter Bennett.
Oh. Well, actually, the composition is going to be like non-natural, so it escapes.
This drunk pilot was attempting.
How can you not love Clark? Clark, what's your IQ?
I have a verbal IQ of 179, and I listen to classical music on a daily basis. I'm listening to Gustav Mahler right now, Andrew.
Fuck yeah.
Mainlining Schopenhauer.
Is it true listening to Mozart increases your IQ? Valid?
No, I think that's pretty fixed when you're a child. But you should listen to music.
Okay. What about rap?
Like, no, classical music, I mean to say.
What about rap?
Not classical.
No,
rap.
classical music.
What about classical rap?
It's not, it doesn't follow the sonata form, it's not classical.
Okay.
They don't follow the. I mean,
I don't know what you said, Deepak.
I said there's there's classical compositions that don't follow the sonata form.
Like what?
I don't know. There's symphonic forms, right? I don't remember what the other forms are, but there's some sonata
Yeah,
forms.
honestly, I don't know much about this either.
Do you like you?
Do you know why Beethoven couldn't find his piano teacher?
Oh boy.
Because he was deaf?
No, because he was always hiding.
Yeah.
Do you like UFC, Valid?
Yeah, I'm a big John Jones fan. He's the best fighter of all time.
All right. Would you like to have a fight with testosterone up here?
Andrew, do you
Yes.
like fish sticks?
No, I'm a vegan.
Are you actually?
Did you like them? Did you like them before you were?
No. Well, maybe. But that's
Jesus, so you-
What are you, a gay fish?
Yeah. That you might.
No. Gay frog.
I didn't get the hiding joke there, the Deepak.
Haydn.
It's a composer.
Joseph Haydn.
Oh, Joseph. I thought it was Hayden.
Well, I would.
It might be. I'm not sure how it's.
The guy
like
who told me
Haydn.
the composer, so
We did go into Beethoven type in.
you like
If it's Haydn, then the joke doesn't work as well. So I'm opting for the other option.
Beethoven was tied in with him.
No.
I'm maybe getting the. It might have been Mozart whose piano teacher was. But one of them had a piano teacher. Haydn was his piano teacher.
Oh, you didn't even do research on the joke? Oh,
No, it was told to me by a guy who had done research on classical
Go back to shitting on the streets.
MJ, can you properly steelman balance the moral argument?
I didn't give a moral argument.
You have. Can you properly?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Deepak. I love you, Deepak.
MJ, can you properly steelman Valid's argument? MJ.
Testosterone trying to talk to you.
When you don't have the badges to control them.
Testosterone's
He's like
mad.
MJ?
What'd you say?
Testosterone's mad at you.
Testosterone's usually mad, but can you properly steelman
Andrew,
parts?
who's gonna be the new pope?
MJ. MJ, can you properly steelman Valid's
I'm
argument?
gonna be the new pope.
Yes, the Pope of the moral argument, Valid.
It's definitely valid.
Do you remember it?
I never gave a moral argument for God, but I have given like moral realist arguments.
An argument?
I'm a realist.
No. That you're right. The argument from the moral realism. Yes.
But Andrew, wouldn't you agree when people are talking about
Oh, is it the
normativity?
stances don't exist one?
Yeah, that one's good. That one's really good.
Can you give it real quick so everybody knows what it is?
Well,
Yeah,
you
it's
explain to me what
there can't be any. There are moral facts, but there are no stances.
Well,
It's all the
pretty
moral
simple.
facts are stance independent.
well, he's got.
pretty simple.
So super basic.
Yeah, he's got.
Like if there are no people, Andrew, then there are only stance independent reasons.
Can you deliver it in its entirety?
Can I what?
Can you deliver it in its entirety?
Yeah, moral reasons exist. If moral reasons exist, they're either stance dependent or stance independent. Stances don't exist. If stances don't exist, then stance dependent reasons don't exist. Therefore, stance independent reasons exist. Moral reasons.
It seems valid.
That is valid. Yeah, what's the logical form of the argument?
It's not a syllogism, so there's a couple of rules.
Actually, Sully, do you take it that classical logics can yield trivial inferences?
What do you mean?
Like if you have like a disjunctive syllogism, and you make the first premise a true dichotomy, so you'd be like X or not X, then it would be not X, therefore X. That's like trivial, right?
Sure.
It's like a double negation.
It's trivial in the sense that you're accepting classical logic. And,
Exactly.
if you're
Should
not,
be a reason.
it might not be trivial if you were to say, like, I deny disjunctive syllogism. That is valid.
Or like double negations.
Yeah.
What's your response to the problem of evil, Valid?
There is no evil.
There is no logical problem. What do you mean?
Well, testosterone begs to differ. He says that's why he doesn't like God.
Yeah, what's the
Breaking news. This is Illinois Record. Cook County GOP Chair Candidates Part 2. The suburban committeeman most likely to take the helm. By Max Rice, April 21st, 2025. With a majority of votes for Cook County GOP Chair coming from the suburbs, all serious contenders are based there. The Illinois Record profiles the suburban committeeman with the strongest shot at winning the chairmanship this Tuesday, Aaron Delmar. Aaron Delmar, 5th District GOP State Central Committeeman, Palatine GOP Chair, Palatine Highway Commissioner, and former owner of SoulRaper.com, has secured the first vote in the Cook County GOP Chair race. Northfield Township Chair T.J. Brown cast the ballot in a letter to constituents. Brown acknowledged that Delmar is likely eyeing a run for governor and admitted it's a conflict, but said he backed him anyway, citing Delmar's fundraising and candidate recruitment experience. Above is an email from T.J. Brown to Northfield Republicans. However, T.J. Brown's reasons are not based in reality. Delmar was the Cook County GOP chair in the past. When he left in 2013, the organization had just $60 in the bank, enough for 3 meals at Chipotle. Illinois Sunshine Cook County GOP's balance sheet at the end of Delmar's first term and over $2,000 in debt. Today, his Palatine Township Committee has $1,400 on hand, and his recruitment record includes recruiting proud Democrats into township positions with taxpayer salaries. Aaron Delmar betrays Republicans, concocts shared power agreement with the Democrats. Even among his allies, there's no real pretense that Delmar is capable or interested in rebuilding the party. On his podcast, Delmar's consultant, Colin Corbett, has told others the plan is simple: use the post to prop up a gubernatorial run focused on Cook County. With over 5 million people, Cook is the largest county in Illinois. Delmar's ally, Colin Corbett, agrees the physical demands of a governor's campaign would likely come at the expense of actually doing the job of Cook County GOP chair. The position needs a full-time party chair, not a full-time governor's candidate who already has 2 other positions in the Illinois Republican Party and dropped a third. The idea of a Cook County GOP chair running for governor in a crooked primary where 80% of Republicans are likely to vote for someone else is unserious and taints the image of Republicans down the ballot and across the county. So is the notion that someone supposedly fighting government overreach is still clinging to a patronage job like highway commissioner in a township with 2 pass-through highways. Nonetheless, Delmar's campaign has picked up a second vote from Elk Grove Village's Ed Lipinski. To his credit, Lipinski has been upfront about the deal. He gets the Cook County GOP secretary role if Delmar wins. This gives Lipinski the ability to record any of the liberal moves the former head of SoulRaper.com, which has a chair, may make. Lipinski may also face a revolt in 2026. Many of his Elk Grove GOP members are castaways from Delmar's Palatine GOP and likely will not take the news well. Although we don't agree on every theory, Lipinski shared the Illinois Record's skepticism of the mRNA COVID-19 vaccines early on. Facebook, Dave Mother Snuggler, Shestukas, and Ed Lipinski. We refer to Shestukas as a mother snuggler for sleeping in the same bed as his mother well into adulthood. Lipinski may soon find himself at odds with Delmar, who criticized Pritzker for not giving away enough free vaccines during the pandemic. Delmar, who blamed Trump for January 6, politics tend to track with those of his Democrat spouse. Delmar decries storming of U.S. Capitol by Tom Robb, Journal Political Editor, January 8, 2021. Aaron Delmar bashing up the local press. Chicago Tribune article: if Delmar cannot convince his wife to vote Republican, how can he convince other voters? Delmar's top lieutenant, Eric Angerer, has been propped up as chair of the Cook County Young Republicans and expect him to join the Misfit organization. He runs social media for the Palatine GOP, works with Delmar in the private sector, and handles everything from campaign operations to pickleball tournaments and blackjack nights. Midwest sales rep at Pyramid Printing and Promotional, board member of Federation of Illinois Young Republicans, blackjack dealer at U.S. Casino and Poker Rentals, crewman at U.S. Arcade Rentals, driver and setup crewman at American Pickleball Tour, former licensed insurance sales agent at County Financial, former staffer at Kathy Solly for U.S. Senate. That would make him a public face of the GOP in one of the most diverse countries in America, where many areas are named after their distinct culture still intact. Little India, Chinatown, Ukrainian Village. Angerer's social media is a goldmine for Democrats seeking to paint Cook County Republicans as anti-black. This is Eric Angerer's, looks like his Instagram account. Western decline, this is at Decline West, I believe, on X. Population replacement isn't simply about changing the skin color of the West, it's about downgrading the intelligence, aspirations, values, and morality of people. It's about rewriting the entire history of a civilization for the benefit of a tiny hostile clique. This is more Eric Angerer post. Black men keeping us safe every night from overweight white women. Them, our heroes. This is Wall Street Citizen. The only way Britain should look. Inherit, protect, transmit. More black people here than white people here. I'm a woman. I'm Irish. No. Woman who falsely accused 15 men of rape, jailed for 10 years. To be fair, it does look like a 15-man job. 9s and above are not illegal. An airline, you can pay extra to have a male pilot. Canadians, when their country is demographically replaced by 400 million Indians. Canadians, when tariffs. A recent study shows that people who identify as LGBTQ have a lower IQ than average. When you hear your kids say something is gay and retarded for the first time. Finally, a 12-year-old that a Muslim won't touch. Glenn Fittich. Again, this is Eric Angerer. This is how Europe would look without the Crusaders. The Crusades were not only justified, they were necessary, and we need a new one. The first pick is Birmingham in 1940, Englishmen ready to die to prevent a foreign invasion. The second pick of Birmingham in 2017. When they say you have to support either Israel or Palestine, there is a third position. Jews and Muslims fighting over Palestine until they notice me and the boys coming to settle things once and for all peacefully. Okay, so there's a lot more. I'm not going to read all of them. Eric's views are often contradictory. For example, he's also a fan of Muslim Andrew Tate, with former Illinois GOP General Counsel Doug Ebenthal already accusing Del Mar of racism for trying to purge pro-black, pro-Trump committeemen. Del Mar may force Eric to continue to work in the shadows. This is what Eric wrote on Facebook. Tristan Tate is spot on. Israel versus Iran won't start World War III if we just let the Israelis fight the Iranians. This, if I get my big strong friend in, if I start losing attitude on both sides, is what's going to cause the end of humanity. Just let them fight it out. Del Mar's path to victory seems real, and it's fortunate for Democrats who will have a toy punching bag for 1 year. In Aaron's term, expected a lot of incel memes, governor campaign endorsements, and perhaps the $4,000 in Cook County GOP account to go toward a Del Mar for governor Vespa. The one silver lining is that a Del Mar win will inspire others to run for county chairs with petitions starting this August. George Ballas, a former first responder who now works in risk management. Ballas is ironically the least risky pick in the race. He stepped into leadership in Norwood Park chair to great success. As chair of Norwood Park Township, he's already shown a path to success, recruiting strong candidates, running tight elections, and staying rooted in core Republican values. Out of 83 Cook County zones, only 4 represent areas that voted for Trump. And George Ballas is one of them, candidates running tight elections and staying rooted in core Republican values. This is a screenshot from the Norwood Park U.S. election results, 56% for Trump. Ballas has also shown the political smarts to avoid the typical traps, steering clear of operations like Soros and the Northwest Side, GOP's openly anti-Republican playbook while not casting himself as a total outsider. He has built bridges across party factions without sacrificing principle and only making enemies with worthy insurgent Republicans. He's earned a reputation for honesty and professionalism, endorsed by Darren Bailey. Ballas is one of the few committeemen from the Chicagoland area who avoids the Rhino label while also not handing Cook County Democrats easy talking points in a populous county overdosed on MSNBC. This is Darren Bailey. George Ballas gets it. Illinois Record has obtained an email Ballas sent to fellow committeemen outlining his platform priorities and plan to get the party back on track. It's clear-headed and grounded in common sense conservatism. And Ballas doesn't hold back regarding Del Mar's campaign pitch. He points out what should be evident to anyone paying attention. If Aaron Del Mar has spent nearly 15 years in Cook County GOP leadership overseeing across-the-board failure, why has Del Mar not made necessary changes already? The last time Del Mar was chair that he left the party was just $60 in the bank. Ballas asks the right questions, and unlike Del Mar, has shown answers in Norwood Park. Ballas also rejects using the chairmanship as a springboard, an unmistakable jab at Del Mar, who aims to use the post to launch his 2026 gubernatorial bid. Taking a page from George Washington, Ballas has pledged to serve only 1 year, enough to stabilize the party, rebuild donor trust, and lay a solid foundation for the future. If the Morrison coalition fractures, Ballas could quickly become the consensus pick, with someone this capable in the race voting for Del Mar, or someone even weirder, is a fantastic opportunity to reveal which of Cook County GOP committeemen are worthy of replacement in 2026. Bradley Stevens, Layden, son of Rosemont Mayor Donald Stevens. Wow, Brad Stevens isn't just a title collector like Del Mar, he's a title manufacturer. He's the mayor of Rosemont, a sitting state representative, the elected Republican committee person in Layden Township. He also held elected office as a Rosemont Village trustee and Layden Township supervisor and served on both the PACE Board and the Illinois State Toll Highway Authority Board. The man doesn't just hold offices, he squats them. Brad Stevens state website. Stevens isn't a conservative firebrand, and he draw pushback from MAGA, Maha, and religious factions, especially after backing Richard Irving in the last governor's race. But that's not necessarily disqualifying a field where ideology is often an afterthought. Politics won't matter much among the 83 primary inactive or transactional committeemen if Stevens offered each a medium pizza and a $25 venture card committeeman, he could lock down 40% of the vote. That's how low the bar is and how far ahead he already stands. While there's no evidence of personal wrongdoing, Stevens' fingerprints are on local, state, and party power centers don't exactly help the GOP case when it comes to hammering Democrats over corruption. Still, the good government critique may be beside the point. Stevens runs the most effective electioneering operation in Cook County. He wins big and clean every time. And as the heir to the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center, just gifting 10 tickets to a Keisha concert could double the size of the Cook County GOP's $4,000 bank account. If he gets in the race, he might be the only one with the leverage to make Morrison kiss his ring at Moretti's and then take the whole thing. Would a Stevens chairmanship invite backroom deals and ideological drift? Probably. At least it would be organized. Eric Wallace, Rich Township. Eric Wallace, a nonprofit leader and former pastor, made waves last year when he challenged Sean Morrison for the Cook County GOP chair. While he earned credit for his courage and willingness to challenge the status quo, Wallace's campaign was ultimately hindered by his failure to reach out to other voting committeemen. Some say he reached out to none of the voters personally in a high-stakes race. County poll defends vouching for employee charged in child sex case. Illinois Record's coverage of the past Cook County GOP chair Sean Morrison. Morrison, who we have criticized for demanding leniency for a child sex offender and losing every race for Republicans in Cook County besides his own, managed to beat Wallace by over 85% last year. Wallace, who holds a PhD in Bible studies from a college with few notable alumni, often refers to himself as doctor. This title, while technically accurate, carries the risk of coming across as self-important and hypocritical to the critical Bible value of humility and the Republican complaint of people overinflating their credentials. In a diverse country that demands relatability and authenticity, Wallace's approach may not resonate with as many Republicans as needed. However, Wallace does have a Cub up his sleeve. He's built a relationship with Cubs owner Todd Ricketts, who endorsed Wallace in his race against Sean Morrison. Ricketts has the Cubs tickets and nacho vouchers to buy the votes needed for any of his chosen candidates to secure a win. A mega donor like Todd Ricketts is the wild card that could propel any candidate to victory. Joe Folisi, Schaumburg. President of the Illinois Young Republicans back in '72, Joe Folisi is the definition of a political survivalist. Adapting to the times with a talent for sidestepping the past, he's friends with Karl Rove, served as a two-time delegate for Mitt Romney, helped bring Liz Cheney to Illinois, and later turned around and backed Donald Trump as a delegate. Lincoln Day dinner speakers with Folisi as chair. Liz Cheney's scheduled appearance had been arranged with the help of former Schaumburg Township trustee Joe Folisi, who has known former President George W. Bush's senior advisor Karl Rove since they were both involved with college Republicans decades ago. Openly gay, Folisi has never made social issues his battleground, except perhaps out of necessity, like the case of Alvin Aki. Aki Ake claims his removal was retaliation for accusing party leadership of funneling Lincoln Day dinner funds unfairly to Schaumburg. Folisi firmly denies the charge. Retired accountant, Folisi now chairs the Schaumburg PAC, which holds the largest war chest of any GOP club in the county, 61 grand. He's got connections to both Souris and the Lincoln Day dinner operation, two forces that together influence nearly half the committeeman votes. Folisi hasn't publicly made a move, but don't count him out. If there's a Frank Underwood-style takeover in the works, Folisi's the one to watch. Just picture Martin Short in the lead role instead of Kevin Spacey in a House of Cards made entirely of jokers. Only 2 likes. This is Illinois Record. Go to illinoisrecord.com to see more about Cook County GOP election drama, gossip, and politics. This is illinoisrecord.com. Okay, I'm headed out to the gym.
Tim, you're good with it? Yeah, Tim, you're good with it? Come on in, Tim.
I don't know, I haven't really thought about it. I'm not even thinking about that.
Okay.
Yeah, what's the
I don't.
It's just like, well,
I'm sorry.
you need to start thinking about it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just went to Costco, so I was just kind of like, whatever.
Oh, alright. Yeah, this is very.
How dare you not consider Molinism?
No, not even Molinism. Just God knowing, you being free and God know what you're
Oh,
doing.
you mean like simple foreknowledge?
Yeah, he's definitely thought about it. That's a lie. That's all.
Yeah. I'm a little
Little
concerned.
evasion.
I'm concerned.
Simple foreknowledge, there's like no issue, and it actually is it's kind of crazy to me how many people just naturally have the intuition that it isn't it.
There's a lot of people.
Well,
I get it, but I just don't.
The intuition comes kind of naturally, right?
I get it where it comes from, but also just the fact that so many people haven't gone like one reflective step further on that to see kind of.
Yeah, they could never pass the sprinkler designing exam.
Oh my god, I don't get
Yeah, I
it.
don't know.
What is the joke? What is
I
the
think
fucking
that's
joke?
unfair. I think it's kind of counterintuitive, and I don't know. I don't think it's crazy that people think that.
He was getting defensive.
That's it.
So none of you have a
That was such a
definitive
Bob
intuition?
contribution.
All right.
I'm gonna have to just start saying colon all the time.
Well,
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, Sasha. Don't make me say colon.
Welcome, come on.
I think that would be fun.
Come on. Oh, we got Luca here. Luca said a whole bunch of nonsense in the
Do you
Muslim.
live on the second floor?
You want me to fight the chicken?
Luca and come on.
Hello, Lucas.
Luca will not last very long. By the way, Andrew, you have 30-40 minutes left.
Hey, don't jinx it.
Let's go start
I
another
don't
room, man.
look at our peeps here. I'll start another room if y'all click a link. Will you grab it?
do it, Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew, before you do it,
Okay,
before you
Robert.
do it, you know we were talking about Norm Macdonald here.
Just find someone, Andrew.
Have you seen the thing with Mike Tyson?
No. Oh yes, I have. Yes.
He's like reading off the card. He's like, "Oh, this is a joke about you." Okay, it says when Mike Tyson met his girlfriend, he thought she was irresistible, but then he found out that they had irresolvable differences.
I love Norman. No, that's awesome. Thank you.
And then he's like, "This is just talking about your ear." And he's like, "No, it's somebody else's ear."
I definitely I got a no, and Tyson. I gotta look that up. That's very good.
Did you ever see the video of Mike Tyson pretending to box this? He thinks it's a little baby, but it's like a 27-year-old.
Yes, I saw that.
Dude, it's so funny. He has no idea. It's so
You
good.
didn't find out, like,
No, I know, but he's like, oh wait.
he's so
Oh,
adorable.
dude, it's so funny. The way he's holding him and kissing him.
He's like necking him.
Yeah, he was kissing him.
All right, we'll deal with your question, testosterone. Bob, you'll come over and grab the link. I'll make it right now. We'll see you guys over there. And Bob, yeah, put it at the top. You guys come over. Appreciate it if you don't. Appreciate you guys being here.
Oh shit, it's on. Alright.
I have to admit, it was a little weird that he was like, well, what does Tim have to think about this? When does anybody ever give a fuck what I have to think about
I
it?
do.
Why was that
I
like a
get
thing?
so much.
I know, but I'm just saying, it was just like, what was that all?
You know Andrew likes to get everybody involved.
Yeah, okay.
Andrew is a black belt in facilitating.
Andrew is the goat.
Wait, what happened?
Andrew's literally P.T. Barnum.
He's making another room right now.
He's the head of the circus. He's the circus king.
I did like that analogy from Tom Rabbit, where Andrew's the guy that has this gigantic bucket, and he finds like a scorpion and a praying mantis, and just tosses it in the bucket to watch him play.
Pokemon battling, but like, you know, you just have a bunch of Pokeballs and you're just like battling your own Pokemon against each other, but you don't have the bat.
I didn't know what Pokemon was until I joined Clubhouse.
Seriously?
Really?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah,
You're
I had no idea what it even was.
A friend of mine just revealed to me the other day that they currently hold in their possession a Pokemon card currently valued at $210,000.
That's
nothing. That's nothing. Like there are Pokemon cards out there that are valued like in the millions.
That's crazy.
That's fucking.
You know, I
crazy.
have some somewhere that are like, remember the original like Japanese ones that have different. I have a couple of those.
They have to be in like pristine condition to like fetch any money though, and they have to be like ultra rare, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah, what's the
Breaking news, this is Illinois record. Cook County GOP chair candidates part 2. The suburban committee.
It's actually a racket. It's kind of like similar to the whole NFT thing. I mean, at least it's a physical object.
Well, no, but like collecting has been around for a very long time. Like people collect coins, people collect stamps.
No, I know, but they make the Pokemon cards with like a certain, like they'll only make one of that one, and that's why that one's the most expensive.
Yeah.
So did you get my Oregon mental causation article?
Welcome, everybody. This is Defending Your Law, where active legislators are given the ability to defend the bills that they hope to make laws. I'm Max. I will be asking questions, and we are very lucky to have Rising Star freshman state representative of Kentucky's 66th district, TJ Roberts.
Thank you so much for having me on, Max.
Yeah. So, like, if it's the case, right, that what Samoa was saying is just that, like, nurture is
Breaking news, this is Illinois record. Cook County GOP chair candidates part 2. The suburban committeeman most likely to take the helm. By Max Rice, April 21st, 2025. With a majority of votes for Cook County GOP chair coming from the suburbs, all serious contenders.
Ask him, like, well, what do you feel about this, like, specific attraction? Just because, like, if he thinks it's such a strong contributor, right, then, like, presumably what we would expect to find.
No cost pages wouldn't be the same as collecting. Real quick, guys, we don't want to. If you're here, let's wait. Looking for clubhouse pages.
Based.
Hold on, look at Deepak.
Just in the room.
Just click the link. Just click the link. It's right above me.
Oh, the link is here. Okay.
No, just click the link.
I waited for you to send me one, but I didn't see one.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was gonna get you over and grab it, Bob. It's okay. Hit the link, Bubba. Hit the link. It's above my head. Hit the link.
I'm writing this one out until this room ends.
Okay, Meyer, I like the way the amphibian Cameron did a Wallace, Robert, comedy, Kitty. Hit the link. Jacob, brother Jacob.
Breaking news, this is Illinois record. Cook County GOP.
Yeah. It's the link.
Click the room if you want. Go over.
Okay. No, I appreciate it. Here we go. Boop, 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 boop.
I'm pro-choice because I believe that having an abortion would be the hardest decision that anyone would ever have to make in their lives. I think it's a decision that's best left.
That was a hilarious joke, Deepak.
Chillism just named their room philosophy in their title. Like, I never see that.
They've been talking philosophy a little bit lately, because like Bob was in there talking.
I think it's like a clothing store too.
Huh? Philosophy is?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Ethan, you were single-handedly holding up theism. How do you feel about that?
Who gave me credit for that?
No offense taken, Andrew.
Yeah, exactly. It was not, and he basically, it was Bob, and he said anybody who's of any of the religious, traditions, they are not doing any work. It's just Uncle Ethan, since he's just a classical theist, or whatever.
Can you make Melith a mod, Andrew?
Game right. Make MJ mod first thing.
Well, we have to be careful about the subversion of the Jews, and the power structures. So we got to be careful.
Sorry, man.
Come on, Illy.
Can we continue the conversation that Luca was trying to?
Yeah, where's Luca? What was he?
Bro, someone accidentally became us.
Thank God that guy talks enough.
Yeah, you can come on up, Cameron. You guys want to you guys want to talk to your famous comedian?
Comedians are the unacknowledged legislators of the world.
All right. Well, go ahead and deal with him then. MJ's coming up to talk to you.
Who, me?
Yeah, testosterone might want to give him some more tea. Come on up here, comedy. I've invited you, buddy.
Good.
Oh no, come on. He's gonna read a poem to you. And Sally won't even defend him. Because he's not like a girl Sally sends for.
You have to hold your profile down, comedy, and hit accept invitation to speak.
Boomer.
Yeah, that's the kettle calling the pot black. Mr. I don't know what Pokemon.
I know what it is now. You know exactly. Andrew, did you play any sports growing up?
Oh shoot, my signal's.
Every time I talk, I cut people off. It's okay.
No, they do delay things, my signal, so.
I was just asking Andrew if you played sports growing up. Philosophical.
Did you play sports growing up, MJ?
Is ping pong a sport?
Basketball.
Yeah, I did basketball too. That's funny.
Ooh, what position?
Not like that. I just played all the time.
He's like picking up.
No, I didn't. I wasn't playing for like a team or anything. But
You
I
played
definitely.
horse a lot in the front
Yeah.
driveway.
No, we were just always doing games, playing constantly. I love basketball. And but does ping pong count as a sport?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Well then, I could beat anybody here in ping pong.
That's not true.
And does chess count as a sport?
Yes.
No.
Ooh, let's have debate.
Yeah, what's the.
Breaking news. This is Illinois record. Cook County GOP chair candidates part 2. The suburban committeemen most likely.
Like quote unquote sport that don't include any athletic activity.
Just us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you never played chess with me, or him.
I have sweated during chess.
Maybe if we do it in Central Park.
With the Hustlers?
Why would we go there?
There's like chess hustlers. Famous
Because they have this big, huge chessboard, and the pieces are enormous, and then you have to exert yourself to move them.
Nah, that sounds stupid.
They have that like in the square by me sometimes.
But, it's like, I think there's some studies that chess players during like intensive tournaments burn like a shit ton of calories, like comparable to like.
Sure, well, I do that when I take a shit. I'm just saying that's not what I count as athleticism.
I don't think that's right.
Just saying.
Dude, that's just kind of.
That's just giving you just insight to the kind of shits that he takes.
You guys are concerning. Let's deviate. Go ahead, Abby.
I don't know.
Nice.
Okay, bye.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You don't have to leave.
Don't let Bob scare you. He's adorable.
How did I scare her?
You screamed. You were talking about like taking shits.
I just said based. I just said based. How was that scaring her away?
You screamed it.
It's your energy, Bob.
Did I?
It's overwhelming.
My mic is very loud. I didn't mean to scream.
It was terrifying.
Oh my god.
Some like wild Islamic war cry.
That's not how Islamic war cries sound.
How German.
They usually start with a boom.
Bob, what's your native language?
Swedish.
Well, no, you speak like 5 languages, right? No, it could have been
Right.
It could have been like.
No, you were right. I do, and it's 6.
That was the question from Sam's.
Oh, it's 6 now, huh?
It was always 6.
Like your household could have been speaking Iranian in Sweden.
wasn't.
You know what I mean? Like, and that Iranian could have been your native language. So like, okay.
Oh, sure. No. I get it. But I'm just saying, it is in fact Swedish.
Okay. So what was the second language you learned?
That makes sense.
Norwegian.
He's really funny as hell, bro. You just think he was just.
Did you study it? I just get it straight.
Like, how did you pick up 7 languages? Are you just like that talented, or you studied them like meticulously?
Just once, or
I
did
didn't
you get
study
like
any.
13 other jabs?
But I was exposed to all of them.
Just out of curiosity.
Wait, sorry, what were you saying?
I'm part Norwegian.
How many times have you got?
Different types of people being marketed,
No.
commercials, like the
You're
other.
on my level.
I'm alright.
I'm part Norwegian. I was born in Sweden, so I'm Swedish, but I'm part Norwegian. I'm part Farsi, like Persian, and I'm part Kurdish. So I got those languages, and some of my relatives live in Germany, and I spent a lot of time there. So I speak German, and I obviously speak English.
I mean,
Did you catch that last part?
It's not up to par, but you know, I do what I can. We do what we can with what we have. It's just that I sometimes don't count Norwegian because they're kind of similar. It feels like cheating.
I'm just gonna let this run and get the hell out of here. So enjoy. This is called God and Philosophy Open Chat, hosted by Andrew. This is God Talk. Most people welcome.
Like maybe.
we're gonna give you a start.
Yeah, so we're boring, Sasha. Let's talk about something.
No, I mean, I don't. This is not what the room is about.
No, I agree.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not trying to resist you.
I'm trying to resist you.
Don't resist.
I'm resisting the
Some kind of small talk.
The tyranny of
Best left for other types of rooms. I agree.
Yeah. No, I agree.
You guys.
So who do you want to pick on now, Andrew?
Well, I think if I wish Sully was here, because Sully wants to talk smack about the way you run the fine-tuning argument, Sasha. Which,
You just asked me about it in the other room.
yeah, but after you left, he's all, yeah, I want to run it differently, and he did kind of what Rob did, like with the gumball.
Doesn't that guy like fix sprinklers for a living?
Yes.
Like,
What does he know about philosophy?
Isn't he like fine tuning sprinklers for like building? And also like, isn't that the guy who like couldn't get with Joey Wolf?
Oh my god. He
Couldn't drag and scream Joey Wolf.
He couldn't fine-tune that relationship.
You couldn't turn that knob, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay, testosterone's going off in the chat. No, Sully wasn't talking smack. It was just his normal. He said he wants to run it differently and safe. Look, if you grab a ball out of 10 balls and out of 1,000, and you grab
Ball out of 10 balls.
and the balls got, and the 10 balls are numbered 1 through 10, and the 1,000 1 through 1,000, and you grab a ball out randomly.
Yeah, I know. But that one's like shit though.
Yeah, good.
Just like assumes like basically it's a uniform distribution for like both fees and high fees. The whole point of the argument is that it's not.
Yeah, but isn't like I think there is some force to what's part of what Sully's saying, that like it's just the case that God could create any world, right? Life could exist in any set of conditions.
No, that's different from balls.
No, I know, but that's part of what Sully's saying, right?
Well, wait, no.
I'm just addressing what was said.
I know.
Yes.
What the fuck are you
I'm
doing?
trying to move on the conversation on. I'm sorry. What am I doing wrong?
Hold on. No.
No.
Can we make this the balls argument?
Yes, here's what Sully said. He said that's not relevant. That was a response to you, Sasha, about your response to what he said. And then,
The chat?
yeah, about the distribution. Yeah, he's saying it in the chat.
He's talking about the balls argument.
And he's saying the balls argument is just an illustration. Obviously, it's simplified. Read the rest of what I said, Andrew. He's mad at me. Keep going, Sully. Let's hear the rest of your nonsense. I mean, your good argument.
Sully's working on the Sabbath.
Yeah, get it. It's the Shabbat. Shabbos.
Shabbos ended
Shom Shabbos.
hours ago.
Yeah, it should be.
Do you call it again? Do you call it the Shabbos?
Yep.
Walter
Is that
from
what it's called in English?
Walter from
We call it the Sabbath.
the big
Sabbath.
The Big Lebowski.
Shom Shabbos. But I like Shabbat.
Over the line.
Jibber. David Barron has a question for Sasha. Does darkness originate from light?
It wasn't with Sasha. I'm having a conversation with
David.
I'm sorry.
I'm rerouting you. Sasha, does darkness originate from light?
Kinda.
That's how I feel about it.
What?
Kind of weird.
Darkness originates from light.
In a sense.
Yeah, sure.
Sasha. I don't know.
That was the most random PSP ever.
It is like a weird question. It's like causing this thing to exist.
Oh no, light and black. The light and dark is a weird fish.
I don't know. I mean, just, I guess, the absence of light is, constitutive of darkness, I guess, right?
Yep, but
What it means for there to be darkness is for there to be no light, kind of, maybe. But maybe it has to be, kind of in a place where there could be light. I don't know.
Which one is the absence of color?
Oh, no, that's not a sin.
the absence of heat is cold, right? But cold doesn't originate from heat.
All right.
Primation theory.
So,
Yeah.
Sasha, are you saying that if there was no creation of light, then darkness would exist, but it wouldn't be considered darkness?
I mean, that's not what I was saying. If you just had a universe where, I don't know, it's I don't know, maybe just protons or something, I don't know, but whatever. It's okay, maybe that is the kind of spec which could be lit up, but it's not, so it's dark. So it's you would have an entire universe of darkness, right? I mean, I don't know, assuming that there were minds there to conceptualize that world. I mean, I guess they probably wouldn't come up with the concept of light or dark. So that would just be the default.
Well, there's kind of two types. There's kind of two types of opposites, and you can have a debate about whether any particular category where there are opposites falls into one or the other basket. One of them is a privative opposite. So the opposite of one thing is the absence of the other. The absence of the other. So you might think, permissible and forbidden, those are privative opposites, because all each one is a lack of the other. And then basically there's another type of opposite which is a polar opposite. So people who don't accept a privative theory of goodness, they think badness is anti-goodness, not non-goodness.
Oh, real quick, B, I just wanted to say something real quick. So, since you and Sasha are both here, B, who, he does this with humility, but he comes in swinging his philosophical, atheistic genitals around and says things like the psychophysical harmony
Why do you
argument.
speak with such crass language?
I apologize, Ethan. He said the psychophysical harmony argument and another argument. You think that was crass? You have no idea what just happened. Psychophysical harmony argument and about 2 or 3 other arguments. I think he thinks a whole family of arguments have been kind of undermined by a particular thing that he said, and I can't remember who was it that put it forward. B, what was it? You said just what was the term that you used? Who was it?
David Silverman?
No, I said Gregory Dawes. Is that I said like the natural theology explanation.
Yes. Yeah.
I said I wasn't fully familiar with like the full details of the psychophysical law, but I suspect you could run such an objection, and that's what I said.
No, you were totally legit. Yeah, I'm just playing around, but I do think, and I think Sasha is really one that kind of shook me up on the PPH argument, and I didn't really feel the teeth of it until Sasha was explaining it, and then I was just wondering why I've never heard that response that you've given, and what that does to these arguments, like what it actually does if it interacts with it in a. I mean, how that would be responded to. So I don't know. Who's the? Huh? What'd you say, MJ?
Just real quick, you were saying.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what were you saying, Andre?
Oh, I'm just saying that Sophie put forward what he by Gregory Dawes. I don't know. I guess what he said.
Yeah.
This guy's given some kind of response that I guess would kind of undermine or be something that would, I don't know, be some kind of response to these kinds of arguments.
Kind of like a meta criticism of the kind of arguments that these arguments are. It's not like a specific reply to this specific argument.
All the uneven explanation.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want to discuss that? Or?
I mean, I can't discuss it now, but I thought you're familiar with it though.
Oh, yeah.
How do you spell the last name? Dawes?
I think it's DaWes, if I recall.
Gracias.
Yeah, Gregory Dawes.
Well, if you're familiar with it, Sasha, can you explain what it is so we know what the response is to it?
I mean, it's just a general critique of natural theology, saying that basically all theistic explanations end up being bad explanations. None of them are good. It's not an in principle thing, but just as a matter of fact, all of them are bad, and it's due to these criteria of theory evaluation that Dawes puts forward. So I think he thinks that all of these explanations these can put forward will be just retrofitted to the data. The prediction isn't naturally generated or something. That's I think the general idea.
Isn't it also loaded too? The God.
Sorry, what?
Isn't it the idea you're positing a lot of there's just a lot of bloat that you'd be accepting God.
criticism of abductive style arguments. I think Sasha has like the right idea in her explanation. His point is that all these, in order for the kind of like theistic explanation to explain, you need to load into it the right kind of desires that God is going to have in order for it to either entail the datum that we're seeking to explain, whether it's like morality or fine tuning, or in this case, psychophysical law. And once you've done that, it's only going to accommodate the datum. It's not going to like nobly predict anything else. And then those like second step. And he's saying this isn't like a kind of like in principle objection, but it's more just gonna apply to everything that's been kind of like given by theists. So it's not to be thought of as some kind of like an a priori rule or something. But then he gives like a list of criterias. I don't recall on top of my head like all of them. I think it's like coherence with background knowledge was one. Parsimony was obviously another. He gives like a couple of others, and then he goes to show how like a naturalistic explanation is almost certain, but not like it's not like an a priori truth though, to be a better explanation, and therefore it's almost certain that the theistic explanations are always gonna lose. So that's gonna be like the general idea. I do want to like revisit the book, just to like refresh it on just like the steps, because it's been a couple of years since.
Yeah, the book is Theism and Explanation.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's like a pretty short read. I think it's like 150 pages. But yeah, it's been a couple of years. But that's gonna be the idea, and I think that it's like a meta criticism, so it's not like the fun kind of criticism. For like a specific argument. But yeah,
I'm looking at it. It looks like he's saying that you can make God fit any explanation or something. So it's like
we can make the God explanation accommodate for anything. Is the idea?
Right, yeah.
But in order to make him accommodate for the datum, you're gonna have to sort of like fine tune the right kind of belief come desire pair such that it predicts the datum in question. But once you've done that, it's only going to accommodate the datum. And an naturalistic information will be better than that. I think it's like the general idea.
So it appeals to like divine psychology, kind of correct?
I think so. Something in that ballpark.
That book is in the queue. Reading on it right now, it's like he's saying that God could be evoked to explain contradictory data. Oh my gosh. It's pretty.
But yeah, I think this kind of like argument would fall within the set of like the kind of like arguments that type of meta critique is criticizing. I mean, I haven't read the paper on the psychophysical law. I think it's like 50 pages or something. But as far as I understand it, it's run as like a abductive style rather than some kind of like a Bayesian style argument.
Solely is anti-Bayes.
What?
From what I remember, I think Sully's on a crusade to like critique appeal to bees there. The bees cold.
But I think Sully fixes spring. Are we talking about like same Sully?
Oh, bees in front of it.
I think Sully fixes sprinklers or something.
Stop.
I am a house husband. So he's a blue collar man. I lost all the calluses on my hands.
No, I'm reading. You might be a fan of him, and I'm currently reading Bergman.
Oh, Michael? Yeah. It's been a while. What exactly are you reading?
Well, I'm reading his like book on the defense of externalism.
Ooh. What's the book called? It's recent.
I think no, it's 2006. I think it's just called that. Like, well, maybe that might be the undertitle of the book.
Is everyone quiet?
Yeah. Something.
Just check.
Okay, do you hold MJ? Do you hold it to like proper functionalism, by the way?
Yeah, I took 3 classes with McNabb, so yeah.
You hold to like Plantinga's version?
Something close to it. I'm rusty on it though.
With the Maxi Mini like clause as well.
Maxi Mini environment thing.
Yeah.
How's your essay coming? Are you about to publish something on the EAAN or something? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna. It was rejected, so I'm just gonna like rewrite it when I have time.
It always is. Yeah.
I think McNabb was one of the reviewers.
Oh, what's true? Sorry.
But it's not much that I gotta change, it's like a few things. One thing that they complain about a lot is that you must have to cite like every source something is mentioned. But it doesn't look like you've done extensive research.
Did you like include the Jim Slagle crap?
Yeah, of course. That's like important.
Send me a freaking draft, dude.
Yeah, I think I have a rough draft. I'll add you on Discord and send it to you. I sent it to Sasha the other day. Isn't Tyler McNabb younger than you, MJ?
Yeah. Yeah. Way better than me at basketball too.
Yeah. Oh, he's younger. But he was like your professor. No, well, he's not a professor, but like he was like doing some classes or something that you took.
Oh, he was, yeah, at Houston. He's at China right now, I think. I don't know what he's doing over there now. But he was at Houston. He was teaching religious epistemology in general, epistemology crap.
I see.
We did the Pritchard book and the Feldman book.
Yeah. Feldman and Coney, the evidentialist folks.
Yeah. I like the Feldman book a little bit better than Pritchard, but I kind of agree more with Pritchard's style. I like how he did like the method of cases throughout the book. It was helpful.
I think he went to Scotland after China, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh wow, he left China. I didn't know that. He has like 20 kids now.
Yeah, it seems so. Yeah. It's kind of surprised, like how much he gets achieved given he's like a big family. A lot of times I see like people have family and they achieve much, and I'm like, huh. I wonder how they find the time, but then I just remember they don't have Clubhouse.
It does suck my time away. It really does. That's just my time management.
Why is Sam like obsessed with Muslims?
He finds the religion absolutely heinous.
I mean, he's a Jew, isn't he?
He is Esau. Or which one is it? Which one's the redhead? Ishmael?
Ishmael was the redhead, I think. I went to Sam room, there was just fucking Zeleny speaking.
Lenny versus CM. Go!
Yeah, I can't stand it.
Zeleny is probably the worst. Nearly the worst.
Versus CM? Are you kidding?
No.
They're about the same.
No, I think he's worse.
The reason I think
That's right. Ethan puts him in the negative.
well, because the thing is, because he says he's Christian, and I just hate that he butchers. I mean, he's just so liberal. He's just so, to call the atonement satanic and say you're a Christian.
At 1 minute.
Huh?
Sorry, hold on.
Seems like everybody hates Zeleny. I've never seen somebody except for Sam say I like Zeleny. Like even Sully hates Zeleny.
What? Sully doesn't hate anybody. That's impossible.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, even he who doesn't hate anybody hates him. Well, he also hates McZed for some reason.
Is Elena, is he Ukrainian?
Serbian.
Serbian, okay.
Alright, I gotta go, guys. I'll see you guys another time.
Love you, have a good one.
You're muffled, I think.
I have a deep philosophical question. Are key fob batteries at like Walmart?
Not usually. Depends on what size of those.
Okay.
PR 16, 16, and 2016 and 2032 can satisfy.
Is it just me, or is that not coming through clearly?
No, it's hard to hear. But also, Albedo, it's a shame that Walter was scared away from Clubhouse by Andrew. And, huh?
Sorry, I'm in a really small place right now.
No, you're good, man.
No problem. But yeah, Andrew and Honest Inquiry had
I heard that.
had this back and forth exchange that was just brutal and incessant. And Walter was just sitting there like, is this what these rooms are always like? Just people come in here just to hear two people screaming at the top of the lungs and browbeating each other and doing this like outrageous, self-righteous moralizing.
Meta-lording.
I did warn him.
Is he not coming back?
No, we can't hear him.
I have 12% left on my phone.
Yeah, no one can hear you, Andrew. I mean, I can hear you, but MJ's just talking over you. Because you're very faint.
Your Bluetooth connected to your old phone, and we can barely hear you.
So after he agreed, when he came in, to or after he agreed to stop doing the stuff, if I answered a question or whatever, he said he would participate in the conversation. He left, or actually he just continued on, right, doing his stuff, but then he left and came back in and just kept asking me over and over. He's all, do you think I'm responsible for my dead son? Just over and over. And I was just like, dude.
No, but I mean,
you're responsible.
Well, your hands. No, not whether Andrew's responsible. Whether Andrew thinks that he's responsible for his son's death.
Yeah, rather. Sorry.
The context for the conversation was that Sasha had said that his son's suicide was his fault in the chat to insult them, because he was basically like grandstanding about his son's suicide and his daughter's like mental disabilities, and he was sort of using that for clout. And then Sasha basically just like, played into his hand and insulted him and said that he was responsible for his son's suicide. And so then he came on stage and like Andrew was targeting him for criticism, but not Sasha for criticism at first, which led him to just start.
Okay.
Yeah, which led him to start basically just on repeat. Basically, like chastising Andrew in a million different ways. And then eventually, Andrew agreed to stop if Andrew would just condemn Sasha's actions and call Sasha a piece of shit, which Andrew did. And then basically, subsequently, he continued to keep doing it. Yeah, throughout the entire time it was clear, like he wasn't being honest and he wasn't mentally stable, because I mean, no psychologically normal person would instrumentalize their children's tragedies to win Clubhouse sympathy points and to win an argument online. But at the same time, like, basically what happened was everybody was telling Andrew that you just have to stop bringing him on the stage, you have to stop engaging in the conversation. Like, everybody already sees the picture, there's going to be no profit in continuing, and this is just like the wrong sort of thing to milk for drama.
Yeah, but Andrew stopped immediately, right?
No. He kept doing it.
Well, look, I understand the difference between generating content and trying to rebuke him. I mean, I don't care if a lot of people didn't like that. Tons of people left. That really wasn't the issue for me. He pissed me off because I said retard. And then he started, the way it all started is because I said retard. And he's down in the chat going, because I called him a retard. Because he said something really stupid and really offensive and lame. Right? So I called him a retard. And then I was just like, you know what? When I called him retard, he's like, do you think my special needs daughter is a retard? And I was just like, dude, I didn't say anything like that. I said you were a retard. And he just kept saying that over and over again. And then I guess Sasha was in the chat and saw all that. And then Sasha, kind of went in on him with the stuff about being responsible for his son's death, which obviously wasn't good. But
no, but I'm just saying, like, if you're looking at this, and every single person, like, I don't think you can plead emotion in this context, just because there were so many people there that were trying to speak to you and try to explain to you that what was happening was unacceptable, that the guy was not all there, and that we needed to stop engaging with him, and we just needed to put a stop to this conversation.
Well, I didn't want to kick him out.
And that there was nothing. Well, no, but at some level, it becomes your responsibility to do that. At the very least, you keep him down, and you don't start continuing to try to berate him and interrogate him. But, like, because there's no profit that's going to come of it, and it became clear. It was extremely clear. Everyone was telling you that it was clear. The guy is not in a good place. Like, the guy, you need to pray for him. We need to try to help him to the extent that we can. Yeah. In this context, at that time, in that moment, continuing to argue with him and call him, just keep calling him a liar, calling him a piece of shit, say that he's in the wrong while he's also in this just complete state of like righteous indignation, and he's just in a broken loop and he's not really being responsive. Like it just is like, it's like traumatizing for the people in the room. It's not going to be good and actually bringing him closer to the truth. It doesn't make you look good. So it's just a disaster all around.
No, I think it's fair critique, dude. I don't know. It's really tough, dude, because it's like, and maybe I just need to let it go, even though I'm just so personally offended by the stuff he was doing there. Because that is the kind of stuff he'll do. Like, he's just like that. He'll do stuff like that, super underhanded in kind of discussions. And he's done stuff not that bad before, but similar to. Like, just really kind of, like, completely orthogonal stuff that he'll say to the dialogue to try to do some kind of moral, take some kind of moral high ground. And he's done that repeatedly. He's like, this is, and he, that's the other thing. He's all, this is Christianity. This is Christianity. He just kept saying that over and over. And I was just like, dude, I don't know. So part of me is kind of thinking that this guy he is such a, like, he'll capitalize on stuff like that so readily that, like,
I know, but just think about it. What is wrong with you to lead you to do that? And are you in a condition at that point in time where someone trying to make arguments to rebuke you or to shout at you or to chastise you is going to do anything to correct you or instruct you? Yeah, I don't think that really that person is in that condition. And I don't think there's any profit to continuing for that person's sake, for anyone else in the room's sake, for your sake. And that's what I take the point to be, is just that who does it make sense to rebuke? I think it makes sense to rebuke a person who knows better, who's of sound mind, right? Who basically their conscience is accusing them, or they're just basically suppressing the guilt that they feel, and you're drawing attention to it, or you're deconstructing rationalizations that they've come up with for it.
Yeah.
Those are cases in which it can be profitable to rebuke.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, if someone is a schizophrenic on the street, shouting super loudly and molesting people as they walk by, going up to that person and getting in his face and shouting, "Why the fuck are you shouting at people? Why are you doing this? Do you know respect or decorum?" That's so uncharitable. That's not what a loving person would do in that context. It's a person allowing their own feelings to cloud their judgment because they're not realizing that person doesn't have the moral standing right now to even hold them accountable. They're so broken.
Yeah. Well, I'll do my best to receive that, Ethan. I think that's fair. I don't know. To me, it's like, where's the balance between? Because the thing is, if I kept him down, he just kept saying this stuff in the chat, and then people are seeing him say all this horrendously heinous stuff, like, towards me that wasn't true, and I was just like, dude. So I didn't want to sit there and obviously police everything he said. I didn't want to remove him, but bringing him up obviously kept leading to what it did. So it's like, I don't know. It just wasn't a good situation.
No, but I understand. And look, there are times where it can just be an aesthetic preference, but that differs between people for how much, drama we want to indulge and how much like meta and controversy we want to do. And like, I think there's a lot of stuff that's like that, like calling Tom Rabbit a liar or getting obsessively fixated on, Jack Angstrike or whatever. Fine. Like, that's not personally, I don't think it's healthy for us to do that as much as we do it. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's profitable. But at the very least, it's not completely beyond the pale in the way that doing the same attitude that you have towards that guy in that context, there's something that's screaming out to me in that circumstance that this is not right.
Yeah, like, I listened a little bit at that point. I didn't really follow what was going on, but I was like, kind of what Ethan is saying. I'm like, my God, like, that guy's broken, obviously, but why would anybody continue in on him at that point, right? So I was like, I don't know who's the broken one. And just because I'm not familiar with everybody, whatever. So I was like, Jesus, how are we going to stop this? just kept going. But I left eventually because I was like, Jesus, that's crazy.
What do you think? It sounds like you've had a moral reformation, Ethan, which is interesting. I mean, I wonder how would you feel about, like, I don't know if you were there, but you heard about the thing that Shamos did, right, with that dude, Bender, or Bintup.
I don't remember it.
So the guy was getting in an argument with Shamos about some, theological point or whatever, and then Shamos like started insulting. I don't know, he just got kind of. Shamos was being rude towards the guy, but the guy eventually just I don't know.
Oh, I remember this now. It was like when he did the Goodwill Hunting.
Yes, that's right. Yes, it's not your fault. Yeah, and by the way, good memory on what happened. Yeah, good memory on what happened there, blow by blow with Dishonest. But
But I do think, yeah. I mean, the Shamos. I mean, it's not good. It's not right. I mean,
yeah.
In Shamos's case, like he's doing it for his own amusement.
Yeah.
So at least he doesn't he's not approaching it from the perspective that he's morally in the right, or that he has sort of moral justification to do what he's doing to the person. And I think the fact that, I think it's still wrong, and wrong for very similar reasons with that guy, especially based on how he responded to when Shamos did that. But at the same time, it's I think you can press further, because in order to do stuff, you have to have a sense of justification in doing it. People in general, that's true, Unless you're a psychopath, I think people need to feel justified in order to do stuff. And, because you had this strong feeling of justification in that circumstance to keep pressing the guy, I think you were pushing it further than Shamos was in that context, and the criticism that you were making cut deeper than just Shamos trolling, And that's why I think it especially is just ugh.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, let me think on that, man. I appreciate that, Ethan.
But I mean, I think it's just one of those things where it's you should have somebody, and maybe it shouldn't be me, but it should be somebody who's here, who's, when you're in that situation, you can just agree with them on a policy where if your judgment is clouded because you're in the heat of the moment, that person can say no, we gotta cut this off, and you actually just really have to respect that. And I think that's the only way to really prevent it from happening in the future, is just if it's someone that's not you, where you have a system where you make a commitment to honor if they say, yeah, I think this is beyond what we can stomach.
I'll do it, Andrew. You can trust me.
Yeah, thanks. Well, what would you do? Tell me what you would do, Ethan, if you're in a room of 200 Black Hebrew Israelites debating the leader of them, and you have one of your spokespeople come in, and they take some of your time, and then because you have a certain amount of time, it's like timed responses, and then you cede your time over to one of you're like, this is my first pick. No. I'm like, this is my first pick, and the person comes in and says, good evening, apes and monkeys.
Oh no! Right to free.
And then immediately basically gets kicked out, and then I felt like that didn't go as well as I was hoping.
Because you don't have the badge.
Watermelon just moved it over.
You need to go and defeat the gym leaders, and so that you have the right badges to be, trying to use these levels. They're turning on you.
I guess that's the way to look at it.
If I don't have, my perspective now, with all the changes that have happened in my life recently, I think my perspective would be that I can have those people as friends, people that I'm on good terms with, but I'm never going to do, a collective enterprise with that person, so they're never going to be my spokesman if I can't trust them not to do stuff like that.
Did she really start with good morning
and then said it. Really? Is that?
That's such a stubborn bitch. It was a hypothetical. It didn't go quite like that. No. But it was, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I kind of blacked out, so I'm not exactly sure what was said there. That something happened.
In what world did you think that a conversation with the Hebrew Israelites and Sasha was gonna go well?
Well, we didn't have to name names.
Oh,
but,
I'm sorry.
But he didn't think it was going to go well.
No, actually, I was hoping that it would, and I didn't. I actually prefaced it.
But come on.
Dude, I was that whole discussion that Christians aren't racist. Okay.
No, but just come on.
So I did agree.
You've
And
just
you thought Sasha could clear that up for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like put first things first. You know.
Ooh, I love that.
Yeah. Well, Sasha, do you want to say anything in your defense? Or do you have anything to say? Or are you even there?
What about the BHI?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even remember exactly what happened, so I don't want to uncharitably characterize what happened.
I think I was just getting over talked a lot.
Well,
you're just asking like what prompted me to be offensive towards them?
yeah, and somebody argued that, look, that's something you just say to anybody. But of course, it wouldn't obviously be a good room to say that to them. So it's kind of like,
I mean, my feeling on the climate of the room was that just everybody was being racist.
Oh, that's absolutely the case. Yeah, just to be clear, Ethan, they were all racist. I mean, not all of them, but a majority of them were racist. So it was an absolute, like, just total.
Yeah, I mean, at some level, it's just like you probably shouldn't even be involved in the room.
I've heard that too.
If the preconditions for a civil if the preconditions for a civil discussion are not in place, then just by going into the room and bringing people into that room, you're inviting basically bad things to happen.
How do we combat that kind of stuff, Ethan? that ideology.
He's very concerned about the threat of BA.
Prayer.
Well, one way is that you don't, show them that their fears are true or right. Like, one thing is that you don't confirm their hypothesis.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously I agree with that. But you notice one of the things that they said, I mean, they were literally asking MJ, give us empirical evidence that white people can be trusted.
Yeah, why can't you do that though, man?
You're muted.
But no, I mean, it just basically you need to ask yourself two questions when you're setting priorities. If you're going to do something for moral reasons, then basically you need to consider, okay, how big of an impact is this issue and how much of a difference can I make towards it, And basically, the biggest, most tractable thing that you can do in your life is, and based on your worldview, it's save people, bring people to eternal salvation. And that basically mission in your life, going into like shit show politics rooms and like challenging hundreds of people apparently on BHI ideology in a gigantic shouting fest. Yeah, I mean, it's damaging your credibility and your ability to make a difference as to the biggest impact thing where you can actually make a difference in individual people that you meet on here's lives. And if you're not doing it for moral reasons, you're just doing it for entertainment reasons, then just make sure you're not committing the sin of scandal, which is you're basically causing other people to sin. You're putting people in circumstances where they're going to sin, or even yourself. You're putting yourself in a circumstance where it's going to evoke reactions in you that are going to dispose you to sin. And so if you're going to do stuff for entertainment, you have to avoid scandal.
There was a guy in that room who he was black and he was pushing back have treated me really, really well, you know. And he's like, so I'm not gonna stand by and like have you guys saying this stuff, you know, because he's taking that as like they're talking shit about these white people that treated him well, you know. And so it's like, if you want to be effective, that's probably best to just like treat people like well as a white.
But it's just the way you talk, what your priorities are, how you conduct yourself, like that's as important a witness to the truth of your faith as the quality of your arguments. And basically, if you decide that you're going to sacrifice that so you can have entertainment by watching Sasha create a shit show by calling people apes, you know, I mean, your priorities are completely in the wrong place.
Well, I definitely wasn't thinking that. It wasn't fun at all. I didn't get any enjoyment out of that whole thing. The whole conversation hardly wasn't any. There was very few times that I was like, oh yeah, I enjoyed this conversation.
Then you
that was not. No, but it wasn't about that at that point because I had already engaged with this guy before, the leader, dude, Yoel, and he was just so dishonest. We talked about the Trinity. It was the first time we talked, and he was defending Unitarianism, and I was just like, dude, like it was fine. But there was definitely some underhanded stuff he was doing in the discussion, and there was a lot of people in that room. But
But you aren't the judge of the world, and your job, it's not within your jurisdiction. It's not your mandate to go out and in places where you can't make a difference, try to, and just to go around rebuking everyone for what you perceive to be their errors or their moral failings. If the way you're going to do that is actually going to be counterproductive. It's going to achieve the opposite effect.
Yeah, I agree.
Then it's not inherently good to just sit there and rebuke.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't disagree with you either. It's tough. There was some stuff that did come as a result of it. In fact, I got a few messages. I got a message from somebody in particular that says, look, I was in there and I'm black and I don't like what they did and I'm trying to work on something that we can reach the community because my community is just terribly racist, and I guess he's maybe BHI, I don't know. He sent me a paragraph, and I was like, that's pretty cool.
You know the basic fundamental tenet of BHI is that they will be the master race and everybody will be a slave to them. You understand?
Yeah, and Edomites, particularly if the real like virulent strain is like saying so pernicious indeed, like something like.
You remember Crazy Dude said, "You're going to serve us or die."
Yeah. Well, basically, the guy's belief is that white people can't be trusted. They're liars. They need to separate from us. They don't even need to be listening to us.
So that's all true, though.
Right. And we're demons. So I was just like, well, I mean, it's a pretty gnarly doctrine, and it is so wild. I mean, where'd MJ go? Oh, MJ's not in here. Oh, MJ, you should come up here and tell. You should tell them what he was saying to you. It was so wild. The whole empirical evidence for why white people can be trusted was one of the wildest exchanges because MJ's like, he's like, look, white people died trying to free the slaves, and then the guy's like, yeah, name one, and MJ's like, I don't need to name one, like what the heck, you know, and the guy's like, yeah, see, and so then MJ's like, well, let me give you an example. He's like, you know, do you know anybody that died in 9/11? And then the guy's like, and then MJ's like, therefore it didn't happen, right? But the guy was like, no, I do know somebody. And then MJ's like, oh crap. So it wasn't good. He was trying to make that analogous. It was like, it was rough. But they missed it. They just completely missed it, right? I was just like, this is so.
Why don't you just bring up John Brown?
I don't know. Why didn't we bring up John Brown? What's John Brown's story?
The raid on Harper's Ferry. He was like a white abolitionist.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, MJ was sitting there constructing.
MJ, why didn't you bring him up?
Yeah,
why didn't you bring up John Brown?
Yeah, MJ.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Cricket.
It just felt like Mary Smith, John Smith.
Sailor, are you still in favor of the work? Are you holding the position that black people can't be racist? Is that your thing still?
So I don't know if you remember this, Andrew, but when Courtney asked the question, I answered like, "Oh yeah, they can't be racist." And then she goes, "Are you serious?" And I said, "Well, no, actually, I'm just being contrarian."
Right, at first.
Yeah, and I said that there's different ways that you can look at it, but if you're looking at it from this perspective, a good argument can be made. And so then I, was showing you the perspective of the people that do look at it like this. So I made it clear that I'm not even sure I hold that position, but I can understand where they're arguing from when they argue. And these are the things that they argue. Because then when we brought out Black Hebrew Israelites, I was showing that, yes, under that framework, they can be racist because they're using a ideology, they're using a system to try to pull from, and if they are utilizing that, then that's when it becomes racist. Like, my race is superior to your race. Like, if it's prejudice, I just hate white people, I just hate them, then that's, the person got killed out of prejudice. I just hate white people.
Somebody
but if
clip
I
that.
pulled on, yeah, like if I'm pulling on, my race is superior or my race is supposed to do this, and there's a sense of superiority, then I'm pulling from racism. The person is killing you from racism. And so, yeah, it wasn't necessarily my stance. It was just that I thought a good argument could be made if you're looking at it from that perspective and that definition.
All right. Well, I guess the other thing I was going to ask, Ethan, is what do you think? Because I know, there's been various things in the past, but what do you think about this idea of edgy humor, anti-Semitic, racial humor, misogynistic humor? And then also, saying things like Muhammad is a pedophile and just being very kind of not fragile with it, just very crude, just throwing it around. Where are you at with all that now?
Well, I think basically, as for edgy humor, racial humor, I think all that is just time, place, manner. That it's not like intrinsically wrong. It's not inherently immoral for a person to joke around, but you also have to be cognizant about who the audience is, what the effect of it is going to be, what effect it's going to have on your reputation, the reputation of the people that you're involved with. If you're just, again, you could be easily, with those types of jokes, you could be committing the sin of scandal. So, like, provoking people to sin, through your language. And I think that's, so you have to be very careful about it. But I don't think that there's any sort of categorical prohibition on humor. And a lot of what makes for good humor is people playing with basically social norms and expectations and defying them or subverting them in a way that's sort of ironic. And so I think that, like, edgy humor, like, there is something a little bit, like, life-denying about saying you can't have fun with your friends in private if sometimes that means saying stuff that pushes up against the boundaries of what's socially acceptable, or something that upon reflection is not really your stance, but you're saying it because it's sort of fun, you're playing around. Then, like, with the second type of thing, I think that's a different category, and I think that is acceptable, which is, like, for instance, like, if an atheist came to me and said, I don't want you to refer to, abortion as killing babies. I want you to refer to it as ending the life of the fetus. And I'm going to be super upset and outraged if you use the morally charged language, killing babies, and they start trying to police my language for that. Well, we're in a social arena. I'm expressing a moral stance, and I'm using language in a way that's going to be effective and conducive to that end by showing people, framing things in the proper context for people to arrive at the true judgment. And I think it's exactly the same thing with Muhammad, where you have this like wicked demonic prophet teaching false religion and deceiving many people. And I think when you indict his moral character, you can do it in strong language.
Okay, interesting.
I think that when we call something a joke, the responsibility of it being funny is on the joke teller. And so you can't just say something is a joke because you intended it to be a joke, because what makes a great comedian is saying what ought not be said and it being received. That's what makes a great comedian, is that you said something you're not supposed to say, you can't say, but it was accepted and it was received as a joke. But if you say something and it's not received because you didn't calculate properly, you didn't deliver properly, you didn't land properly, then it's no longer a joke because it was not received that way. So the responsibility of gauging your audience, the way that you're formulating your words, because other people have to find it funny for it to be a joke. So I wanted to say that. And there was something else, but I forgot it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. So as to the first point, which is distinct from the second, because the second is obviously not about jokes. That's just about polemical language when you're arguing. That's harsh language. But I don't think you're using it in a joking context. The first point, I think it's relevant. I don't think it's about necessarily that the audience, in its entirety, is going to receive the joke well, or everyone's going to find it funny. But sort of, I do think we have intuitions about when people should find it funny. And if a person basically botches the joke and they tell a bad joke, or they tell a joke where it's not really funny, or the essence of the joke really just is demeaning people rather than saying something that's socially unacceptable, but that's getting at a truth in a sort of indirect, shocking way. Like, those two things are very different. And if the essence of your joke is something cruel or malicious, I think that's bad. If the essence of your joke is in a way that's playful, but a little bit unacceptable and outrageous, hinting at something true and conveying the truth through that means, then I think it can be good.
Yeah, I think
that's the whole thing about humor. It's all about the delivery and the timing. But, the elocution of the words that you choose, that will tell the whole story of your intent, So, yeah, I mean, yeah.
And that's what makes somebody a master at comedy, is that look at how I was able to formulate this perspective that is so risque or like so taboo, but I was still able to say it, and I still was able to get the message across, and you all found it funny. Like, it takes mastery to be able to do that, and to be able to make something that would otherwise be offensive funny.
Yeah, and I agree with what Ethan said too about the not just that it should make everybody laugh or they should find it funny, but have an intuition or an understanding, a feeling about what they should find funny. And I do think that that's a key thing. If you have because I do want to say there's some objectivity there in the same way there's beauty and morals. I do think that there are things that are just funny. They are funny, and if somebody doesn't find that funny, then they're just not. There's something that there's something off with their funny detector.
No, but still,
Wouldn't there be something like? Wait.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, if you knew that you were just telling the joke one-on-one with a person, and you knew that they didn't have a sense of humor, and that the likely effects of you saying it was just going to be to provoke them.
Yeah.
So you do have to consider the audience and what you know about how the audience will receive the joke. But it's not. But you don't have to avoid offending anybody. You can say some things that people are going to take the wrong way. But if, like, for instance, any comedian who's addressing a room full of people, if they're going to do good comedy, there's going to be some people in the room who are going to take him the wrong way and be offended.
Yeah.
And just any large audience. But I still think it's okay to do comedy as long as the joke the person was telling in that context was something that it's unreasonable for those people to be.
Do you think that like good comedy is going to be culturally specific? So, for instance, like if you have like someone like Chris Rock go in front of India, like in the Indian population is, I don't know, 100,000 people or whatever. Those jokes are not going to land as opposed to Chris Rock making a joke in Atlanta or Detroit. So all jokes are going to be culturally context specific, no?
Basically anything that involves language or performance is going to depend on the culture. And the culture that you have to consider is basically the culture of the intended audience and then the culture of the incidental audience.
Yeah, so comedy is only going to be like culture specific, you know? It's not going to be like an objective. Well, it's intersubjective, I think, right?
Oh no, so there can be things that are objective that also depend on specific facts about culture or context. Like for instance, you could make it a general rule, don't cause offense. But what's going to specifically cause offense will vary from culture to culture, so you have to keep that in mind, you know? So you could have an objective rule that the way that you applied it to each particular situation varied depending on culture.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree then. Right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm sorry for interfering.
No.
Okay.
The comment about the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the reason why that wouldn't be considered humorous or funny by people like me is because if you have half of it, you don't have to be smart, but if you know anything about history, you know it's what was said was completely infactual, and can I continue?
Yeah, you can. You can.
You see how a little belief can stir up sentiment from the crowd?
Go ahead.
So,
like,
one point of clarification is...
Oh my God. I'm trying to get to be...
Oh, I thought you were pausing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought you were done.
I was just saying. Alright, so I already said infactual. And B, it's bad taste. Remember how our parents said, anything at all. And guess who said that quote first? The Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Google it if you don't believe me. I'm done.
He actually said that, like, word for word.
Word for word. Google it if you don't believe me. I'm sorry, guys.
He did say it is a bad...
But yeah, I don't think the part, like the comment about Muhammad being a pedophile, that was about basically polemical language. It wasn't about joking. So when someone's arguing, they're not joking if they say...
That was the context of the conversation when it was mentioned.
Well, no, but there was a distinction that was drawn between two types of things. Because Andrew's original question was a compound question. So then there was a distinction that was drawn and that was clarified, where there's polemical language, which is basically you're trying to make a point, and you're in a political or religious argument, and you're using morally charged or morally loaded language to convey your point. So for instance, the example that was given is when people say abortion is killing babies. That's morally loaded description of what's happening, but it's not a joke, right? It might be offensive to some people.
Okay.
And
okay, my point A, handle that whole, handle that. It's completely impactful. Just check this historical facts, man. Make up your own mind. But this is what we if you check the scholars, the answer is no. Enough said.
But that's not actually what modern scholars
Okay,
says.
well then, consider your sources. What sources are you going by? I will tell you mine. You'll tell me yours.
No, of course. First is we have all the most widely accepted early sources in Sunni Islam.
What
and so I can put them in the chat.
Going by? Were you
make that statement? I would love to know, because that's
Here, I'll
what
put
you're
it
standing
in the chat for you.
Sure, I would love to know. You're standing on that, mind you.
So here's Bukhari.
I think Aisha was like a child, right?
Okay, and Bukhari said what now?
I think Aisha was a child.
That basically, that he married Aisha at 6, consummated
Aisha,
at 9.
Wait. How old was Sarah married at? 3.
No.
You're changing the topic.
Hold on. We're talking about.
You're changing the topic.
Wait, can we slow down the conversation? We're talking about prophets, right? In ancient times. So biblical. So these same type people, whether they were, whether they're honored in the Bible or the Torah, they were marrying people that were considered in these days, modern times.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Times.
You're wrong, brother.
But in those days, guess what they considered of age? Puberty. Shut up,
Yeah,
guys.
that's terrible.
You're wrong.
No, you just hold on.
Aisha was prepubescent.
That's right. And
second
Get the
instance,
fuck out of here.
the two quoque about
Now. Oh.
no, what?
Oh, so Bukhari says she was prepubescent? Keep talking.
No, we can give you different sources to establish that. I mean, first is you would just be able to know it through medical knowledge. That it would be an extremely precocious puberty that's not at all attested in the sources.
Show me the source that said Aisha was prepubescent. I'm waiting.
Yeah, so we have the sources that say she was playing with dolls, and basically that it was immoral.
There's adult
No, but
women that
there's
play with dolls
additional.
nowadays. Are you
No, there's
Oh my God, this guy's.
there's additional context.
Man, I'll
Now,
show you.
you said you were denying.
Come on, brother.
You were denying that she was a child. So you challenged me to provide the source. You said if I provided my source, you would provide yours. I provided you with Bukhari. That attested the age.
Okay.
That attested the age. That attested the age. You then shifted your talking point immediately to that she was post-pubescent. You didn't provide any evidence to support your claim. You started demanding from me that I provide evidence.
Theodore, why do you let him finish?
Rambling. You have no inflection in your rambling, and it's just a monotone. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. The point is, right? You were substantiating your claim, right? And I said no. Okay. You were substantiating your claim, and I said no. That's not factual. Why? Because you can find women these days who are elderly age who play with dogs. So that fact that you said gets flattened and trounced on. Come on,
You cut him off because if you knew anything about Arabic culture, they took away dolls when you hit puberty.
Right, when you menstruated, they would take away your dolls.
Because women weren't allowed to play with dolls.
Oh, in Arabic culture, all dolls are taken away when you. Come on,
yes.
The hell
Can you give us?
But that's a different conversation.
You guys changed
Theodore,
Theodore,
you moved over to Sarah in the Old Testament, and you're wrong on that.
No.
Okay, that's false. Yes.
Time.
Find the verse. Show me the verse. Show me the verse.
Wait,
Show me the
allow
verse.
me to fucking talk.
You interrupted Ethan multiple times. Show me the verse.
Conversation. That's why I'm talking to people like you. No matter how monotone.
Yeah, now he's gonna
talking to
start
people like
attacking
you.
us.
A lot of people say miss me with that stuff because you guys you're not building facts. You just blah, 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 blah. It's like, come on, you don't stand
Show
on
me
that.
Show me the verse. Show me the verse. Show me the verse.
Diarrhea. It's context.
He's a
Show me the verse.
He doesn't have anything to
The time and the place that we were talking, biblical or Judaic.
You said Sarah was 3.
Shut up! I'm talking. God damn.
You interrupted Ethan multiple times, and I'm asking you for the verse.
I'm not talking to you.
Do you just have any sources to back up your claims? Do you have any sources to back up your claim? Yes or no? You demanded sources earlier.
Genius.
The Quran says Sarah was 3, and we're supposed to go based off of that.
what
The
is going on
Quran
right
is the
now.
only source you need, but
This
your
guy is
Bible
upset.
says
He's
that
got
they what? Your Bible
Hold on,
says
I'll tell you what. Hold on,
that
Theodore, you're gonna go on mute. Islamo is actually a good faith interlocutor. He won't do the weird stuff that you're doing. Islamo, it's good to have you, brother. We're talking about some sensitive stuff. Yeah, you're being very dishonest right now, Theodore.
Man, you
You're
just
being
threw
dishonest.
Muhammad under the bus. Get out of here.
No. Yeah,
Nobody
all
wants
right.
to hear this.
I bet you're gonna do that. I bet that's how you do it, right? I bet. Okay, what's up, Islamo? How you doing, brother? We're just talking about. Theodore wanted to argue.
Muslims under the bus.
No, that's not what happened at
No,
all. So,
shut up.
no. So we were talking about. Yeah, Theodore, stop. So we were talking about Muhammad in the age of, and Theodore denied that the prophet would be considered a pedophile, and he said that check the sources or check history, and that's just not true. And Ethan provided a source, and the guy just basically tried to reject it and say, well, look, he said that adults play with dolls because part of it was about playing with dolls. And, he said that, older women or whatever can play with dolls. And then he wanted to turn to this point and say Sarah was 3. Ethan's not even a Christian, so it's a stupid point anyway. Oh, I apologize, actually. Ethan, forgive me.
We don't have to go to Sarah.
Forgive me on that, Ethan.
Yeah. So my take on this is that all these hadith sources were written up to 3 centuries after the marriage. It was a time when birthdays were neither tracked nor celebrated. People measured age in general terms and would link events to major occurrences. And for what it's worth, is the available Islamic sources, including Bukhari and Muslim and the others, and comes up with the age of 17. Depending on how you ask the question, it says 16 to 18 or 15 to 19 or 17. And you can try yourself. I asked it to analyze the historical Islamic sources and come up with an age. Now, as regards the Quran, which was written at the time, my understanding of the Quran is that when it talks about marriage and divorce, it talks about nisa, which are adult female. It doesn't use the word inath, females, or untha, female. It uses the word women, nisa, adult females, for marriage or divorce and related matters. So the Quran does not leave scope for underage prepubescent marriage. It's kind of strange because if the Prophet, on whom be peace and blessings, wanted to allow for a marriage with an underage girl, why is the Quran silent on it? That's my question. Why does it refer to women and not females in general?
No, why is Aisha kind of particularized or excluded as a figure when we're talking about the Quran, right?
I didn't understand the last point that you made about silence in the Quran. Could you repeat that?
No,
Islamo Pro?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that Quran is scope for underage marriage. It talks about women, not females in general. When it talks about marriage, if it allowed for prepubescent marriage, then it would just have said but it uses nisa, which are adult females. So why do you think that might be?
Well, there's a few things here. First, as to the age of Aisha, we should go with historical sources that are more direct than just like arguments from silence in the Quran or arguments that this would make Muhammad's conduct inconsistent with the Quran, because we're perfectly willing to believe that Muhammad behaved in a way that was inconsistent and that he was a hypocrite. So it wouldn't prove anything to us to show that it would be inconsistent with the moral precepts in the Quran if Muhammad did what the historical evidence suggests that he did. And I mean, it would make no sense for sources like Bukhari, right, it would make no sense for them to record the information that they do if it bore no relationship to the historical facts. I think it's also similarly true, basically, that you're kind of overstating your case from the Quran. And I think basically, I mean, if I understand you correctly, you're just saying the word connotes adult woman? That's your argument? When it talks about marriage, that there's a word that connotes adult. Correct?
Yeah, the word is nisa, which means adult females, not females in general. That's my point. And that's what the Quran uses. Now, with regards to Bukhari and Islamic historical sources, compiled 2 to 3 centuries, up to 3 centuries after the time, we don't have birth and marriage certificates for the Prophet. Peace and blessings be upon him, and Aisha, may God be pleased with them. We don't have them. We can rely on Bukhari, but other sources from Islamic Sirah and Hadith literature indicate a higher age, which is why when ChatGPT analyzed the sources, it came up with the age of 17. So, I mean, how do you deal with that?
I just asked ChatGPT. It says 9. So I think what ChatGPT will tell you. What ChatGPT? I asked how old was Aisha when Muhammad consummated the marriage, based off of best historical evidence.
My question came up with a different result.
Well, the answers that it gives you depend on the context that you have in your chat history. So what you may want to do is they have an option to create a temporary window and then pose the exact question I just asked and see what answer that it gives you, not having in context whatever your religious commitments are as implied by your other discussions with it. But yeah, I asked O3, so the latest reasoning and research model.
To give you a little bit of some, I'm not trying to detract from what you're saying, Ethan, but for your information, there is a verse in there that talks about marriage and of women who have not yet menstruated. So there's some concern about
there's
whether
like that,
those
like,
are
it's like 65:4 or something, where it's like...
Yeah. I'm familiar with the verse. It talks about women. Read the verse and it says women. And if it said females who have not menstruated, that would include underage girls. But when it says women who have not menstruated, it's talking about a condition which is related to hormones and whatnot, and it is known as primary amenorrhea. Now, the male scholars who interpreted that verse most likely were not aware of that condition. But the verse itself doesn't say females, it says women who have not menstruated, adult females who have not menstruated, and that is primary amenorrhea.
So just for you to take a verse that says, as for your women who are past the age of menstruation and those who have not menstruated as well, this is the translation I'm getting, their waiting period is 3 months. So it's taking people too old and people who have not menstruated. Now you're saying there's a word that's used for and people who have not menstruated that connotes that it's a adult woman, and you're using this as an argument from silence to contradict multiple independent early attestation, of the age of Aisha.
The verse itself, sources as well, and chat. But 65:4 is very clearly, if you look at any translation, it says, it starts off saying, and if you're in doubt as to the prescribed period for such of your women as have declared of monthly courses, then know that the prescribed period for them is 3 months, and also for such as do not have their monthly courses. That is referring to women who do not have their monthly courses. It's not talking about prepubescent girls. So I know, I accept that many Muslims, scholars have said, and they're male scholars, they have said that this refers to prepubescent girls. I accept that. But the Quran itself, which I deem to be considered to be the word of God, not the commentaries of the scholars to be the word of God. The Quran itself says women. It doesn't say female.
No, but just for us who don't speak Arabic and who don't have the cultural context, just for us as an independent audience, do you think your opinion is going to be more credible, or do you think like tafsir is going to be more credible?
ChatGPT, ask ChatGPT whether 65.4 is talking about women or females in general. Does it refer to prepubescent girls? Probe it and ask it questions, and you will get the answer.
It says here, to me, it says, the verse fixes the divorce waiting period for 3 categories: menopausal women, girls who have not yet begun menstruating, and pregnant wives. By giving a legal ruling for the second class, the text presupposes marriage in which consummation and therefore sexual relations took place before first menstruation. Otherwise, the waiting period would be unnecessary. And then it says, classical exegetes make the point explicit. It says, Abbas, those who do not menstruate because they are too young, their waiting period is 3 months. That's tafsir. Girls who have not yet had their periods owing to their young age. So no early Sunni tafsir construes the phrase, this women of puberty who merely happen not to bleed. Then this orphan property verse now it points to as well. Test the orphans until they reach a marriageable.
Let's leave that.
Okay, I'm just reading the ChatGPT reply.
Yeah, 4:6 is a separate verse. It is relevant, but this verse, like I said, okay, ChatGPT is probably going by Muslim interpretation and so on and so forth. But strictly speaking, according to the Quran, it is referring to women. Ask whether it's referring to females in general or women in particular, and the answer is you don't. Ask anyone who knows a bit of Arabic or read the translations. None of them say females. I can give you a list of English translations with a link, islamawaken.com. If you look at 65.4, they all say women. They don't say females. So those who say that women are young girls have a problem with the wording of the verse. They go contrary to the wording of the verse.
But here's the problem. I mean, there's a few things. First is, you're going based off of translations that disagree with the classical exegetes that are put together by Muslims who are trying to proselytize in a modern age where this teaching is going to be seen as unpalatable. So I'm not going to go based off of what websites maintained by contemporary Muslims, the way that they render the verse. I think it's much better to go with people prior to the modern ethical standards that we have today, who are interpreting the language of the verse and who have the context of the verse, much better access to it than you do, who are recognized as authoritative exegetes, like the tafsir. If all of them are saying that this is within the semantic range and this is in fact what it means, okay, then that's going to be way better evidence than your opinion.
Well, you want to argue that position, you're welcome to do that, but I've given a link to islamawaken.com. It includes non-Muslim translations from people such as Arbery, George Sale, Edward Henry Palmer, Rodwell, and Dawood. These were all non-Muslims, and they all refer to women. One of them says, in fact, actually, let me be. I'm just looking at it right now. Arbery says women. Henry Palmer says women. Dawood, Rodwell, and George Sale say wives, but actually the word is not wives, although nisa'ukum can be translated as wives. Nisa doesn't mean women. So, we're talking about women here, not girls. None of them says female. So, like I said, those who are faithful to the Quran as the word of God and know that commentators do make errors will not be swayed by the argument that Muslim commentaries say it's talking about prepubescent girls. Those who are swayed by scholars, they would go with you. Yes, I agree with that, but as far as the Quran is concerned, it's talking about women.
Sorry, so you're claiming that this Professor Ghali, you're saying he's not Muslim?
So you're looking at the translations, presumably?
Yeah, I'm just looking at your sword.
Okay, the link that I gave, and you're talking about Ghali. What does he say?
He's just giving your translation. He's saying, now as for such of your women as are beyond the age of monthly courses, as well as those who do not have any courses, their waiting period, if you have any doubt. So if you can see from his translation here, what he's rendered the verse as, the only thing that logically makes sense in context, women as are beyond the age of monthly courses. Okay, and then it's talking about as well as for such as do not have any courses. Then we go to this source here, your next source, this Gali source. And as for those of your women who have despaired of menstruation, in case you have any suspicion, then their fixed spell shall be 3 months, along with those who have not yet menstruated. Who have not menstruated as yet, he includes in parentheses. And basically, if he says as yet, he's implying that they're too young to menstruate, but they will in the future, not that they have some pathology that causes them not to menstruate.
Yeah, so those with primary amenorrhea can later on menstruate, although, and to be honest, to be specific about the Arabic, someone who speaks Arabic can confirm or otherwise. The word used is lam. Lam would be translated as those who have not menstruated. So he has put as yet in brackets.
Okay,
the word for as yet is lamma, not lam.
But just let's be clear. These were just supposed to be your exegetes that were going to agree with you, but now you're arguing with them. But here's what I'm taking. So here we go. I've asked for a further question to clarify the lexicon here. Does the word that's used exclude girls? Lexical range. Classical lexical range treat this word as the generic plural for the female sex. Lane's lexicon lists no age restriction. Quranic usage. The word is applied to every kind of wife, menstruating, pregnant, elderly, and by the consensus of medieval commentators, prepubescent. Both Abbas and, there's a bunch of names. In the 7th century usage, Nisa denoted a social role, wife-female dependent, not a biological milestone. A pathological absence of menstruation after puberty falls under the same legal doubt the verse introduces, so therefore it would be redundant if it didn't apply to people that were young. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, I asked the question, does Nisa indicate women or females? And it says good and very sharp question. The Arabic word Nisa, like in Surah An-Nisa, the women, primarily means women, specifically adult females. Nisa refers to mature females, typically those who are past childhood and puberty. It does not usually refer to young girls, sigar, or to female children, banat. Those are the Arabic words.
So it is within.
Hold on. In classical Arabic, and especially in the Quranic language, Nisa carries the connotation of full womanhood, meaning emotional, physical, and social maturity. So to summarize, Nisa is equal to women, in brackets, adult females. It does not automatically include prepubescent girls or female children. Now, the reason why it uses the word usually and automatically is because of Muslim commentaries on the word Nisa in 65:4, which is a mistake. So that is part of the problem which we have to take into consideration when considering ChatGPT answers.
But let's just be clear here. So the point is, you're saying that the lexical range of this word excludes underage girls. Now, none of the early sources agree with you. The lexicons, the modern lexicons, none of them agree with you. The non-Muslim, the allegedly non-Muslim, I don't think they actually are, exegetes that you linked us to, they don't agree with you. So it's just based off of your understanding of 7th century, 8th century, 9th century Arabic set against speakers of the language in that time and place, and the consensus of them, right?
Yeah, so they erred. They're human beings, they're not God. I do not idolize them. I do not bow before them. I do not consider them as beyond error in this or in any other cases. Other verses, they have made errors. Some of them may be recognized scholars of repute, but they're human beings. Human beings make mistakes, so they erred on this.
Okay, but can you help us? Can you help us understand why we should trust your understanding of the meaning of the word? Why should we go with you as opposed to the speakers at the time and place, the uniform consensus of them, and the modern lexicographers?
Modern lexicographers?
Yes, because for instance, the one of the sources that we referenced earlier was the Lane's lexicon, which doesn't list an age restriction on the word.
Sorry, I was consulting chat. If you ask your question again, please. Sorry about that.
No, just the question is, what evidence do you have for us that the semantic range excludes it, other than your opinion set against all of the earliest and most authoritative sources?
Andrew, a bitch. Andrew, you a bitch.
Okay. I'll let them want to
That's
see.
the angel of love.
Okay. So, why should you go with me saying that women can mean female? That's essentially what you're asking. Well, in the language...
Well, no, but you're translating an Arab word. And so I'm asking this word, whether or not it actually has a semantic range that excludes underage, that question is really going to be up to what is the historical evidence that we have about how that word was used at the time. Now, I think the earliest sources, which are people that are exegeting the passage and saying what it means based off of their reading of the passage and based off of their linguistic understanding, that's going to be more authoritative than a motivated 21st century exegete standing against the consensus of such speakers.
Yeah, you're suggesting that, but the point is that they focused on those who have not yet menstruated, right? First of all, they introduced the word yet to make it amenable to refer to prepubescent girls who are waiting for their periods to stop. So that's one thing. Secondly, there were the vast majority, in fact, all of them were male. None of them were women. They were all men, not even male, that would be more precise. They were men. And, thirdly, the verse doesn't say women who have not menstruated. It says those who have not menstruated. So you have to make a link. The women who have been mentioned previously in the verse. So that link they didn't make. They just focused on those who have not yet menstruated. Those who have not menstruated, to be more precise, forget the yet. And then concluded that it must be referring to underage girls. This was an error of them. Now, you want us to bow down before the error and make the same error? Well, I think not. The Quran is above error, but people are not. That's the point I'm making.
But your argument is circular, because it rests on the presupposition that the word means what you say it does, and that therefore the commentators must be making the fallacious inference that you ascribe to them. But the point is that the commentators are the speakers of the language. They speak the language of that time when the words had the connotations that they did, and they had the full context about how this passage had always been understood, and these are independent commentaries, right? And so it would be bizarre to suppose that a modern speaker, based off of his assumptions about what the word means, can correct the speakers at the time, the uniform consensus of them, as to what the words on the page meant. And the arguments that they present for their reading are diverse. The arguments they present don't rest on just one or two assumptions. But your point is that it should be an impossible reading based on the language. And they would know that if it was impossible based off of the semantic range of the word, the commentators would know that because they speak the language. But they don't think that. They think it's an admissible reading, and then they make an argument for the reading.
Okay, so you are arguing for us blindly accepting, or to a large extent blindly accepting what the scholars have written. But like I said, they made grammatical mistakes on other verses that I'm aware of. And in fact, they dispute some issues amongst themselves. For example, Ar-Razi, who was a well-known commentator, he gave about 6 or 7, maybe 5 arguments against the substitution theory of Jesus Christ being substituted by another person on the cross. And he argued and demonstrated how absurd that interpretation was. So grammatically, and the point has been argued grammatically as well, because no third person has been mentioned in the verse as being substituted for Jesus. So I'm just making a reference to that just to illustrate that they make grammatical errors. They're commentators, they know the language, but they have erred in interpretation on some matters. So when we have scholars who have appealed to the language and the wording of the verse to interpret it as referring to women with primary amenorrhea or similar condition, then why should we not agree with them when logic and reason and the wording of the verse is on their side? Now, as regards women, nisa and inath, the words are present in the Arabic language. Now, if, for example, someone says to women folk, that might include girls, or girls, someone can say girls, and that might be referring to young ladies, or even older ladies. But just as a distinction, it's a kind of metaphorical usage. But when you're talking about a book which is using precise language and never uses the word female when talking about marriage or divorce or related matters, then we should learn from that, get the drift and realize that actually it is using precise words, not loose language.
I mean, first, I don't start out with the presupposition that the Quran is reliable, that any of the language in it is precise. I mean, I think it has lots of contradictions and historical inaccuracies and anachronisms, so I'm not particularly persuaded by that argument. I mean, second point, basically, I think if you're going to make an argument against all the early sources that attest to Aisha's age, from silence in the Quran, and the way you're doing that is by imposing your own opinion about the semantic range of a word in the Quran, and then acting surprised that the Quran used the wrong word with the wrong meaning, and then saying that if the Quran had done so, then it would make no sense for Aisha to be below this age. The whole argument is presuppositional, it's highly implausible, it goes against all of the historical authorities that we could point to actually arbitrate the dispute.
Well, for a start, I didn't suggest that the Quran is using, I can't remember now the word that you used, but I'm saying the wording is precise. And I'm not, saying that the wording is not precise. I'm saying the wording is precise. And to the point, it uses the word nisa, doesn't use inath, and it's throughout the Quran. Whenever and it uses the word females in the Quran as well. It's not as though it restricts itself to using the word nisa for adult females and young females. No, it doesn't. In certain contexts where the appropriate word is female, it uses the word female, not women. So when it makes that distinction within the book, why must we be so hung up about the word nisa having, as you were saying, a range of meanings? Or maybe a bit fluid. Actually, it can be fluid, like I said, when it's metaphorical. But when it's being specific, it's not saying women folk, because sometimes, like I said, people use that word to refer to young females as well, in English at least. But, it's precise. So you can argue about the hadith, and the hadith I accept is there according to the Quran. If they're not according to the Quran, I don't accept. I accept a lot of Bukhari and I reject some of it, and the age of Aisha is one of those matters which I do not accept because it is not consistent with the Quran for a start.
Okay, but what we're going based off of is not based off of a presupposition that the Quran is correct, right? And that therefore, if the Quran said something that was inconsistent with the way Muhammad lived his life, that therefore Muhammad must not have lived his life that way. We reject that premise, which makes this whole argument sort of a side issue. Second is, if we were going to interpret the Quran, and we're going to interpret that language correctly, then we should actually see the people that speak the idiom in the first and second Islamic centuries, all the classical dictionaries, all the classical commentaries, the most authoritative sources, the uniform consensus of them. That is how we define the semantic range. And the basic idea that all those sources tell us is that the word basically roughly means anyone who is not a man, anyone who lacks manhood. And then if you want to restrict it based on age, you do so contextually, but it's not inherent to the meaning of the word. It's not even an analogical usage of the word. Just you can limit the range by context. And that's clearly true. Where it's just like, it's a similar sort of thing, where if someone made this argument, and I think you actually bring up a good example for making my point, which is just the English word girls. It connotes, in many typical cases, it connotes that you're referring to like a underage woman, right? Underage female. But you can use it very, very commonly and in so many different contexts to refer to any woman. You know, the girls went out for coffee today, you know, and that could be referring to a group of young adult women. It could be referring to middle-aged women. It could be even referring to elderly women. And that's within the semantic range of the word in English. And then if we put it specifically in a context where the most natural reading based on the passage is that there's three categories of people. The people who have menstruated, the people who have not yet menstruated, people who are too old to menstruate, right? If you're dividing into those three categories, the most logical reading of the word is referring to girls in the second.
Okay, so I would recommend that you ask ChatGPT about the difference between lam and lamma. So you can put the English, the English alphabet. I'll put them in room chat. Ask for the difference between lam and lamma. In fact, anyone here can ask ChatGPT these questions about nisa and untha, whether there's any difference between them. And you were saying, when we say boys, we may be referring to men. I accept that, but it's in a certain context and it's a metaphorical usage. It's not a precise usage. But, we make a distinction between boys and men. When we say, let's separate the men from the boys, again, we're making a distinction between men and boys. And actually, even in that, then we're using it in a metaphorical sense, as between those who are truly grown up and those who are still more or less kids in some way. But ask ChatGPT these questions. Ask it on 65. I know it isn't always accurate. I know ChatGPT has its limitations.
Well, and it's contradicting you. It's contradicting you every time I'm asking it. So the way it's going to respond to you, I think, is going to depend on the past history of chats that you have with it. And if it can tell that you're a Muslim and there's certain answers that are going to offend you and there's certain answers that you want, I think it may be biasing the answers that you receive versus the answers that I receive. And so if you could open a private window and see, and just ask the question without using biased language when you ask the question, see what answers it gives you to put you in a better context here. Because, but again, I think we're going around in circles on this point. It just is the most indirect, weakest evidence, and your position on it is a tiny minority position and goes against all the authorities in Islam, as well as what the critical historians would rely on. So, I don't think we need to keep going around in circles on that point, especially when we just have direct evidence concerning Aisha, right? Which is, we have literally nearly contemporaneous sources, okay? So by the standards that historians use, to have multiple independent attestations to the age of Aisha that are within 150 years of the events, that's good evidence from a historian's point of view. And if it's preserved by multiple parallel lines of transmission, and it satisfies, a criterion of embarrassment and dissimilitude, if it satisfies all of those, then critical historians, much less Muslims who take these sources to be authorities, are going to find this credible. They're going to find this probably true.
Okay, so first of all, before I talk about the hadith literature, lam, like I said, means not yet. And lam means not, and lamma means not yet. You can confirm that from ChatGPT if you wish. Now, as regards 150 years, it's actually within 300 years, not 150 years. And multiple attestation, there are issues with the person or one of the persons, a main person who narrated that she was 6 and 9. Hisham bin Urwa was known to have dementia in old age when he narrated those hadiths. thirdly, the hadith, first of all, it's the Quran, then it's the practice of the Prophet, the living example, like how to perform the salah, which was transmitted from one generation of Muslims to the next. And the third source is the prophetic hadith, what the Prophet, peace be upon him, said himself. But, here we're talking about Aisha narrating something about herself. It's not a prophetic hadith as such. So we must keep that in mind. Fourthly, you talked about the criterion of embarrassment. I know people talk about this, but actually it doesn't take into account that there were hypocrites amongst Muslims in the early days as well as in later periods. So we're talking about up to 300 years, 250 to 300 years of the presence of hypocrites, people with unreliable memories, and all sorts of different issues. So when those who research the hadith on her age critically, when they evaluate them critically, they realize that it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. But of course, it's a minority opinion. I myself am not with the majority. I'm an Ahmadi Muslim. So my scholars are agreed that actually she was not 9 at the time of marriage. And 65.4, they interpret it, they understand it the way I understand. I have explained that it's not referring to underage girls, but it's referring to adult females.
Okay, here's what I'm getting. So here are the sources we have for it, based on just critical historian, the rubric they would use to judge the reliability of the sources. So first is we have basically the chronicles, and those go back within 150 years. So there's one that's 135 years out from the events, is the first one. That basically they're transparent about the chain of transmission, and there are multiple attestation, which is you have 2 distinct geographic schools, and they're completely matching the core hadith narrative. Then you actually have the core hadith, and the first of those is 210 years after the event, so not 300. And it's highly transparent about the chain of transmission. And it has up to 8 independent sources. And there's just a ton of internal coherence to the narrative. And then all the stuff with the tafsir gloss, that goes back as early as 30 years, then 300 years as the latest that's relevant. And that, it doesn't directly confirm, but basically it gives logical coherence to the explanation of the legal verses that you're citing. A number of different ones, not just the one that we just focused on. So if you looked at basically proximity to the events, independent corroboration, no early dissent whatsoever, okay, the least speculative reconstruction that you could do is 6-9. 6 when they married, 9 when they consummated.
Okay. I looked up ChatGPT as well on this issue. I've analyzed it before, but some time ago. And it says the earliest and most cited reports about Aisha's age come from hadith collections, particularly Bukhari compiled about around 846 CE, and Muslim, Sahih Muslim, about 875 CE. They're part of the 6 canonical Sunni hadith collections and considered to be the most authentic. And it narrates the hadith of Aisha and Bukhari. It said this narration is widely accepted amongst early Islamic scholars and became the standard version repeated by later scholars. And then timing, it says Bukhari was compiled about 200 years after the Prophet Muhammad's death, okay, in 632. So if it gives the compiled around 846, we're talking about 210 years, okay. I'm assuming these dates are right. Let's go with that. I said up to 300, 250 to 300, which is about right as well. But Bukhari specifically, maybe 210 years, it may be correct. Then it says early biographical work, Sirah literature, Sirat Rasulullah 768 CE, the earliest major biography of Muhammad on whom peace and blessings. And then Ibn Ishaq's account does not explicitly state Aisha's age at marriage, but when reconstructed along other narrations, it implies a young age. So it doesn't suggest that she was 6 to 9, but it implies when reconstructed along with other narrations. Then it talks about other early commentators. And then the fourth section, it gives other early clues. It says Aisha's sister, Asma, was said to be 10 years older than Aisha. She died in 73 AH at 100 lunar years. That would imply Aisha was born 5 to 6 years before prophethood, making her about 15 to 18 years old at marriage, not 6. So it mentions various sources, including Bukhari, which were canonized and not accepted at first by Muslims, but it took some time before Bukhari and Muslim were accepted. And Jonathan Brown has done some research on this in his, I think when he was doing his PhD or something. I've read through and it was very boring. So yeah, that the clues from Asma, the sister of Aisha, the indication is that she was 15 to 18 years at marriage, not 6, and I accept that.
I mean, what we have here, I mean, just so we're both on the same page, what you've just acknowledged is that within 2 centuries, okay, so basically 2.5 centuries is the dating that you're just acknowledging right there. And you're acknowledging that for multiple independent sources that are giving the 6 to 9. The earliest biographies that we have of the Prophet, where they're giving specific numbers independently of each other with no early dissension. And you're making speculative inferences to overturn that. I mean, it just, I guess we can't keep going around in circles, but it doesn't stand to reason that that's true.
Well, I have other arguments, apart from the age of her older sister. Aisha said she was a young girl when a certain surah was revealed about the splitting of the moon, Surah Qamar. And she was a young girl at that point. So, that was around the 5th year of prophethood. And if she was a young girl at that point, I think I'm getting the dates right. I looked into this many years ago. So that would mean that she was at least in her teens at the time of the marriage, because the migration to Medina, took place some 8 years after, and they didn't get married, so she would have been 14 at the time of the migration. And she took part in the Battle of Uhud. She had to be over 15 at that stage. So basically, when you put the evidence together, the age of 6 and 9 just withers away, and that, I accept as more valid.
Yeah, I think that evidence is pitifully weak, but I mean, I think it's just like the other thing that you need to understand here is that when we're talking about the date these things were compiled, that's not the date that the earliest textual witnesses to the sayings would be from, because they're bringing together stuff that is actually transmitted just over time in a way that is transparent. They keep track of the mode of preservation of the sayings. And so if there's different channels and they are all being compiled into the sources that we have in the 9th century, then it shows that these things were widely circulated way before the editor abridged or annotated all of them. And so basically, if we want to figure out what was in circulation immediately, contemporaneously with the life of the Prophet, we don't infer that the date that these things were invented was the date when they were compiled. And basically the fact that multiple independent attestation from different channels, that's telling you this goes back really early, especially when you have the chain transparency that we have.
Okay, you're saying pitifully weak. I asked ChatGPT the question about a very important narrator who narrated the age of 6 and 9. My specific question was, how important is Hisham bin Urwa as regards the reports about the age of Aisha? The answer is, Hisham bin Urwa is extremely important. In fact, he's almost a central figure in the chain of transmission for the reports about Aisha's age of marriage. So it gives information about him, and I would suggest you look it up. It says that actually, this is any issues with Hisham's narrations. It says this is where it gets very interesting. In Medina, where he lived most of his life, Hisham was considered reliable by scholars like Malik Malik, expressed concerns about the quality of Hisham's narrations after his relocation. They noted that after he aged, after moving to Iraq, some of his narrations became odd or less precise. So, specific critiques, Imam Malik reportedly criticized Hisham's narration in Iraq as being less accurate, and Yahya ibn Ma'in, an important hadith critic, also said his Iraq narrations were not as strong. So basically, the problem with Hisham bin Urwa, on which relies the age of Aisha of 6 and 9, is that he had dementia in old age. And, it's not reliable. So that factor, when taken into account, and other indications that his sister was 10 years older, she died at a particular time, so therefore she was around 17, is more reliable. And how can you knock that down when the narrator is unreliable?
Well, first of all, there's no way in the world that the one narrator that you're saying that you have questions about the reliability after he moved, to Iraq from Medina, that there were people that raised questions about his reliability. He is not a single point of failure, because that's precisely why we keep pointing out that there are multiple independent lines of transmission. So you can have people, basically, the Urwa, like when you're saying that he's unreliable, basically, first is the scope of the criticism is his late Iraq narrations. That's what you said, right? And so if you're going to say that, if you're going to put low quality, low trust in the late Iraq narrations, then you would need to know, hey, does the actual stuff relevant to the Aisha debate, is that from his late Iraq period? And no, because both Bukhari and Muslim, both of those knew the claims that he was unreliable, and they filtered it through that. And so all the stuff in Bukhari is only based on stuff in Medina. But there's literally another chain that's cited by the Muslim source too, you're just looking at right here. There's one that doesn't go through. There's one that goes through what they call the Basran route, and it doesn't go through him at all as a commentator.
Okay, so where do you get the information that Bukhari and Muslim knew that Hisham was unreliable? What is the evidence for that? You claim that Bukhari and Muslim knew that Hisham was unreliable. I'm asking for the evidence. I'd like to take that into consideration in future discussions on this matter.
Yeah.
To update my knowledge.
So here's a source you can look at. It is this Assembly of Muslim Jurists of America. They have an article called The Prophet's Marriage from Aisha when she was 9, where they discuss this. And then here's another article where they're defending the reliability of Bukhari. But basically, think about it this way logically so you can understand too, which is basically, how do you know about the reports of his unreliability? How are those preserved and transmitted to you? It's the people that were raising questions about the veracity of his recollection, the people who were raising questions about that, they were raising it to the other people that would come later in the chain. And that was so those other people could include those caveats, so you could be able to grade as strong or weak. And so, the whole point of people raising questions, the reason why people would attack the quality or integrity of someone is so that later people can include caveats.
Yeah, but scholars still differ on various matters on the reliability of hadith as to whether they are truly sahih or not. If they find information from other sources which indicate that a certain narrator, for example, there's a famous hadith, let me give another example, a famous hadith that kill whoever changes his faith, changes his religion, right? Now this was, according to some scholars, reported by Ikrimah, who was a confirmed liar of the highest degree, right? Yet Bukhari included it in his narration. Now you might say, well, that proves that apostates should be killed, and there are many Muslims who would agree with you. But I'm simply pointing out that according to some scholars of repute, well-known scholars, he was of the highest degree and inclined towards or associated with the Kharijis of Egypt, if I remember correctly. So, but yet Bukhari included it in his narration, and there are many Muslims who will die to prove that actually this narration is authentic. But actually it is not authentic, because if you look at the chain of transmission, it does include it. Or many of them, or most of them actually include it. That's where it's coming from.
No, but...
And he was known to be a liar. The same thing applies to Hisham.
That wasn't even the...
Let me finish, let me land. I won't be long, I promise. So, Hisham bin Urwa, who is the central figure in the reporting of that hadith, you might get one or two that excludes Hisham bin Urwa, but they might have been influenced by Hisham bin Urwa without actually mentioning it. In any case, the point is that scholars can differ on the authenticity and the reliability of narrators. One scholar may declare something to be sahih based on the chain of transmission. Keep in mind that the chain of transmission is what is mainly used to determine whether a hadith is sahih or not. It is not so much the content of the hadith. That we have to evaluate in the light of the Quran and other sahih narrations, other reports, as to whether they're reliable. For example, one final point is that the hadith lacks eloquence. Kill whoever changes his religion means that if Ethan leaves Christianity and becomes a Muslim is obliged to kill him. So it lacks eloquence, because it says kill whoever changes his religion. Christian becoming Muslim should be killed. So this is another example, and I'm about to land, of a hadith which is labeled as Sahih, mentioned in Sahih al-Bukhari, yet it is actually contrary to the Quran and lacks eloquence and has a liar as a narrator. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, none of the points I'm raising are really being addressed. So, one point, okay? What is your evidence that the Aisha verse is from the Iraq period, when his memory is supposed to have declined?
Again, I researched this some time ago. I will look into it and get back to you. Let me ask ChatGPT, my favorite source today.
Okay, I'll just wait.
Or you could ask Gemini 2.5.
It's definitely not a shameless plug.
Definitely not.
Okay, I've asked the question. It's going to take some time.
Okay, well, here's what I got. Were the Aisha age hadiths taken from the late Iraq period? No, the two canonical blah 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 run through students who heard decades before the move to Iraq. So I'm getting this person, and sorry, it's just a bunch of names that are impossible to pronounce. But basically, here's what it says. It says, none of the age 9 reports depend on the narrations that he gave in Baghdad during his last 8 years. The classical criticisms of him were selectiveness and basically decline in memory later in life, and saying that he basically had a lapse after 75 years of old. And basically he was classed in the early period. All the commentators thought he was extremely reliable.
Okay, so you're accepting, based on ChatGPT answers probably, that there was a problem with his transmission in old age when he was in Iraq. So I asked the question specifically.
Yeah, but that's not relevant to the present dispute. And the issue was never that he hallucinated something. The issue was being selective and that he wasn't sharp. Okay, but those are basically, there was never any sign that he became confused. Okay, just his memory started failing. So he started remembering less, but not that he started hallucinating stuff that wasn't there. This is what those people say. And none of this is relevant because none of the quotes that the actual Bukhari depends on come from the Baghdad period.
Really? Okay, let's look at my question and look at the answer, or part of the answer, which I got, because otherwise we'll be on the mic for ages. What is the evidence that reports about Aisha's age from Hisham bin Urwa are from when he was aged in Iraq? Excellent, you're pushing into very precise and deep criticism now. Let's go slowly and carefully, because this is a high-level academic question. Okay? It says there is indirect circumstantial evidence from patterns in transmission and early scholar comments that raise suspicions. It talks about his age, and that he spent his younger, strongest years in Medina, and his old age in Iraq. Several scholars, early scholars, said, I do not accept the narrations of Hisham transmitted by the people of Iraq. So Malik bin Anas, Imam Malik, did not, who was himself a famous Medinan authority, said that, and he did not include his narrations transmitted by the people of Iraq. And he does not include the age of Aisha in his Muwatta, to my knowledge. And Yahya bin Ma'in, a major hadith critic, and others noted that Hisham's narrations in Iraq had oddities. They were not accusing him of fabrication, but they noticed changes or less precision in his hadith after he moved to Iraq. When you check who narrated the 698 from Hisham, you find mostly Iraqi narrators picked up this report from him, which indicates that he was in Iraq. Examples, narrators include Abdurrahman bin Abi al-Zinad, an Iraqi transmitter, amongst others, and Hisham's famous narrations about Aisha's age became widespread mainly among Iraqi narrators. Very few Medina narrators report this from him, despite Hisham living there for decades. This suggests that the popular version of 698's narration probably spread in Iraq during Hisham's old age. And Muwatta of Malik, which is what I mentioned before, does not include the hadith about Aisha's age marriage, despite Malik being a contemporary of Hisham. Other early Medinan hadith compilations are also silent, meaning that they did not quote him, even though, like we know, he was in Medina in his young age. So hadith critics say, this is the logic from ChatGPT, if a narrator only transmits a key report late in life, or if that report is only spread by students from a particular place like Iraq where he later lived, then suspicion arises about whether the report is original or affected by later factors, memory decay, regional influence, etc. Conclusion is that Malik and others doubted the precision of Hisham's later narrations. The 6-9 tradition mainly spread through Iraqi students. Muwatta, early Medinan works like the Muwatta from Imam Malik do not record this hadith, and hadith scholars would view this pattern as cause for caution. So, there are reasons to question this narration.
Well, no, but it is not factually true. My understanding is it is not factually true that the narration is from the Iraq period, that it depends on the Iraq period. And I'm just looking here, and what I'm looking at, and it doesn't really seem like even though you're priming ChatGPT with your wording of the prompt to tell you that is true, because you're just asking it for evidence that it was from the Baghdad period. So you're just biasing it. You're priming the pump with your phrasing of the question. Like when I'm just using a neutral phrasing, here's what I'm getting. The 6 and 9 report comes from Urwa's early Medina Mecca teaching years. Then I get, here is the chain in Bukhari. So it's Yusuf to Uyayna to Urwa to his father to Aisha. Okay, so then we look at the Urwa and we look at the Uyayna. Okay, now when would that next commentator in the chain, when could he have heard it? So this is the Bukhari chain. When could he have heard it from Urwa? And you look and you say, your claim is that it would have to be the Baghdad period. So after 760. Okay, that's when your claim has to be. But the age 9 report, based off of when Unaya was there, okay, he was there basically
from 725 to 746. That was when he would have interacted with the guy, with Urwa. So we're looking at this period 725, 746. Okay? Then we're looking at the guy's Baghdad period, which is 760. So the next guy in the chain, I think he was actually basically, his age 9 hadith would be from 746, which puts him like 20 years before the Baghdad period.
Well, you said I probably maybe attempt to asking that question, which I thought was a very neutral question. What is the evidence? Seeking evidence.
No, but you said, what is the evidence that? And then you're thinking.
Are from when he was aged in Iraq. And then the next question I asked was another precise question. Does Shami was removed at the age of Rashidullah from when he was in Medina? You're asking very carefully, let's answer precisely. It says the famous versions we have today, especially the widespread ones like in Bukhari, likely trace through his Iraqi period. And then it breaks it down.
No, but you're just, like, can you listen to what I'm saying? Okay, and these are things you can just check. You could Google them even. Okay, which is take this in Bukhari. Okay, for 5133 in Bukhari, we have a chain. Okay, so we have Yusuf. We have basically this guy Oyayna. Okay, Oyayna. Okay, I think that's how you're supposed to say it. Then we have him going to Urwa. Okay, so the chain gets us to this guy specifically. So Oyayna. Okay, Oyayna. When in the world would that guy have been able to meet Urwa, who heard it from his dad? When would he have been able to meet him? Okay, that guy is born in the year 725. That's when Uyayna is born. We go to 746. That's when he's in Mecca, Medina, and he transmits the age 9 hadith and attributes it to Urwa. His Baghdad period for Urwa is in 760. So which of those specific factual claims is wrong?
So you're asking Google that question and getting that answer?
I'm saying you can Google it if you want for any of the specific claims that I just told you. So we can go here, and I can look here. I'll give you the source. So first is we can go to Bukhari. That's the first step, okay? Which is Bukhari tells us the chain of transmission, right? And the chain of transmission that Bukhari tells us goes back before Yusuf. It goes to this guy, Oyayna, okay? That guy. Then it goes from him to Urwa. You have a criticism of Urwa, which is just his memory became less reliable in his old age when he was above the age of 75. The first time that he arrived in Baghdad, basically in the very late Baghdad period when the first criticism of him is made around 760. We know that Urwa, okay, in 750, his memory was praised. And in 746, that was when he transmitted the age 9 hadith. So his memory is praised in 750. He transmitted this verse 4 years before that to the guy who's recorded in Bukhari.
Okay, so again, we are, let's say, comparing notes of what your research is and what my research is. I asked another question to ChatGPT. Is Uyayna connected with Hisham bin Urwa and his report on Aisha's age? No, Uyayna ibn Abdurrahman is not directly in the most famous chains where Hisham bin Urwa reports Aisha's age at marriages 6 and 9. It's not. It's not one of Hisham's narratives for this report. So it looks like we get conflicting information.
Okay, are using O3? So if you go to your ChatGPT, if you're using your ChatGPT, look at the top left corner. There's a version of it that can actually do research, so it can actually go look at sources. And so if you click on the top panel and you drop down to O3, ask your questions there. And then I think you'll get better answers than you've been getting, because you're probably just using 4.0 or something like that right now.
I don't know. I'm using the free version. So.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's the problem. Yeah, that's probably the problem.
Which version are you using?
Yeah, I have the Pro subscription. So here. But I mean, we can just go look at it yourself. So here, I can send you this link so you can see all the parts, and you don't have to rely on ChatGPT at all. So first is we're going to have this source from muslimscholars.info. Okay. So here, let me...
Yeah, this is from the Salafi scholars who die hard insist on Bukhari has been 100% accurate and even above the Quran in some way. That the Hadith is more the yardstick on which to judge the Quran rather than the Quran being the yardstick on which to judge the Hadith, and I look at it differently. But in any case, you haven't given a link. I thought you were going to give a link.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it. It's hard. It's hard to move it over from my computer to the phone.
Why don't you use Club Deck?
I never have downloaded it or anything, but yeah, it might be good.
Club Deck is easy to present links with. So that's why one of the reasons I prefer Club Deck, even though it has its glitches and whatnot. I have to leave a room every now and then otherwise there's some sort of lag or something. When I press the mic, it doesn't always immediately turn on or off. No, Sasha is here. How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Okay, well, so can you actually just go to Bukhari 5133?
Sunnah.com. Bukhari 5133.
Yeah, and then could you just read to us the names in the opening line of 5133?
حدثنا محمد بن يوسف حدثنا سفيان. حدثنا means narrated to us. سفيان عن هشام عن أبيه عن عائشة. So it's the chain is Aisha reported to her father. No.
Their nephew.
Yeah. Sorry, I got it wrong. So it was narrated by Muhammad bin Yusuf that Sufyan narrated from Hisham, from his father, so Hisham's father, from Aisha, radiallahu anha, may God be pleased with that, and then the 9-year-old at the
Yeah, so in the middle, who's between Yusuf and Urwa?
Uyayna. Between Yusuf?
Yeah, Uyayna.
Sufyan. It says Sufyan.
Yeah, but Sufyan bin Uyayna. Bin Uyayna is the last part. It's Sufyan bin Uyayna.
Is it? Okay, let me ask ChatGPT. Who was Sufyan bin Uyayna? Sufyan bin Uyayna. Born 107 or 75 CE, died 813 CE, one of the greatest hadith scholars of his time, learned from heavyweights like Amr ibn Dinar al-Zuhri, Hisham bin Urwa, and others. Okay. So he learned from Hisham bin Urwa.
Right. And when were his study years with Urwa? Ask that.
So he was one of Hisham's students, it says.
Right, and the years studied with Urwa, when were those? That's the question you should ask.
Sufyan in Uyayna studied under Hisham and Urwa students. Says Hisham bin Urwa was about 46 years old. Then Sufyan bin Uyayna.
No, but just give it to us in CE.
It doesn't actually give them
Yeah, just you can ask it to clarify it for you. Right, the birth was in 725 CE. He started taking down the Hadith at 15. He stayed in Mecca.
Okay, I got it. It actually gave the information further down. It says Sufyan bin Uyayna began seeking hadith seriously as a teenager. Scholars report that that's what the dates. Sufyan could have heard from Hisham any time between 740 and 763 CE.
When does Hassam relocate to Baghdad? In 762. Okay.
Okay, so 1 year.
And if you go look, here's the Aisha report. You can look and you can ask it specifically for this. It has to be between 125 and 130, based on who's the next in the chain after Uyayna. Okay. So recall, when did Yusuf meet Uyayna?
Presumably in Mecca.
Do you think that Yusuf, when Yusuf met Uyayna, when was Uyayna? Did they meet after Uyayna's Kufa period or his Baghdad period?
It's Mecca. It's not mentioning Medina.
No. But here's the point: is when was Uyayna in Mecca to talk to Yusuf?
He was in Medina. So
No. But you're losing this. So here's the point, which is Uyayna, where he hears it from Urwa. Okay, he hears it from Urwa. Now you're trying to say he heard it from Urwa in Iraq. So you're trying to say he heard it in Baghdad. I'm trying to say he heard it in Medina. Okay? So then we can infer, based on who's the next in the chain after him, when he gave this verse. So the next guy in the chain after Uyayna is Yusuf, right? So then we can infer the date based off of when in the world would Uyayna have interacted with Yusuf. Because we know for a fact, so here's what we really know. We know for a fact that Uyayna studied extensively with Urwa in Mecca and Medina around 745. And then Hassan's final residence in Iraq, that's when the critiques of his memory are raised. Okay? This is at least a decade before that. Okay? So Bukhari's chain runs through the early pupil of Uyayna. Then we can go here.
it's it's saying that it's possible that Sufyan heard it from Hisham during his Hajj trips or when Sufyan traveled to Medina. So it's saying the possibility is there that if he definitely heard it from Hisham and it was not made out, and he would have heard it during a visit from either to the other's city.
I just want you to ask this question. Okay. What evidence do we have of Sufyan studying with Urwa? Have you gotten an answer yet?
Yeah, okay. Just jump back in. So, summary: while there is no single detailed report explicitly saying Sufyan studied under Hisham at this specific moment, the strong evidence comes from a combination of his direct narrations, biographical reports, and scholarly endorsements. Thus, Sufyan ibn Ilay's connection with Hisham bin Urwa is firmly established, through these indirect and direct historical sources. That's the summary.
What? What was the question you asked?
The question that you asked me to ask. What evidence
Yeah, wait, no, can you just read what you wrote? Wait, no, can you read what you wrote?
Yeah, what evidence do we have of Sufyan studying with Urwa?
And then, okay, now read the answer that you just read.
You want me to read the summary again?
You can read the summary if you want. Or if you just read the answer starting from the beginning, that would be the most helpful.
Great question. Direct and indirect evidence. Sufyan bin Uyayna studied under Hisham bin Urwa. Direct evidence, chain of transmission and hadith collections. So Sufyan is directly linked to Hisham in hadith chains. Sufyan narrates from Hisham in these chains, which implies a teacher-student relationship. In classical hadith collections such as Bukhari and Muslim, Sufyan is listed as one of the narrators of hadith. It's transmitted from Hisham bin Urwa. So he's just using the same hadith, such as the age of Aisha, to imply a teacher-student relationship.
Okay, here's what I'm getting. Because we keep getting completely different responses in a way that's bizarre. I'm getting biographers state explicitly that Sufyan's lessons came in Medina. So this is what I'm getting. His Sufyan's lessons from Hisham happened in Mecca, Medina, phrase quoted in manuals. I copied hadith from Hisham while I was in Mecca. So it's attributing the quote directly to Sufyan. And then there's no record of him traveling to Iraq. Historians list the few places Sufyan visited: Yemen once, Egypt once, Iraq is never named. His own students note Iraqis came to him in Hajj. So here's the reconstruction. Okay, and I'm just going to use the Arabic years. Okay, so 125 to 130. Teenage Sufyan attends Hisham Circle in Medina while on study trips from Mecca. 145 to 146. Old Hisham finally settles in Kufa, Baghdad. Memory begins to slip. 160 to 170. Adult Sufyan teaches Aisha report to student Yusuf during Hajj sessions. 198 to 814 CE. Sufyan dies in Mecca, having never relocated to Iraq.
So it says in the summary, there is no single detailed report explicitly stated Sufyan studied under Hisham at this specific moment in time. The strong evidence comes from the combination of his direct narrations, biographical reports, and scholarly endorsements. Why are you disputing that?
I just told you. So, I mean, I was just reading for you what I'm reading. I just read everything I said just straight off the page.
Islamophobe, he read you something saying that he claimed to have copied Hadith directly from him in Medina. Right? That's why he's saying that.
I thought he was trying to brag about the fact that he can read.
Maybe you could just recap it, Ethan. The reason that we've gone down this rabbit hole is because he's claiming that the information was from this senile guy that directly was wrong, but you've shown him that the information that came from the chain was reliable, right? That's what you've been
Right, I mean, just so we can zoom out to a really big picture here, because we have gotten in the weeds, which is the big picture detail here is we have this in Bukhari and Muslim through multiple independent chains, some of which don't go through Urwa at all. Okay? Now, in the Bukhari chain, okay, Urwa is a key link in the chain, but we have multiple independent chains, so not all the chains have to run through Urwa. Now, there are critiques of Urwa's reliability. Okay? The critique of Urwa's reliability is that after he was 75 years old, basically that his memory started to decline. Now, an important thing to keep in mind here is no one ever accused him of getting confused. No one thought he was senile. No one thought he had fabricated anything. Just that his recollection was getting less sharp, right? And that basically there were things that he was forgetting that he had previously known, so his memory wasn't as strong. But not that he was confused or that he was like misrecollecting versus. But still, the commentators put a caveat where they weren't going to trust Urwa from that Iraq period because there were just questions about it, so it couldn't be strong and be included in collections like Bukhari from the Iraq period. So the commentators specifically were selecting for the Urwa stuff that's from his Medina period. Then we go and we say, okay, we actually have recorded in Bukhari the next guy that he passed it on to, which is this Uyayna. Then we can look at when those guys would have interacted and when we know they did interact. And we know they interacted in the Medina period, basically, rather than during the late Iraq Kufa period. And so all the evidence that we're seeing is pointing to basically when this guy's memory is being praised, it's around that time that he's transmitting this basically hadith.
The question you have to ask yourself is, what did Bukhari know and when did he know it?
I thought it's Are You Feeling Lucky, Punk?
Is this all to serve the greater, the whole, like, whether or not they can be trusted as sources?
Right, because what we're talking about right now is Bukhari is like 200 years after the events. But Bukhari tells us all his sources. Okay, so we can retrace when these sayings would come from and who they're coming from. And so the claim is that along multiple independent lines of transmission like this, from people who are just detested, because Bukhari, the reason why Bukhari is held in such high regard, the reason why he's saying there are people that hold it higher than the Quran, is because Bukhari was so good about only using the best sources and documenting who his sources were. And so that compilation, the compilation in Bukhari, basically, this is stuff that's really, really good. Because basically, like, the reason why people like Urwa is because all of the guys that were meeting Urwa were like, wow, this guy's a memorization genius. He basically has a photographic memory. And so we have that, but for multiple different lines. So there's not one single point of failure. Getting this verse back to literally Aisha's nephew.
Right. And then what essentially Lomprobe is trying to do is he's trying to say, but at some point he got like dementia, and that's when he said that she was 9. Right? That's like his claim.
Right, but the entire reason
gone back and shown him that it's not that it's
right, because the entire reason
was transmitted before he was
if you said he had dementia, it was transmitted before, because there's chains that go back and you can see the chain.
And the other thing we can do is we can see from these chains of transmission, we can see, first of all, obviously we can see that this was during the Medina period. But the second thing is that we know that Bukhari knew about these concerns that were raised about Urwa. And Bukhari, his entire thing is Hadith criticism. That's the whole point of this compilation. So Bukhari, the compilation, is based off of really high standards for Hadith criticism. And everybody knew the criticisms of Urwa from his Iraq period. Which is why just even the inclusion in the text shows you that you have attestation from the Medina period.
I think you should become a Salafist advocate because you're presenting the Salafist position on Hadith criticism. Like I said, you're overemphasizing Bukhari's reliability and becoming an advocate for Salafi Islam.
But
Like
couldn't
I
that
said, there's a hadith.
be oppositely made about you, right? That you're merely saying that Bukhari, when I don't like what he has to say, I think he's unreliable, right? For some unknown reason.
I don't like Bukhari. I think he's unreliable. No, those are not my words. Those are words you put into my.
No, I think that's what's been implied. I don't think you've said it. I think that's what's been implied.
On the main, I accept a lot from Bukhari, a lot, but there are some which are problematic, and I mentioned one problematic one previously, the hadith which says, kill whoever changes his religion. And my first point of criticism is that the Quran does not support that. The Quran talks about apostasy and does not prescribe punishment for it. Secondly, the Prophet, peace be upon him, is never known to have killed anyone for simple apostasy. Thirdly, the hadith is problematic because it says kill whoever changes his religion. So if you, Tim, become a Muslim, if I was a hadith follower, a blind hadith follower, I would have to kill you because you have changed your religion. And that's the wording of the hadith. But Bukhari included it, even though it is absurd in its wording.
Okay,
is
but
problematic
maybe here's the thing that we could conclude. Maybe the Prophet said something ineloquent.
Kill whoever. No, we will not say he said something.
No, but we will say that as the atheists that are just going based on the historical sources. The atheist,
kill whoever changes his religion
the Christian,
is so problematic.
The atheist, the Christian, the critical historian, okay, the Jew, okay, everybody, the Hindu, when we're looking at it, right, when I, the Christian, am looking at it, I'm going to approach it from the perspective of what does the historical evidence tell me, not from the presupposition, well, if Muhammad said it, it must have been perfectly eloquent.
The other thing too is like when you're saying you accept some of the things that Bukhari says and some of the things that don't, right? Presumably that's because you have some like evidence that would go against believing what Bukhari said. And so what Ethan has been attempting to do for the last 45 minutes is to show you that your idea that the reason that that it's not true that he had sex with a 9-year-old because this guy was senile by the time that was transmitted, he's given you reasonable evidence to show that that information was transmitted before he could have been senile, right? And so it would like lower your reasons to believe that that particular hadith is like not sahih, right? Or not sahih. It would make it so it is sahih, right? So you can't just arbitrarily decide to not accept Bukhari for unknown reasons, right? If you have a decent reason to believe that it's true, then you ought to believe it, because you said that you do accept his hadiths, provided there's good reason to believe them.
No, what I said was, it's not based on this, that, or the other reason, unknown reasons. I specified my reasoning. My reasoning is that in my faith, the Quran is first. The Quran comes first and foremost. It is the word of God. Bukhari is not God. His word is not the word of God. So it's not even the word of the Prophet. It's a report coming, going down the chain over 200 to 300 years, depending upon which book it is, when he wrote it. there are reasons for their questioning Bukhari as a Muslim, but not questioning the Quran. So I presented that for both these examples that I've given. For the age of Aisha, I presented my reasoning. It's not unknown reasoning as you falsely alleged here. I presented my reasoning very succinctly that the Quran comes first because as a Muslim, I believe it is the word of God. It is reliable. It is trustworthy. It is precise in its language. It does not lack eloquence. The Hadith in some cases has problems. And if the Quran does not support a Hadith, however much the Salafist or the Christian anti-Islamic apologist or polemicist might want it to be, if it does not tally
Well,
with
where did
they
this
need to
the Quran doesn't say anything is silent, right? The Quran is silent about whether he had sex with a 9-year-old, right? We don't have anything in the Quran that says he did or he didn't, right? So to say something like the Quran doesn't agree with the Quran is not possible because it doesn't report him having sex with Naisha. That's an outside report, right? So to say, well, can't believe this because it's not in the Quran, it's like saying, well, we didn't have a report that the sun was going to came up last Tuesday at 9 a.m., so therefore it didn't happen, right? You're just making like basically an argument from silence if you're talking about the Quran.
Okay, I was having a discourse with Ethan, and my argument perhaps
Please stop. You get folded like a cheap chair. Okay, it's over. Just stop. Stop wasting Ethan's time with your nonsense, please.
Okay, end the discussion because you think that.
Look, ChatGPT 3 has not done you well. Okay, he just gave you a ridiculous amount of his time. It's boring. It's over. You've been folded like a cheap chair.
Well,
Game over. Bye bye.
Islamo, do you now concede that the chain of narration, which you called into question, you did so erroneously? Do you concede that much at least?
No, I said most of them are from Iraqi narrators. Most of them. I didn't say all of them were. So my point still stands. In most cases, they are. But to answer to Tim, if you don't mind,
no, that's just a lot.
Well, no, but Bukhari 5133 that we just said, that's like one of the main ones, right? And we just saw that it went through Urwa in the Medina period.
Again, you're not letting me speak. Let me respond to Tim first, and I'll come to Ethan. So, Tim, first of all, you said the Quran is silent on the age of the Prophet's marriage to Aisha on her age. It does not directly mention it, but we have reasons, strong reasoning, to show that marriage is with a woman, an adult female, not a prepubescent girl. So there's strong reasoning for that. I've presented you the fact that whenever the Quran talks about marriage and divorce, it uses the word woman, not female in general. And that applies to 65:4, which is a verse under contention within the Muslim world and also outside. For those people who tag along with the Salafists or those who take the scholars more or less blindly and say, look, they say it refers to young girls, so it must be referring to young girls. No, the Quran is not silent in that sense. It is talking about marriage with women, not with females in general. So that, I suppose, answers Tim's point. Now back to the Urwa, Hisham bin Urwa, which Ethan took the pains to ask ChatGPT and maybe consult MuslimScholars.net or whatever site you refer to, Ethan. They are Salafist scholars and they will highlight whatever, there's a battle within the Muslim world as regards these hadith. And they're highlighting certain things and the opposite group is highlighting the other things or some other things. So there is a debate within the Muslim world on this as regards the authenticity of that narrations. And the Iraqi transmission, or most of them being from Iraq, is a point that you have highlighted that those few, or perhaps one, or maybe one or two others, maybe more even, where there is no issue with the Iraqi transmission. And that doesn't mean that these hadiths are necessarily correct. Like we're talking about over 2 centuries afterwards. So, for me, the Quran is first and foremost. I apply it in other aspects of Islamic jurisprudence, including apostasy, which is an example that I gave to illustrate the point. Now, if you want to tag along with the Salafists or those who think alike, you're welcome to do that, but it won't affect me because for me the Quran is first and foremost.
Okay, but just we've been through this so many times, but okay. So obviously all the stuff that you said to Tim, we've had a whole conversation about that where we're showing you disagree with all the classical lexicons, you disagree with all the tafsir, you're imposing what you take the word to mean after literally like more than a millennia of semantic drift. You're taking that over the consensus of the early interpreters of it, including and what the lexicographers would say based on the standards that they use, which is also consistent with the same evidential standards that you're applying to evaluate the reliability of Bukhari. Because then we're going here to the Bukhari stuff, and there is no evidence that these verses, that Bukhari was credulous of Urwa during the Iraq period. I just don't see any evidence of Bukhari being credulous of Urwa, not cognizant of the criticisms of Urwa during the Iraq period. I mean, the criticisms that are made of him during the Iraq period, even if they were true, and even if it were from the Iraq period, they would not prove your case. They would just be slight evidence in favor of your case. And the nature of the criticisms is way different than the nature of the error he would have to be committing to get this wrong. Okay? And it would be totally disconfirmed by multiple independent attestation through other lines. And so Urwa is he's not an indispensable link in the chain. But the thing that makes this crazy that we've spent so much time talking about it is that Urwa was in Medina when he reported it. Okay? That's the crazy thing, is it's not during the Iraq period. It's during the period when his memory was strongest. And so that I just don't know how many times we can keep saying that. But this isn't just based off of the biased sources. There's no evidence that you could give of Hassam in Kufa or Baghdad, okay, before Urwa's death.
Sorry, no evidence that Hisham was in Kufa or Baghdad or Iraq? Before Urwa's death. So you reckon he died in Medina? Is that what you're arguing for?
No, Urwa was in Iraq. And Hassam,
right.
You could try to say that there's a documented move of his to Baghdad, right? But you have to consider these two things.
So, okay, go on.
No, sir, I'm just trying to, we're trying to pin down when would this connection have to have happened, the Urwa to Hassam connection. Now we know for a fact that he was recording and reporting hadith when they met up during the Medina period. Now you're trying to claim that, well, it's possible they met up again during his Iraq period, and he was actually reporting a verse from the Iraq period when they, surreptitiously, unbeknownst to the historians or any evidence, met up in Iraq. Now I'm asking for the evidence that these two ever met in Iraq.
You sound, if you ever become a Muslim, it seems you would be a Salafist who die hard, who looks at the hadith and then forgets about the Quran. What? Or interprets rather the Quran in the light of the hadith. Hold on, let me finish. I don't interrupt people. I expect the same sort of courtesy. When I finish, you're welcome to speak. So, with regards to the Quran, again, you talked about the tafsir scholars, the commentators, and said that effectively that I'm ignoring them. I don't ignore the word of Allah. The word of Allah to me is clear on this matter. It's very clearly talking about adult females. There is a word for females in general in Arabic, and the Quran uses that word. When it comes to marriage and divorce, it does not use that. It uses adult females, women, nisa. So for me, the issue is very clear that as far as the Quran is concerned, marriage is with adult females for men. It is with adult females, not with females in general, of any age. young or old. It's about those who are adult. Okay, so for me, that is the decisive, as far as my religion is concerned, that is decisive. There can be a lot of noise about hadiths, and there is, especially from circles who either are diehard hadith supporters and advocate the hadith being at par with the Quran, or even in some cases above it. And those who want to attack Islam will jump on that and use these fallible human sources to discredit Islam. That's fine. That's your job in a way. But as far as my faith is concerned, it is in the Quran and in the words of Allah, not commentaries which go against the word of Allah. So I'm clear on this. Marriage and divorce, you can check verse after verse. Do a search for marriage verses. Ask what nisa means in these verses. And you'll find that they're talking about adult females. So for me, the matter is decisive. I do not accept those hadiths on the age of Aisha because they are contrary to the Quran. That's my starting point. The rest of the analysis, okay, let's engage in a discussion on it, if you really want to have a discussion.
And why did you call it Muslim?
This is the Muslim equivalent of Protestantism. Like, this is Protestant level exegesis. Where it's outside of the. So, first is we're completely going against all the lexicographic evidence we would have about the meaning of the verse. It wouldn't even be a logical implication of the verse that what happened was impossible. So, we're going against all the authoritative commentaries on it based on the best evidence we have about what it meant. Even if you were right, it wouldn't imply that these events hadn't happened. And we're using that to dismiss lots of multiply attested independent lines of transmission with a lot of source transparency, with reliable sources, okay, that directly attest to the events specifically, and that satisfy all the historical criteria that we would use. This is literally Islamic Protestantism.
Well, it does seem interesting, though, because it seems like you could be equivocating on what you mean by adult female, right? Like, because I would just take that, if you look at, like, sort of jurisprudence within the Islamic world, that just means all you had to do was menstruate, right? But you could menstruate at 9 and not be an adult, right? It's not a sufficient condition to menstruate and therefore you're a woman. But if you're taking it something like, well, let's say she menstruated, so she's therefore a woman, right? That would just be like a weird way to put that, because nobody thinks that just because you menstruate that therefore you're a woman and you're capable of having sex and being married, right? But if that's what you're going to say, that's what the Quran is saying. We just have to be having a new dispute.
Tim, why are you saying menstruation so weird?
Ethan appealed to Lane's lexicon, and I asked ChatGPT again, what does Lane's lexicon say Nisa means? And the summary is, according to Lane's lexicon, Nisa means women in the general sense, typically referring to adult females, though it can also imply wives, depending on the context. So it's again referring to adult females.
But that's not what it's referring. You literally just read typically, which means it's in the semantic range, and then you just showed my reading of it, which is it refers to the social role of woman, and can apply. And it was literally contrasting that with the adult reading.
Go with the flow, Ethan. You're free to choose.
Islamophobe, do you take it that if a female menstruates, that she's now considered an adult?
A woman may not menstruate. An adult female may not menstruate, and that's one of the conditions mentioned in 65(4), where a woman does not menstruate.
But what's the waiting period if they don't menstruate? 3 months, right?
Why is everyone saying that word so fucking weird?
What are you talking about?
Menstruate? It's not menstruate.
Okay, Jesus. What I'm asking you, I'm just asking you, what do you, in your world, if a female menstruates, is that a sufficient condition to call her ready for marriage and ready for sex?
So the Quran talks about two things. It talks about readiness for marriage.
Can you say yes or no and then answer? Can you say yes or no and then answer?
No, because it it's a nuanced answer. I want to give what the Quran states on this.
Right, you can say what the Quran states, but just in general,
Please don't interrupt. You are,
no,
I
asked you a question because
I did not specify how you asked the question. Why are you specifying?
I'm asking it.
How I answered the question.
No, I'm clarifying. I'm just asking you. Can you affirm positive yes or no, and then you can give as long as an answer as you want to clarify what it means. But is simply having menstruated a sufficient condition to get married within your religion? Yes or no, and then you can say yes, why?
Not according to the Quran, which is what I was trying to explain. According to the Quran, a woman must reach the age of marriage, which is understood to be puberty, and on top of that, she must have mental aptitude. That's what the Quran stipulates in chapter 4, verse 6.
Let's get the verse that says you have to be reach puberty. What verse do you want us to look at?
I would just have to reach puberty. That reaching puberty would be like that just means like is that in the beginning of puberty?
No. Let's just take you at face value. Like, okay, tell us your verse to prove that it has to be puberty.
Chapter 4, verse 6. Apart from the word nisa, self-indicating adulthood.
Oh wait, so you're just going based on your nisa reading?
No.
What is the evidence that the marriageable age is puberty that's in the text?
Nikah indicates ability to copulate. So it's talking about...
That's talking about the sex age.
You said that.
So what evidence do you have? Because our allegation is that Muhammad slept with Aisha before she had puberty. So it's just question begging to say that.
Okay, so let me take it from the standard or the common Sunni position. I'm not a Sunni, I'm an Ahmadi. From the common Sunni position or the Salafist position, those who uphold the Hadith, she was 6, and the reason the delay for 3 years took place was because she was not yet post-pubescent. She had not yet reached marriageable age. So let me start you from the Sunni perspective and show to you that actually your argument is flawed from the Hadith.
Okay, well no, now we can argue from the different perspective. So if you'll grant us the ages, now we can argue about the puberty. Okay? So the first thing we can do is we can look at what are the first mentions we have of Aisha menstruating. Okay? Now basically, in going by Arabic years, we have it in about 10. Okay, 10 AH. Okay? So then, and basically it could be, maybe you could read it as 6. Okay, so 6 to 10. So at least 4 years after the marriage, as many as 9 years after the marriage, that was when Aisha started weeping because she just started to menstruate on the journey. Okay? There's no hadith at all that has an earlier menstrual period. All of them are subsequent to the one in Surah. Okay? Then we have playing with dolls. So we know she continued to play with dolls when Muhammad was there after they started living together. Okay? We know that basically the dolls were forbidden to the girls that hadn't reached puberty. But I mean, they were forbidden to the people who had reached puberty. They were allowed for the girls that had not yet reached puberty. So that legal rationale means she's being treated as a minor who hadn't reached puberty. Then just like, if we thought about it from just plausibility, not working within the Islamic perspective, basically, the average age of menstruation is going to be 13 years of age. Under 10 years is this a very long tail. That's an extremely precocious puberty. Okay? So, I mean, statistically, if you had, and when you have bad nutrition, which you would have had at the time, that would delay rather than accelerate the puberty. So we have the first mention of her having menstruation that's like 5 years after the wedding being charitable.
We have evidence that she had the legal status that a prepubescent girl would have, even after they had consummated the marriage. And we just have the prior plausibility that she would have extremely precocious puberty in a malnourished environment.
Okay, so can you provide evidence that dolls were forbidden to girls post-puberty, and under which law? Was it under Islamic law?
So we have it under the classical jurist. Yeah, so if you look at, so we have Al-Bari's commentary on Bukhari 6130. Okay, so we go there. So, here, I'll read it. So first is, I'll just let's get the original passage, and then we'll get the commentary on it. So, original passage. I used to play with the dolls in the presence of the Prophet, and my girlfriends also used to play with me. When Allah's messenger used to enter my dwelling place, they used to hide themselves, but the Prophet would call them to join and play with me. The playing with the dolls and similar images forbidden, but it was allowed for Aisha at that time, as she was a little girl not yet reached the age of puberty. And that's Al-Bari, page 143, volume 13. So you have in the original, the part where it just says, that's being narrated from Aisha's perspective, from her point of view. That part is the Bukhari 6130. And then the Al-Bari, that's volume 13, page 143, for prepubescent.
So again, does Islamic law forbid women from playing with dolls?
I'm just giving you Bari's interpretation.
I think he's trying to say something like, look, the Quran doesn't say anything where you can't play with dolls, so therefore Islamic law, it's not a law of Islam or something like that. I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean, Al-Bari's inference, not my inference, Al-Bari's inference is that since playing with dolls and similar images was forbidden, but it was allowed for Aisha, she must not have reached the age of puberty. So that's the classical Islamic jurist position.
But is it from the Quran or the Hadith of the Prophet that it is forbidden to play with dolls if you are post-pubescent?
It's from the commentary of the jurists on the Hadith.
Yeah, so it's not a Hadith. So it's not Quran and Hadith.
No, it's just the inference that is drawn from the Hadith by the jurist who knew the rules.
Okay, all right, go with it.
Well, I don't know why you'd be laughing and chuckling, right? It seems like what happens is anytime a position you don't like, you just sort of like, you seem to dismiss it out of hand, but not for no good reason, right? But then when you want to, you'll stand on some point for the equally no good reason when you want to, when it seems to like, when you want it to like bolster your point, right? So we're providing, or at least Ethan is providing you with like well-known documentation on these things, giving you tafsir, giving you hadith, giving you textual context, giving you like where this came from. And then when it doesn't agree with you, you just seem to like nervously chuckle and go, well, go with that if you want, bro. I mean, how would anybody able to be able to ever convince you of anything if that's how you're going to act?
Yeah, the point you're misrepresenting my position. My position is clear. The sources of Islamic knowledge, let me mention them in case you haven't heard me mention it before, which is probably the case. The Quran is first and foremost the primary source of Islamic knowledge, the supreme source. If anything conflicts with the Quran, we would not accept it. The second source of Islamic knowledge is the practice, the established practice of the Prophet, the living practice, such as how to perform the Salah, the Muslim prayer. That is the second source of Islamic knowledge. How he performed the Salah, for example. The third source is the Hadith, the compilations of Hadith, of which 6 are known to be classed as authentic by scholars. But they are only accepted by us on the condition that they comply with the Quran, the living established practices of the Prophet, peace be upon him. And thirdly, they also comply with other hadith. They conflict with any.
Sure.
The Quran. First of all,
I can accept all that, but let's.
I didn't interrupt you. No, please.
No, but we've heard, I've heard you say that 3 times already today, so it's not like we don't need it again, right? But you could just say that this established practice of the Prophet, right, was narrated by Bukhari through, what's that guy's name? Ethan Aubrey or Aubrey or whatever his name was, right? They're just establishing that he had a practice, that he was with his wife Aisha and she was playing with dolls. So that would be well within your own jurisprudence acceptance of what would be something you ought to take as true.
You were mixing up something though.
Sorry.
So no, it's fine. It's just the Bari is the jurist that's commentating on the Bukhari. There was a separate dispute that we had earlier about the authenticity of these Bukhari passages. And that was the whole thing that we were debating about earlier. But now we're talking about jurists that are reacting to Bukhari.
Okay, so if I may just point out that for me, it's not a case of the Prophet is reported to have done something, so therefore that is an established practice. That is just a claim that he is reported to have done this or said this or that. It's not an established practice like how the Muslims perform the prayer. That was passed down from one generation of Muslims to the next, with overlap of generations. So the Salah is a good example to give of established practices of the Prophet. So this hadith, which goes against the Quran, is not an established practice. Sorry.
But it doesn't. So here's a few things. First, so we have the hadiths that are banning images and figures, and so those are in Bukhari directly, right? The 5957, that's one of the Bukharis. Okay, we have it in Muslim 2107. Okay, so we have commentaries on those from the jurist that show that if she was post-pubescent, it would contradict those strong hadith, and so that's people like Katabi. Okay. So we have the early commentators that point out the contradiction. And then we have the people, like in Bari, al-Bari, we have him resolving the contradiction with she's prepubescent.
So there's no Islamic law that says that. So, it's neither here nor there.
But we have strong hadith that say that's the law.
Which hadith says that's the law?
Okay, we have Bukhari 5957. And we have the interpretation of Bukhari 5957 by Katabi.
No, that's just the same hadith about the 6 and 9.
No, that's not the same. It's the makers of these images will be punished. It's that hadith, the general hadith, that bans the images for adults. Then if you go to Katabi, the hadith shows dolls are forbidden in principle. The exception applies because Aisha had not yet reached puberty. The exception is age limited. Once the reason, childhood, disappears, the ban reapplies. Okay, so that's the early commentator in Katabi. Then we have the medieval rulings.
Okay,
What?
Go on.
What'd you say?
I said you're still grasping at straws.
It's not. These are very reputable sources within Islam that we're citing uniformly authorities, and you're going based off of your own judgment.
No, it's not my judgment. There are millions of Muslims, Ahmadi Muslims, who uphold what I'm stating. So it's our Khalifa.
No, but what's an actual historical authority that you have to support your claim?
Historical authority? The Quran is the word of God.
But it doesn't contradict the Quran. You haven't shown a contradiction with the Quran. You've presupposed that your reading of the Quran is correct. And it goes way beyond what could possibly be supported by the text. And no one ever took the text to mean that.
Again, these are just claims you're making.
Well, he's talking the idea about a Quran.
Let me at least speak. Come on, Tim. Calm down. Come on, please. I mean, the authority that I appeal to for a start is our Khalifas, the Ahmadiyya Khalifas. And I have myself heard the commentary on 65.4, for instance, by the Ahmadiyya Khalifa, who specifies that it's referred to women. So if there is a scholar in the past who suggested otherwise, or somebody who interpreted the hadith about idols and idol worship and pictures to apply to dogs, which are not idols, then that is his interpretation. You want me to blindly follow him because he's one scholar you can appeal to. There are thousands of scholars amongst Muslims.
No, you don't have Roy.
Correct.
Okay, give me one. Give me one source within 300 years of the life of the Prophet that supports your view.
Which view in particular? About idols and dolls?
Your view about the age, your view about the dolls being permissible, anything.
No, you have to establish that in Islam.
Give me your view about that it excludes underage women. Like any view you've supported throughout. So underage women, that the dolls were permissible for adult women, that, anything about the age of Aisha being 17. Give me within 300 years of the life of the Prophet any source.
You want me to appeal to Shiite sources who mentioned that she was about 18?
Yeah, give me if it's within 300 years of the Prophet and there's any source transparency at all, I'll be interested in it. So
I don't need to go there.
No, but if it's within 300 years of the Prophet and it has any source transparency in it at all, I will listen to it, be happy.
Why not 350 years?
Okay, if you have to go 350 years out, that's less good, but okay, fine. Give me that. That'll be good. I'll give you 400 years.
Why is it less good when the Quran is the word of Allah, which we believe to be the word of Allah, which is clear enough that marriage is with adult females?
But it's not clear about that. That's why all the early commentators disagree.
For 300 years, people didn't take it to think what you think it
So
means.
that's the definition of not clear.
The Quran is clear enough. It talks about women in that verse, for instance. It talks about reaching the age of marriage. It talks about rushd, or having acumen, with regard, mental maturity with regards to marriage. So, putting those verses together, all the verses on marriage and divorce and related matters, when it talks about adult females, that is decisive. It is not unclear. The fact
Okay,
that
but then
somebody
what?
is
Then what? If it wasn't unclear at all.
Let me finish, please.
If it wasn't unclear, how did every source mess it up?
When the Quran, when people are partially sighted or blinded by prejudice, they do not look at the facts. When people are men and they do not know about the details of women's
Yes, but I think that's you.
conditions.
So how do we adjudicate the dispute? I think you're a man who's biased by your prejudices, who's putting yourself above all the sources who have more context than you, that actually speak the language with the idiolect that it had at the time in which it was written, okay, who are going based off of strong hadith that have source transparency, where we've traced out all your criticisms of it, they've all crumbled, okay? Why is it that we should trust you? Why are you God?
I never claim to be God. I go by the word of God, which is clear enough. If people put their minds to it and people are not influenced by their prejudices, of course you want to accuse me of it, but I made a general statement. You made it specific to me. No, let me finish. Come on, I didn't interrupt you. I let you finish. Please give me the same courtesy. The word of God, to reiterate, the word of God uses the word for adult. And that is decisive enough for me. That scholars made a mess of it, or there were male scholars who didn't know about women's conditions, such as primary amenorrhea that adult females may not menstruate. If they're not aware of this, the fault lies with them. They are partially sighted, as humans tend to be. But analyzing the verses, as some scholars have done, including the leader of my group of Muslims, for me the case is settled. I am looking at the Quran, and I'm also looking at the authorities that I adhere to, that I uphold, and they are saying it's referring to adult females. For me, the matter is clear. as far as the word of God is concerned. The hadith may complain otherwise, but there are all sorts of hadith.
Okay, but you've just given up on.
There are sound hadith, there are weak hadith.
But dude, okay, if you want your argument to be persuasive, I don't care about autobiographically that because of your biases and presuppositions that what's good enough for you is to go with your own linguistic intuitions and all of your extremely late modern sources that apparently agree with you out of a desire to conform to basically the social standards that are prevailing today. I don't care about that. So if it's going to be of any dialectical force for me, I'm going to want to say, hey, okay, take one of the disputes we've had. What the meaning of this word in the Quran is. What is the semantic range of the word? Does it only apply to adult females? Does it also extend to girls? Okay? In this context, does it apply to girls? If it turns out that all the tafsir agree, okay? If it turns out that the lexicons, the classical lexicons, they agree. If it turns out that that's just the reading that would be most natural in context given the logic of the passage, okay? Then we go to this other thing where we're talking about Bukhari. We say, hey, it turns out that if we have multiple, for Bukhari and Muslim, we have multiple independent lines of transmission going through, and there's source transparency, so they're telling us who all their sources are, okay, and we can retrace the steps. And then your criticisms of the reliability of the sources, they're contradicted by the historical evidence. Okay, then you can go with, I have a presupposition that this verse in the Quran means this, and I'm drawing a logical implication from that that doesn't follow, and that blocks me from accepting what the critical historians would accept as good evidence. And that's fine, but it's not going to be effective. It's not going to be dialectically effective for anyone who didn't start out agreeing with you.
Okay, so I did a search on ChatGPT with its limitations. What is the semantic range of the word nisa in Arabic? Does it apply to girls? Answer: the Arabic word nisa has a specific semantic range, and its use typically refers to adult females rather than children. However, its exact meaning can depend on the context in which it is used. Semantic range of nisa. General meaning: the word nisa is commonly understood as women in general, referring to adult females. It is the plural of imra'a, which means woman. Contextual usage. Nisa is used to denote adult females in a wide variety of contexts, such as social, legal, or familial matters. For example, the term is frequently used in the Quran, where it often refers to adult women with legal responsibilities, like in the matter of inheritance or marriage. Used in the Quran, for example, in Surah An-Nisa 4:1, the term Nisa refers to women in the context of their rights and responsibilities in terms of inheritance, marriage, and social context. Social justice, sorry. In this context, it clearly applies to adult females, not children. 4. Does Nisa apply to girls? While Nisa generally refers to adult females, it can sometimes include young girls in broader, more inclusive contexts, especially in legal or social discussions. However, this is rare and is more likely in poetic or figurative contexts, such as the one I mentioned, for instance. This is me speaking, boy or girl used in that context, figurative context. Then it goes on to say, in legal terms, Nisa is usually understood to mean adult females. If one wanted to refer to girls specifically, the Arabic term would be banat, which is a plural of bint, meaning girl. Difference between Nisa and banat. Nisa is generally used for adult women. Banat is used specifically for girls or young females. Summary. Nisa is primarily used to refer to adult women and is not typically used for girls. If one wants to refer to girls specifically, the word banat is used instead.
Look, I mean, I think we're circling at this point. So I think I'm going to be done after this one. And it's been good talking with you. But, I mean, just what we've established, even by your own reading, even just the thing you just read to us, shows that it's within the semantic range for Nisa to include an underage girl. And that was what it said in the Lane's lexicon, which is that in the context where it's marital, it just means wives. That's what it said in the Lane's lexicon. You can go check the Lane's Arabic English lexicon. You can go check it. And it makes perfect sense contextually. That's how it's applied. Okay, and it's non-literal and it's generic and there's no age restriction on it. So just the fact is that if just for everyone to know,
the Quran verse we're talking about is subdividing people into 3 categories. People who are menopausal, people who have not yet menstruated, and pregnant wives. So people who have not yet menstruated very naturally is going to apply to prepubescent girls. And it's only through this assumption that Nisa can't tolerate that reading that you would be led to the opposite conclusion. But I think we're just getting repetitive, so I think I'll rest my case there. If you want a last word, you can have it.
Well, I already read out what the answer ChatGPT gave, and I think that's clear enough. If you want figurative or poetic context, you can use girls or to refer to ladies. You can use women to include girls. But in the majority of cases, most cases, it is referring to adult females, and that is how it is used in the
Looks like you outlasted him, Islam. Took the W. Hung in there.
Well, the final word means the word with weight, as I understand it. So when someone has the final word, it doesn't mean the literal last word. Who have ever had the weighty argument shall prevail. But can I speak to Sasha now? Sasha? Yeah.
Good talk, guys.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? It's Sasha.
Lam, are you back? I mean, Sasha really did sort of do a bit of a beat down on you yesterday. You did dodge like crazy. Are you back for more? Or a sucker for punishment, my friend?
I did concede that as far as water being associated with life is concerned, there was somebody and some people who believed that water is central to life. But with regards to the verse, I think I mentioned, especially on Andrew making a statement, that it's referring to the primordial soup. And I was wondering whether Sasha has any evidence that people believe that life originated from water as in evolutionary terms, the primordial soup in the ancient days, in the ancient times. Just wondering.
Why would you need that, though? Why would you need that?
Well, the verse says, "And we created from water every living thing," water is central to life, as especially in evolution, including in evolutionary terms. So one could understand the verse as mentioning 2 things: one about the creation of the universe and the creation of life on Earth as well as elsewhere in the universe. So that is also relevant to what we were discussing.
But she gave you other examples, right? Her critique was, hey, there were other people before Muhammad that had similar claims about either, the water, but also that it's common knowledge about water and life, those are just observation, and about the universe, right? So that, and then she asked you for a critique, and you sort of did everything except deal with it. You sort of went all over the show. You wanted to recapitulate the main point. You wanted to go back to the water thing. Look, I understand what happened there. You probably will agree with Islam. You didn't really have anything surprising. She thought it wasn't surprising. I think she showed that it wasn't surprising. If surprising is supposed to mean that it was something unique to the Quran that probably only God knew, then clearly that wasn't the case. Either account of the water or the universe. I don't know what else you want to do. She's here. You're more than welcome to. If she wants to speak to you again, I don't know. But I think she did feel like you dodged a lot. So I don't know if she's open or willing or available.
She, did you say?
Sasha.
Yeah, Sasha.
And get her attention, you go, hey, bitch! You know, wakes her up.
Well, meanwhile, I have a question I could ask. Based on like your views that you shared on Islam and so on, like I just wanted to ask, do you think it's possible for a black person to be racist? Is that
Robbie Deepak watches this right now.
Yeah, I don't know what Deepak's doing. I don't know if he's trying to be funny or what the point is of that.
He's trying to torture
Does he
me.
want to answer this?
I would say it's possible. But usually racism is directed towards those with darker complexions. But, you know, race is not totally to do with color. So people can be racist towards other people as well of different nationalities, whatnot. So,
Okay,
yeah,
there's the answer to that. So again, I don't know if Sasha's here, my friend, but what else do you want to say? Because you didn't have much to say yesterday, and you did sort of try to segue away from both of those points which she gave you. Other, accounts of similar stories about water and life and about the early universe.
What's that?
So I don't know what else. Oh, there she is. Sasha, I don't know if you want to speak to Islamo again. He's been asking about you, asking for you.
Okay. What do you want to talk about? Islam or probe?
no, it's okay. We had a discussion. Was it yesterday? So that's fine. You take care of yourself. It's getting a bit late here, so I might wander off. Just take care. That's all. Everybody.
Okay.
Good day.
Get easy until next time.
Until next time. Take care.
Cheers. I will give you props. Yesterday I spoke to Sasha, today I spoke to Ethan. He's certainly going for the high rollers, so to speak. So I didn't listen to the whole of Ethan, but I listened to a lot of it. It sounds like he's highly motivated. And I think he's more like a Quran. So I think he said he was Ahmadiyya. And they've got a different take anyway. So he's just sort of outside of the mainstream by a long shot. But I think that's why he hangs up with Mahdi and that lot as well, because they all interpret the Quran differently to the mainstream and the historical consensus and all the rest of it. Cool. Anybody else welcome to bring up whatever you want? Okay.
We could always talk about whether black people can be racist.
Alright, can somebody, finish straight Deepak? Thank you.
Deepak, are you near any windows right now?
I will self-defenestrate.
Please, thank you. I don't need another 5 days of that content, please, for the love of God.
But just for posterity's sake, black people can't be racist.
Yeah, part of that was I didn't listen to much of it. That was pretty brutal, and Andrew took it on the chin.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking brutal. Also, Millet, for posterity's sake, your mom can be racist.
Ooh. Now that hurts, Piper.
You did miss it yesterday, that Piper. Sasha was speaking to that fellow, Islamo probe. course, they go on much longer there, so she demonstrated a great deal of patience. And the guy sort of, because he brought up like a verse, right, about, because Andrew's on the crusade, which is not a bad one, to be fair, challenging was on the scientific miracles in the Quran, or the prophecies, that sort of stuff. And so he brought up the verse about, hey, the earth and the heavens were one joined unit and was split asunder, and everything is made from water. And he thought that was like really surprising. And then Sasha gave counter examples, especially with the water one first, of other cultures that had talked about something similar, but also, I think she did, but certainly pointed out that it's going to be kind of something you can deduce the world around you. Like you can see everything that's living kind of requires water. If it doesn't have it, it dies, right? You can put one and one together. So that's not particularly surprising. And then he didn't want to stay on that. So then he wanted to go to the, thinking that this cloven asunder business is like the early universe. And eventually, they went there. Then when Sasha brought up these counter examples from the Ayurveda, I think, and wherever else, that said, something relatively similar from a golden egg and spawned forth from, a black void or whatever it was. He didn't have much to say. He wanted to go back to the water one. Then, when the pressure was on a little bit, then he wanted to go back to recapitulate the original question. It was a fascinating exercise in my view, like the psychological way of looking for a way to, just to take a rest break, so to speak. So yeah, it was a fascinating, entertaining engagement, I would say.
You know what Marty thought of his performance?
Oh yeah, Marty. Oh, you've got to get this. This was just lovely, right? And Sasha didn't do it on purpose, but Marty came back. He was out of the room, and he came back after a phone call. It must have kicked him off because he was on a phone call with her. So he comes back. Sasha speaking to his Lamo Pro, and Marty jumps in and says something, as he typically does. He can't keep himself quiet, and especially if he thinks there's some interpretation issue on the Quran. And so Sasha says something like, "Can you stop butting in?" And that particular sentence just hit him so hard. He repeated it about 3 or 4 times. About 5 minutes later, he still said it. It was like a real insult that she said, "Don't butt in." He really took offense to that. It was like weird, isn't it? That, it's not like you're calling him anything or whatever. Hey, butting in. Okay, it's his room. And of course, he was butting in.
I could visualize him in my mind's eye repeating it at 30 miles per second, angrily.
Martin, don't butt in. It was just like one of those things that caught him, or whatever, and he just really didn't like that. And then he didn't want to allow Sasha to speak, and then eventually, with sort of Andrew's pleading, he allowed Sasha to speak again for 12 minutes. Literally, he timed it. And when it got to 12 minutes, he's like, "Okay, now they've had a conversation. Now the other people are going to speak." Right? So it was that was just like one of those weird things that happen, unscripted stuff. It was, at least this guy tried to, provide something, but, he did sort of end up scurrying away on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
But Andrew was very sort of amenable there. He was trying to keep the peace and trying to keep it going, etc., because, he's very much on a campaign about these Quranic miracles and stuff, so...
I didn't know that was one of the things that exercised it.
I think it's just something that he thinks is easy to show that it's kind of really bad. And I said, they should try and convince you, because you really think miracles are something that happens or has happened, right? For us, we don't think it happens, so it's harder for us. The bar's going to be higher for us. You've already reached that bar. So they should try and convince you, because apparently he had a 3-hour conversation, but Cloud was saying that Andrew allowed other people to jump in, and so it got diluted, and you've got to keep it focused on those people and not have other people jumping in, otherwise it just sort of goes all over the show. But apparently he got them to not walk back, but to kind of do the Martin Bailey thing, right? First it was, or maybe it was a walk back, depends how you characterize it, but essentially they made the strong claim and then sort of agreed that it wasn't like a miracle claim or wasn't a strong miracle claim or whatever, however Andrew phrased it.
No, and it's hilarious. It's hilarious that their best sources are all explaining away the lack of miracles. It's like a big point within Islam that basically they're like, what further miracle do you need besides the Quran? Because everybody's suspicious, because they're like, look, if
if you're really this prophet sent by God, and these previous prophets were miracle workers, why can't you guys do miracles? And they're
Exactly.
like, well, doesn't this suffice?
Yeah, when you read them. So, Adrian, you're coming in and out. I don't know if you're there, Adrian. You can speak. I see you've sort of dropped off and come back, so I'm assuming that you're around. I don't know if you can speak.
Yeah.
Ah, there you are. Hello, sir. Yes, so you're on the Quran Miracle / Prophecy Crusade at the moment, which is like kind of an interesting one. And it's very accessible to many people. And if you get into sort of deeper stuff, then you lose a lot of people. So I think it's kind of good from that point of view.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's been.
I don't know how much you listened to Ethan's thing. That went on quite a while.
Yeah.
I think he made some good points.
Yeah.
And I do think Islamophobe, because he's on the Mahdi camp, right? So they're all motivated, right? They have a particular interpretation that's very much like a modern thing, right? There's no slavery. It basically tried to point out a verse. This wasn't with Ethan, but separately, that the Quran outlaws slavery. Doesn't according from my reading of it. And then that whole long discussion with Ethan as well. So they're very motivated about avoiding any of these sort of moral unpleasantries.
No, that was well done, Ethan. Good job, buddy. That was wild. I wasn't able to catch all of it. But
And if you tracked his argument was, he took this passage in the Quran and he says, because this passage in the Quran defines waiting periods for 3 categories of marriage, and according to him, it doesn't do it for anyone who's prepubescent, that therefore he can dismiss on the authority of the Quran and based on his religious presuppositions, he can dismiss all the historical evidence, however reliable, for Aisha's age. And then we go look at the verse, and the verse he points to that he rested his case upon, his opening argument, was a verse that very clearly, taken at face value, is defining a waiting period for marriages that happen before menstruation. And it's only through accepting his definition of this term that he himself admits contradicts all the commentators that lived at the time. It's only by accepting his definition that you can get the reading. And even if you accepted the reading, it would be completely irrelevant to the argument. But it's crazy that he was resting his whole case upon that. Then when we actually started talking about some of those historical sources, that's when he just starts grabbing everything in the garage and the kitchen sink and trying to throw it at Bukhari's reliability. And it's just none of it stands up to scrutiny. And all of it is based off of him doing very biased prompts to ChatGPT.
Yeah, I heard a lot of that. But that's what, as you point out, Ethan, that's their presupposition when they come with it. Because they hang out with Mahdi, who's got his own private interpretation of the entire Quran, which you can't find anywhere online, by the way. That his father and family members have got a copy of. And he's like with some obscure school of interpretation. Whenever you bring something to him, it's like it's the wrong interpretation. Virtually guaranteed. Any critique you bring, it's going to be that you score it correctly. Yeah.
And it also goes, not to turn it around on Andrew here, but it goes to show you that you can't really get moral instruction from a book taken by itself, just relying on people to interpret it. Because basically, if you go by that standard where you make everybody their own pope, people will find whatever they want to find in the text. And so if you want to give people moral instruction, you can't let everybody be in charge of interpreting the text for themselves.
Well,
that's how you get Matt Adams saying that the Bible condemns slavery because it says that thou shalt not steal.
Oh boy. Well, you certainly had Philo agreeing with what you were saying. He was liking it, well, at least insofar as that you were affirming Catholicism. He was like, yeah, Protestantism is satanic. I was like, oh boy.
I still think the best part is when he claimed that guy was senile and so that the hadith was unreliable, and then you dog walked him and showed him that that information wasn't passed through him, and then he started going, well, I don't get it. What do you mean? Well, I could, maybe.
Well, it was more complicated than that because it was like, on the one hand, we had the information in a way that didn't go through that guy, but on the other hand, basically, we could show that that guy, the only criticism that was ever made of him was that his memory started to decline when he was old. And we know for sure that this passage didn't come from that period of time when his memory had declined. It was from the period of time when his memory was being craved. And so it was bizarre to level that criticism against him as a justification for dismissing this hadith. And the other thing that was crazy is just that why does he think that people place the Bukhari above the Quran itself? What is it that convinces people to do that, even if he theologically has reasons to disagree with that? It's because Bukhari was a really, really competent hadith critic. And if this guy knows about this criticism, of course Bukhari did. He wasn't going to rest his inclusion of the hadith on the guy's late period in Iraq. He wasn't going to rest inclusion on that. Just knowing Bukhari, he's the pinnacle of the hadith criticism in their tradition. And the reason why people would raise criticisms like this was that editors of collections like Bukhari would be able to take it into account. And so it's just, on so many different levels, it couldn't possibly be true that this guy just confabulated it in his old age.
Given all that, it didn't even matter, because even if he would agree that that was true, he was still going to say it doesn't agree with the Quran, so therefore it doesn't matter.
Based on a preposterous interpretation of the Quran. So it's so impossible to reason with somebody who leads their own, church.
I think you said you at least had a better time having the conversation in the sense that you didn't overtalk each other and all that sort of stuff. Try that with Mahdi and you'll probably want to shoot your brains or his brains out.
Yeah, I mean, at least the thing I'll say for that guy is, I think he was not reasoning well, but I at least believe that he was engaging in the conversation honestly. And for most Muslims, like 95% of the ones that I engage with on this app, that is not true.
Yeah. Yeah, Cloud's not here to yell at you for that statement, Ethan, but I can tell you, it's some wild stuff happens.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? This is going to be day 4. Beef. So I had a rumor that basically that you were on a Calvinist stage, and you're on the Calvinist stage, basically decrying the liberal Christians as basically being the worst kinds of Christians.
It ain't going any further than today.
Biggest problem with Christianity is liberal Christians.
It ain't going any further.
Kind of thing. And then apparently Guava came on the stage or something and said you're on your universe.
No, I was on.
It ain't going any further.
It's true.
I was on the Ask a Christian stage. It wasn't the Calvinist stage. But
It ain't going any further.
Trying to come up with
It ain't
The
going
main
any
guy
further.
in the trance that he is a Calvinist, right? The main guy who runs the stage,
No, nor Stafford.
He's an idiot.
He's not a Calvinist, you're saying?
He is not a Calvinist.
He's sympathetic, but he doesn't.
Oh no, you're talking about the Chris guy, Sasha.
He just doesn't read.
No, I was talking about Nate.
Nate just doesn't want to fight with Chris. Chris is just a Calvinist coach.
What is he?
I think he's just a Protestant, just a general Protestant. I don't know what denomination, but he's definitely not Calvinist. Yeah. But
Like a ferret, my hands are count again.
she came up on stage and tried to challenge being liberal for sure, but she said some other stuff too.
I mean, isn't that the paradigm, Christian take, Bertrand?
No, I think no. I think there's. We could put it like that, I guess. It is definitely liberal, but
It's like everyone going to heaven. Homosexual marriage is permissible.
No,
women can be lesbians, can be priests.
yeah, all that would be
all that would be false. But I mean,
They have
the-
grandparents
be
who are
Clubhouse
tanning and
moderators.
whatever. Look at the
Yeah.
size of this.
That's where it's
This is
starting.
the last.
Isn't that like all kind of like just
Obviously,
subsumed
you're gonna lay
under
this
the
down,
kind of
got flattened there.
universalism? Like everything's forgiven. Man. Don't worry about it. You're a lesbian priest.
This is
With
a
a
fucking arrowhead.
sectarian
Established between saying that everything is permissible
No, this is
and then saying everybody's going to
This
come
is
to
I'm just
Christ.
showing my stuff.
There's going to be a difference between saying everything is permissible
This is
versus everything can go
This
through
is
Christ, and then
18.8
everybody's
pennies.
going to have to repent.
There's 20
There's a difference in that, and it's not like it's just some modern doctrine
90% of
invention.
an
I mean, it's a first century
And
doctrine.
their
It's a
purity
second
is
century,
usually
second,
about
third century
23%.
doctrine.
23.
It's not like that you're going to
When
have,
they get to be any
you're not
of
going to
this
have,
size. See, because I've picked up gold
you're not
dust
going to
in
just
the
have some
past.
people come around and be like, oh yeah, this is just a new thing, you know, like the rapture or something. Zellini popped in, he did the assessment that Zellini is affiliated with University of CM. And I was like, yeah, actually, I think I agree with that because Zellini's doing a huge disservice by his, you
I
think
don't
CM
like Zeleny. I think Zeleny has an appearance of kind of like wrapping up the word. As much like
And they have like enough self-control, like not interject every 2 seconds. Like nothing's true, of course.
No, I think, like, first of all, for someone to be works doesn't mean for them to be smarter. But, I mean, second of all, or better at reasoning or anything like that. I mean, second of all, clearly CM, there's at least some context in which he can reason competently, since he can do math. Meanwhile, I've never seen, there's no context in which
That going
I've seen
on
Zeleny
for
reason properly. But then the third thing is just that Zeleny is so morally onerous. Like, I mean, it seems like he's just like twisting and subverting the truth.
Other YouTubers have been doing this,
Whatsoever,
so I thought
for
I'd join.
conforming his beliefs or his statements
Every
to
person
what
that
is
uses
true.
this sound, I
He
will
has like
comment
some
on
kind
their
of weird, deviant political ideology and like personal malice that leads him to say and do the things he does. And he just like is like the paradigmatic example also of in the religious negative connotation of the word and innovative. So someone who just asserts confidently and authoritatively
it ain't
that
going
he's
on
just making up.
further.
Yeah, I think CM is a good guy, so well done, Sasha says so. I'm still, what did you even say? Did you say he's better than CM? What was the terms used?
Yeah, my claim was Zeleny was worse than CM. And Sasha was challenged. Yeah, was challenged.
Like a conversation of this, like, what
Well, the only thing I said was worse. The only thing that I had said was worse. That was what Sasha was reacting to. And then I just gave like a 3-part exposition of what I meant by worse. Which is just like, first is that I had seen CM do good at something in some context. Okay, the only thing I'd seen from Zeleny is less bad in some context than CM. You know? So CM at least there's some things that he's actually skilled at doing. Okay, Zeleny's only claim to fame is there's some things that he's less bad than CM at doing, but he doesn't do them well. Then my second point was basically just that, like, I think that Zeleny is like actually kind of evil. He's malicious. He does not care about what the truth is.
Set the record straight.
I
I mean, I meant something like quite rather have
No, his voice is also painful.
Yeah, no, that's true. Well, everything you're saying is true, but like,
Like and he just repels attention.
no, but when you're present in rooms, Ethan, and you're talking, like, he isn't a constant obstruction to you communicating your thoughts. Like, I think that's what Sasha's talking
But
about.
that's also why
insufferable.
But that's also why I don't get like, I'm not gonna hang out and listen to CM talk or talk back and forth with CM. I also am not gonna do that with Zeleny. Like both of them are basically room killers for me if they're allowed to speak.
I like trolling Zeleny and like triggering him and shit. Like, it's kind of fun to be honest.
Well, listen.
Enjoy it. And I also, like, just to be clear, like, DM's ridiculous is like incoherence in the like jibber jabber sense. Like I can't actually understand what the fuck it is he's saying. But I actually think he's a good dude. Like on a few occasions, like one time I tried to like troll him about saying the N-word and he like apologized to me. So I think he is like a nice person.
Yeah, no, I don't think CM is evil. I mean, I think he's like I think CM is like just like he's almost living in like a state of delirium.
Yeah, it's like some mad fugue, like. But Zeleny, though, like I don't know, like that exchange between you and him was like hilarious. Like I'd much rather see someone just completely like kill screen in that way, in the most gruesome way, than just like listen to CM like incessantly kind of like fucking, you know, like maundering in some like fucking medicated state. Like that's like way less interesting than Zeleny triggered.
Well, we didn't give a chance while he's here because I do feel bad. Last time Justin was here, some pretty egregious statements were made regarding Justin, and I feel like he never got a chance to respond. And I don't put myself out there again.
What do you mean egregious? Is the opposite of
It ain't going any further.
Yeah. So, well, no, by you. You said that you think that Justin is. What was your statement? Everything. Go ahead and say it.
Yeah, I think you're like way better.
No. But what did you say regarding Justin's reasoning capabilities? You said something like.
No, I said he's in the top 1 percentile of like the worst epistemologies in possible epistemology. Yeah, self-admittedly.
Self-admittedly.
Should I quote it again? No, I'll quote it again. He said, if 99%, sorry, if the evidence was 99% against his belief, he would still maintain his belief in the Bible, in the veracity of the Bible, even if the evidence by his standards was like 99% against. Right, so yeah, I mean, it's just like that's just conceding saying like I have like the.
Yeah, right. I got you. Justin,
just
so you know, he's a Seventh-day Adventist. You know, they think Jesus was Michael the Archangel.
Well, let's let Justin respond to that real quick. Justin, are you there, buddy?
Yeah.
You have thick skin, my friend. Thick black skin. Is there can you say something about what
Justin, defend our people.
Can you say something about what's being said about it? I would not just stick on this, Justin, but I do actually want to give you a chance because what is this claim that him saying about 99% against the Bible, you'd still believe the Bible?
All over her house interior.
Yeah, I guess I was saying that I have faith in God to the degree where
filming
I believe that there's a good chance that I could be sort of persuaded that I'm wrong. But there's a chance that I could think that I'm wrong, but be deceived that I think that I'm wrong. So I would just suspend my reasoning or suspend judgment and just wait till I'm truly Because often I've been convinced before that, I was wrong about something. And then later on I realized, wait, I wasn't. I should have just held on to what I was thinking and realized that, wait, I don't know all the facts about something. So I could be convinced about something and just be wrong about the way I was convinced. So I'd rather believe in God.
Yeah.
I'd rather trust the Word of God and stick with that.
Like, speaking of being convinced about something and potentially thinking you're wrong about something, or thinking you're right and then finding out you're wrong, like evolution, for example. You thought maybe people had convinced you that evolution was true, and then you were like, oh no, actually they turned it. Like, they'll give you these various things, like, the fossils show that evolution occurred or something like that. And do you feel it? Yeah.
So for example, when it came to dating and fossils, like maybe 10 years ago, about 15 years ago, dated the subject, and then they told me, oh yeah, all these different, like organisms, like seashells and so on, like all this limestone showed that there was billions and trillions of things that existed that
proves that the world was billions of years old, and this could not have possibly existed about 5,000 years ago, even if there was a flood that destroyed all the world. So, I mean, with the math, it kind of checks out. If limestone is made out of nothing but seashells and dead organisms, then yeah, it checks out, and I would be wrong. So, you know, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, yeah, they must be correct. But then later on, I realized, oh shoot, they were wrong about that. That there's different ways to actually come up with limestone, and they just didn't know, or they just didn't present that to me. So, you know, it was smart for me to suspend my judgment on that, and then to just agree because someone, you know, convinces me on something. It's sometimes I don't know enough to actually say, okay, let me put all my faith in what they're saying. I'd rather put my faith in that.
So basically, you're saying that you suspend judgment with regards to things that.
Whatever. Reminded myself not to waste time on pumpkins boiling
split. But then anything that does align with your presuppositions, you by default adhere to those things.
Yeah, because there's a constellation of things that make sense to me. So, you know, if let's say one star is missing out of the constellation, then I'll say, okay, well, let me just wait. Let me suspend my judgment. I'm not going to change my entire universe because one star is missing. Now, if all of my presuppositions are dealt with and like definitely you know, shown to not make any sense in any corner, then of course I would change my belief. But based on like one thing, like one subject, no, I'll suspend my judgment.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
Alright.
40, okay. Were those your kids I saw running around? How many kids do you have? 3 kids. And what's your strongest of all calisthenics?
My favorite is elbow lever.
What is that exactly? Yeah, absolutely. How long have you been exercising for?
Oh, that'd be good.
A year? 1 year?
1 year, that's it.
How about the idea that Jesus is the angel of Archangel Michael?
That is hard.
Yeah, I think that's false.
Is Sam has what? Sorry, Sasha, what did you say? Sam has a response to sacrifice for harmony.
Or so he claims.
Yeah, he's right. He doesn't. Imagine, there's like, I don't know, apparently there's a verse in the Quran which basically says that like Solomon, when he was like approaching wherever they were, about to attack, that like basically he overheard some ants saying, "Oh, look, it is Solomon here. Flee to your homes, lest you be crushed, or else you'll be crushed." Right? The sounds basically like characterizing that as a scientific error in the Quran. This argument in the Quran. Rather than bite the bullet, just say basically it's like miraculous. That like goes for whatever reason, Allah like has endowed these
probably don't know me, but recently I've been growing pretty fast.
Using the kind of conceptual scheme that like Solomon can interface with. Like it's just got the full skepticism about like ants, like conceptual capacity. Like how do you know ants don't really know your name? Like how do you know that ants don't know? And then he's got that crazy woman like Andrew Parch Nemesis, like like both of these like negative qualities of like being unable to reason and like both being an animal slim and yet so managed to trans Andrew in every single one of their exchanges. She came up with like a hilarious one. She was like, ants are able to detect pheromones, and if they have like some acquaintance with Solomon, then they may be able to like model his like his scent profile and then be able to like recognize it, like because he's leading the army. And then also, what did you say was the other one? Oh, we should like also they're very perceptive and they can like detect basically the noises, like all the collective like noise, like all the vibrations of all the hooves. And then because of that, they know an army is approaching, and then obviously they know where their homes are. Like, right? Sounds like a good old toy.
I didn't mean to misrepresent you. I just forgot that you said that. But tell me,
don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe.
Team Fisherman, we're making a difference. Let's keep posting quality fish releases using this
Protestantism by far. Protestantism is satanic. I don't know. They have some specific disagreements for sure, and they operate differently too.
Is it about show?
Guys, that video is almost at 1 billion views. Let's go see if we can make this.
I don't know, couple of them, I think.
So,
Yeah, jingle bell, jingle bell.
I have to be respectful.
You have to respect the impressions.
You've seen these YouTube short are super rare. There's over 100 million views.
Day of unemployment and it's not really early in the morning.
Let's keep posting quality fish releases using this.
Oh wait, sorry, were you saying something, Mixed? I was going to say something about serious. Well, I was just going to say, like, don't you think, like, isn't it expected, given the kind of criticisms that people have in the stage of like Islam, that like the kind of scandal that the Catholic Church was like guilty of? Like, wouldn't we expect to find that amongst like Muslims or in madrasas?
Ever seen in person. This is at least 15 pounds. I got to go look up the state record when I get home because.
Wait, sorry, did Israel fabricate that? Wait,
The chances of you seeing this, you.
Oh. Yeah. So we'll make the final straw for you. I know you were inquiring, but it put you over the edge.
Well, I was just thinking about these issues for Catholicism versus Eastern Orthodoxy versus Oriental Orthodoxy, and I basically became convinced through philosophical
Lift your own
arguments.
body weight. Every
that,
woman
like,
should be able to do 11 push-ups.
Basically,
Regular
absolute
push-ups.
divine
On the knees,
simplicity
okay?
was true. That like the Thomistic model of the Trinity was true. It was more plausible than what like the Eastern Orthodox or the Oriental Orthodox were committed to. And then it all. I mean, there were other reasons I had to prefer Catholicism, but looking into that issue in particularly, and just being convinced by the scholastic philosophy, that's embraced by the Catholic Church. I mean, I think that was the most recent development that preceded my decision to convert.
How does this relate to like your syncretism or your? How does this relate to like your syncretism or your?
Yeah, I don't think that's true anymore.
So
yeah, I don't think that's true anymore.
Because I know you've kind of oscillated on your perception of what happened with Jesus. So then, how are you going to?
Round table.
Stance. How would you understand that then?
Yeah, I take the church's position.
And would it just be on the authority of the church? Is that like part of the argument you would make, or is it something? Is there something you've reevaluated, or how are you going to justify the belief in such?
In what? Which things?
Particularly the resurrection.
Like, I think we have really good evidence for. Yeah, I think we have good evidence for the resurrection. I mean, one example is I think we actually have good evidence for the authenticity of the shroud. Like, I think that's actually very convincing evidence. I mean, there's other evidence that can be adduced, and a lot of how like there's going to be, basically I find the claims that Christ was resurrected from the dead to be plausible because of the attitudes that I have towards Christ, the attitudes I have towards the systematic philosophy and theology of the church. A bunch of, there's a whole litany of considerations that we could go through, and then you find out that this guy, we have good reason to think there was an empty tomb. We have good reason to think that the apostles, as well as lots of other people, thought they saw him risen bodily and became convinced of that to the point that they were willing to die. So there's all these suspicious circumstances surrounding his death. There's this miraculous relic that would basically be photographic proof of a miracle of light, you know. Talking about just like the historicity of the resurrection itself. Yeah, I think there's good evidence for that.
You know, when that guy came on here that came from TikTok and you met him, you guys were talking about the shroud. It was kind of funny because people were like, well, Ethan's trolling and whatnot. And to whatever degree, I know you were toying around or playing with the idea of Christ rising from the dead. That may or may not be true, or whatever degree it was true, is kind of interesting because Justin and MJ actually were both quite moved by the presentation of the shroud. So I think MJ came into it not thinking there was anything to it, or actually being kind of against the idea. I don't know. I think Justin, you can say what his take was.
Yeah, I think people should just look into the evidence. Because it's shocking.
Well, you sent me a link that I have not watched yet. Is there something new that is taking place, or what's?
They're just going through the evidence, and they have a full-scale replica of the shroud and of the Sudarium of Oviedo, and so they're showing you the coincidences between the shroud and the Sudarium.
It seems like the conversation has moved past this point, but a few minutes ago, I've been listening. I just came in the room and I was listening, and somebody said something about was asking why we don't see child sex abuse scandals among Muslims as much as we do among the Catholic Church, for example. Has the conversation moved past this, or would it be helpful? Because I looked it up. Would it be helpful for me to read the answer really quick, or has the conversation?
Sure, go ahead, buddy. No, go ahead.
So I looked it up, and it says, I looked it up on Gronk, and it says, there's less centralized data on how child sex abuse manifests within Muslim communities, partly because Islam lacks a singular institutional structure like the Catholic Church. Abuse cases are often reported in specific cultural or regional contexts rather than under a unified religious framework. Some key points. In some regions, practices like child marriage are justified culturally or religiously. These differ from clergy abuse but raise ethical concerns about consent and age. So the boy slaves of Afghanistan or whatever, where they have the 9-year-old boys dance for them and then they have sex with them, it could be normalized. And the other thing is community dynamics. Some Muslim communities emphasize family honor or shame, which can lead to underreporting of abuse to protect reputations.
That's very good.
I thought that was interesting. I just wanted to share it.
Yeah, I wanted to say something on that that I thought about a lot, and this is prior to me being there's been a lot of stuff that I've had in opposition to the Catholic Church, but that's largely has gone away over time. But one of the things that is said is that the Catholic Church, that they hide a lot of pedophilia. But one thing I thought about on that, or that they, and not only just hide it, they have an enormous amount of cases of it. And I thought, well, any institution or any group of people that is that large, that also encourages certain abstinence practices, I think it's bound to happen. I think you're going to have that in any kind of institution that has that magnitude of people. There's that many people. If you go to daycares and any kind of schools, kindergartens, things like that, where you have a lot of kids, you're just going to have a high incident rate. It is the case. So I just.
But yeah, they've done.
When there's that many kids around, how can you help yourself?
It's less common.
It's not quite that, my friend.
It's less common in the public schools than in the public schools.
Yeah, that's right. That's the kind of thing that I would point out. Is that people who want to try to, and typically what they do is they kind of do this little maneuver where, oh, well, look what Christianity has done. There's all these pedophiles in the church. And it's like, well, if you had some secular institution that had that many people with that many kids and had some similar doctrinal commitments, I think it would certainly be comparable.
That's a good point.
It's not a commitment. Wait, what did you say?
Sorry, I think. Did you say that it's more prevalent in the public school system? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Okay.
Yeah, among teachers.
Yeah, but I was saying.
But it's not belief of the Catholic Church that priests will be morally virtuous people. that there are lots of wicked.
Oh no. The doctrinal commitment I meant to abstinence, like to.
No, I know. I was just explaining that it wouldn't falsify Catholicism, even if it were true that priests were especially wicked.
I agree. I don't see it as. I actually completely lost it once I thought about that compared to any other group of people. You know, and I came to that realization. I don't know, over the last 2 years. I was just like, you know what? That is a good point. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that I think it's just unfair representation of the Catholic Church, and I see that people do that a lot, and they think that
people's issue is that like there is a like a proportional or even a disproportionate amount.
No, the hiding was
exactly. Like it's the conspiracy that's like a issue.
But what I'm saying is, I guess I didn't emphasize on that point too, is that these groups of people that have any kind of access to children, that are run by people that are secular, it is also the case that they do these scandals and they hide them. And you have people that are hiding for them friends.
Yeah, but the issue there is like a lot of these secular institutions, aren't necessarily meant to be representing essentially the most lovely.
Well, I mean, first is I think you have a misapprehension about like there are people out there, lots of them actually, who just have now formed because of the intense media coverage about this association where it's like priest pedophile.
Yeah.
So then the fact that a person who is actually making a criticism of the church who had thought about it and looked into it, they would realize, hey, that's not a tenable accusation to make. It wouldn't really falsify the religion, and it's also just not. It's not true that it's more statistically prevalent either. But then basically there would be a separate claim, which is like, look, there was a conspiracy among people who were in higher positions of authority within the church to basically cover up some of these abuses that had occurred. And then that also doesn't falsify the religion,
Of course not.
But
I don't think they're going to use it as a means of false. Well, maybe some people do. I mean, too soon, but I think generally it's just like a kind of criticism about like essentially like the institution in and of itself and like what it represents. And let's say the people, I don't know, in all these like executive positions, whether or not they're like corrupt, like whether or not it's a corrupt kind of institution, not necessarily the kind of like doctrine or whatever.
Well,
but I think that's the whole. I mean, the whole point here is, what does the church claim about itself? And basically, does the church claim that its leaders will be without blemish? Or is the church's claim that the church will be a special target for attack by evil as a force that acts in the world?
And I guess the latter.
That's the church's claim. The church's claim is that the church will be under siege.
Yeah, that's true.
The secular media is trying to paint the church as pedophile. It's not because they care about the children. It's just purely a political act. They hate white Christians, and they're trying to delegitimize them. And they find any avenue of attack they can, and they exaggerate it, and they just do whatever they can to throw shade on them because they hate them.
That Jewish?
Well, I'm getting your back right now, Andrew. Why are you trying to call me this subversive?
Right.
No, but I mean, I think it's just one of these. It's one of these things where it's just like actually, it is good that abuses be pointed out and called out and reformed, and that pressure be put on leaders to correct those abuses. But then there's a further inference that's drawn that this has something to do with the truth of the Catholic religion.
Right.
And I think even if people don't state that inference, I think a lot of people take it away from the discussion of it. And basically, the point would be that regardless of whether you accept Catholicism or you reject it, that Catholicism will be under attack from the world is the Catholic Church's historical position.
Yeah. And I haven't been persuaded, right, of Catholicism, but I have definitely dissolved. Like, many of my contentions have dissolved against Catholicism. And one of those, because I've long since, like, for, I don't know, decades, I've held the view that Catholicism has, like, got some serious aberrant problems. Like, there's big issues. But upon scrutiny, I think this whole accusation just kind of just dwindles. You do this comparative analysis, you're just like, yeah, that's not really an issue. It's fucked. Yeah,
if they wanted to be honest about the dangers of the church, they would compare it to the rate of teachers, and they would say, yes, this is happening in the church, this is also happening in the schools. It's not a property of Christians or Catholics or whatever.
Right.
It's a property of men in power who have access to children. That's the problem. The problem is men with bad sexual morals with access to children. That's the problem. Not the Christian church is the problem. You know what I mean? And the fact that they frame it that way is purely political and immoral. It's like they don't care about the church. They're not trying to have you better understand what
I didn't know you were being
things give your
I thought you were joking.
They don't have to make you understand what things are making you put your children in danger. They're just like, if they would be honest about those facts. They're not. They care about
even if it's not pernicious, it's definitely not being fragile or delicate with the information. It's just slopping it out there and just saying, oh yeah, Catholicism per se is evil in some way or supporting pedophilia. It's just like, that's just so wrong to put it in that way. So I don't know. And then obviously the social stances that Catholicism has taken has been very, very persuasive to me in a lot of ways. I mean, it just has a draw for me in a lot of ways.
Can we get Andricus to win?
Brother Andricus. Well, I'll just say, Andricus, by all means, weigh in, my brother.
It feels like I think Andricus will agree with this. It seems like you guys were like attacking these strawmen. Like no one said like this falsifies Catholicism, right, Andricus?
What, just because it was bad priest?
Yeah.
No. But there is this. You see it. It's just this. There's this.
There's a tacit, unstated premise, which is basically that the church professes that it's going to be this righteous institution that's protected by the Holy Spirit, and in fact, it's just this, den of vipers.
That's right.
And basically, the point is to reframe that in the proper
there's no use
context.
cases in the Protestant church. What is this conversation?
What?
Like there's no abuse cases within the Protestant church. What even is this conversation?
So
what does that have to do with anything?
I think he's just saying you're so right that you shouldn't even speak. This is kind of weird. And because that's kind of a weird response, to be honest with you. But
he just wasn't tracking. That's all it was.
Yeah, I think it's either that or he really is just trying to be like, oh, you're fighting a straw man, but like I think it was
something more insightful with Sneaks and Andricus.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Andricus. Please.
No, I mean, I from what I'm hearing, I'm just barely in and out listening, but this is talk about the validity of the Catholic Church, right? Because of the
that's not like.
It's not really.
That was definitely a point. That's definitely a point. That's under discussion, Samuel. Okay, please don't try gaslight our friend Andricus.
I mean, look at
Jordan saying the conversation was not. It wasn't like, look at these Catholics and all these sexual abuse scandals. That's not the conversation. The conversation was, why is the media being biased and talking about Catholic scandals and not talking about teacher sexual abuse? Why are they focusing on that?
Well, but look at that picture. This is what you need to know, Sam. Look at that picture. That's a picture of someone who just cut the head off of William Lane Craig and Josh Rasmussen and Alvin Plantinga. He cut all three heads off.
Dropped a nuke on religion.
Who did this?
He's just got this back to the camera now, and he's got his flowing cape, and he's just like, I decapitated him.
That's right.
To the bed.
That's given.
Meanwhile, he's not really tracking what's being said. He's trying to come.
I'm working. I'm working. I'm just here to get some background.
What is this conversation?
What is this?
No. You're like, no, really.
Can you catch him up?
Saying something that I think is wrong, and then we walk down the primrose
It's the novel one. It's your novel.
This guy is tracking.
It's before it even gets off the ground, right?
He says if God even has the influence, why can't I?
That's
Yeah,
right.
you know why I know it? Because no one successfully responded to it.
That's and it's done well with that. You got the old gaslighter in the corner.
Because that's the guy. That's the guys.
That's the guy that's like,
I can't hear exactly. I can't hear it. So you just, the three of you just denied the fact that you were saying that there wasn't this like tacit implication of like the belief in the falsification of Catholicism from the revelation that like a significant number of priests were pedophiles. Okay, that's completely what was being discussed multiple times. That was even stated that explicitly. You guys just tried to lie to dear Andricus. Sam just lied to his face. Obviously, that's expected from Sam.
No.
Well, we also got Sam. Have you guys ever heard
First of all, shut up, mind your business.
come with the what we call Sasha PH
Call me
defeater?
weird, but the way to handle violence
and
is
so
by
I said
carrying a
physical
gun,
Yes,
practice with
indeed,
it,
indeed.
and when someone gets
I acronymized. Yeah, chronomite. Yeah,
And I
like it. You said
the pronunciation sounds correct.
That's right. That's good. You put in some of your down
We have a world
accusations of that. That's good.
Obviously, it's made in China, so don't get too used to using it. It's gonna.
Yes, very good.
It's gonna malfunction.
Still gonna have a great
Very
evening.
good. Welcome along. Good to have you. Mama.
Have a great evening.
Mama's good to have you.
PBH falsification argument? Is that...
Yeah, you're not
Karen.
on bit. Sam, have I introduced you to Sasha?
Yeah, I have talked to Sasha before.
Okay.
He's an excellent onto.
Yeah, Sasha has something to say about your PPH defeater.
Let's see.
Well, what is your?
She said it's small.
I mean, centimeter.
Yeah, that's.
My basic view is people say that you don't need epiphenomenalism to run psychophysical harmony. I'm suspicious of this. I think that pain has causal powers, and so I would expect pain to cause you to do stuff. That's sort of phenomenology of pain to have the causal property of causing you to avoid it and stuff like that. That's not the sort of thing that happens. That's not this epiphenomenal thing that's floating above it. I also think that a lot of physicalisms of sort of identity theory type stuff are not totally implausible, and then you don't have to harmonize anything with anything else. They're just the functional states are identical to these phenomenal states or whatever. But yeah, I mean, those are what you mean.
Okay. And you think pain has causal powers, meaning you think it created the universe?
No.
Okay. Go ahead, Sasha. You go ahead.
Yeah, just the argument as it's presented in the Carter Kramet paper addresses all of this. The idea is, let's say that pain is causally efficacious. That on its own won't predict that it's efficacious in a way that's harmonious with its normative features. So just that on its own won't generate the prediction you want for psychophysical harmony. I mean, it's also I don't think it addresses other types of harmony, like semantic harmony, or epistemic harmony.
Well, when it comes to the why is it aligned? Well, if there's a certain state, brain states sort of cause you to have certain phenomenal states, and then phenomenal states have sort of causal powers, cause you to do stuff. You expect natural selection to sort of put your brain in states that give you the phenomenal states that have the right causal powers. You'd expect it if the pain stuff is doing something to the world on the view that it's causal. And natural selection can see this. It can influence with the causal, sort of causal profile. So I guess I'm just saying, yes, if they are causal, natural selection can see it. And then I don't know this.
Let's say that let's say that there's pain. There's this qualitative state, this intrinsic normative profile, which gives you a reason to avoid.
I'm going to regret this, but what's the difference?
Tomato.
Tomato.
Let's say that also. that comes with a certain causal proof. So what I just described is normative.
One is
it gives you reason to avoid.
It's like
So that's granted.
It's like a flow.
It also
It's
has
like
causal powers, and that evolution is
It's
sensitive.
going in both directions. I didn't go all the way to find out, but this is what I hear. People describe it to me. And all I can think of is the people who do this. Like, is this what they aspire to in life? Is this like when they were little? That's what I want to.
Colonics make a lot of money. The colonics here in Connecticut, these women.
It's business.
Yeah, it is big business, and people that get them done swear by it too.
I know. Now, is this at the job fair? Like the job fair's like, oh yeah, come over here and you can go to graduate school.
I don't think it's not a graduate. I don't think you need a degree, but you need to be certified. It's like those that are interested in massage therapy and naturopathic or holistic types of treatment.